Order. Questions for oral answer. Mr. Yip Hong Wing.
Mr. Speaker, sir, good morning. With your permission, I would like to address oral questions numbers 1 and 2 in today's order paper together. And my reply will also cover written question number 28. And I invite all members to seek clarifications after.
Please proceed.
Members may refer to our Deputy Prime Minister's ministerial statement on the 7th of April, which described the economic impact of the Middle East crisis. Energy-intensive industries and outward-oriented sectors saw the most impact from increased energy costs. The crisis has also increased domestic operating costs and compounded challenges for export-oriented sectors, which are already impacted by global trade fragmentation. While the labour market remains resilient for now, businesses have become more cautious in their hiring plans amid the heightened uncertainty. Based on MOM's survey, the proportion of firms intending to hire in the next 3 months fell from 54.6% in February 2026 to 44.6% in March 2026. Now, although expectations remain below February's levels, there were early signs of stabilization in April. And this was supported by data from the Economic Development Board and Department of Statistics, which suggests that hiring sentiments are likely to further stabilize and improve over the longer term. All job seekers who need assistance can tap on Workforce Singapore, or WSG, and Skills Future Singapore, SSG's suite of career matching services and programs. Depending on the economic and job market conditions, MOM stands ready to provide further support to job seekers if necessary.
Mr. Yip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for his reply. Given reports that some firms are slowing workforce expansion due to cost pressures given the situation in the Middle East, has MOM observed any corresponding shift in firms' hiring preferences between local workers and our foreign workforce? And does the Ministry intend to further calibrate work pass policies if Singaporeans, particularly mid-career PMETs, are facing disproportionately weaker hiring prospects? Thank you.
Minister Tan.
I thank the member for his supplementary question. We have not seen any shifts at the moment in firms' hiring preferences. Our resident employment continued to grow in the first quarter of 2026, and we just released the report about a week ago. And that growth was higher compared to the first quarter of 2025. So there's a seasonality in terms of the change involved. So if you compare the first quarter of this year, 2026, versus the first quarter of 2025, the resident employment continued to grow. Our work pass policies also ensure that Singaporeans are given a level playing field against foreign workers, and we do our level best to ensure that our foreign workers here are complementary to our local Singaporean workers. Now, we've been continually calibrating our work pass policies in response to labour market conditions. For example, at Budget COS this year, we announced an increase in EP and S-Pass qualifying salaries that will take effect from January 2027. We also regularly review the campus shortage occupation list, or SOL, to remove occupations that are no longer in shortage. So we always seek to strike a right balance between ensuring that our businesses have that space, the latitude to continue to grow, while ensuring that our local Singaporean workers and talent continues to also have that trajectory for them to grow as well. Thank you.
Mr. Liang Eng Hwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we hope that there will be peaceful resolutions to the Middle East conflict soon, and that the Straits of Hormuz will be fully open. Notwithstanding, as the Minister has said before on several occasions, even if the conflict is over, the damages it has caused, especially to the oil and gas infrastructure, will have long-lasting impact to the world economy. So can I further ask the Minister if he sees, as a result of the war, permanent or structural changes to the related industries that will affect the BAU, that will affect investments of specific sectors within our economy and hence affecting jobs opportunities. Also, on the reserves, whether the crisis, although it poses risks and challenges to us, whether the Minister also sees new opportunities created as a result of the crisis and worthy of us investing into it or doubling down, for example, in our oil refinery capacity, our position as a oil trading hub, or even in the energy transition. Thank you.
Minister Lee.
Thank Mr. Liang for that two very insightful SQs. I think it's premature today to conclude on a long-term structural impact on related to the industry transformation, because the crisis as we speak is still unfolding. And if you look at all of the media, it evolves on a daily basis. And it's also reflected in the way oil prices and stock prices have moved concurrently. And our view is that the crisis is likely to accelerate the existing structural shifts that are already underway in the entire global economy. And I'm talking about supply chain, diversification, digitalization. Yesterday, we spent 7 hours talking about AI adoption, and of course, the energy transition and also energy resilience. Our sense is that this will indeed this will test the resilience of countries, of economies, but in crises like this, it also creates a lot of new opportunities for firms to transform, to diversify, and to deepen their capabilities. In the energy supply chain, we are in the entire energy ecosystem. Energy has come to the forefront because it is existential for all of us. And with the move towards pervasive adoption of artificial intelligence, there will be a need for even more energy to drive the data centers and the high type of AI compute type of data centers required. The new currency and its existential for all of us. We are also at a time in our entire civilization's development where there's actually an abundance of new discoveries in oil and gas, and there are also a lot of accelerated developments towards green energy sources. What we are experiencing currently are actually supply chains blockages, chokeholds. For instance, what we are seeing now in the Middle East, in the Straits of Hormuz. Our sense is that many countries are moving, not just thinking about diversification, but they are also moving into a just-in-case mode rather than just-in-time. For Singapore, because we stand at a very strategic crossroad between the East and the West, I believe that given the decades of goodwill, the trust, the credibility, and our reputation that we've built as a very reliable partner to many, many countries. This crisis will test us, and if we are able to prevail, I think it would cement, it would reinforce and consolidate our position as a trusted hub. So to that end, our Prime Minister has in recent weeks committed that we will not impose any export restriction. So for downstream refined products, the essential fuel products, whether it's MoGas, motor gas, diesel, and so on, many of the countries that depend on our refinery hubs to get access to that downstream supply will continue, our sectors here will continue to see relevance. And of course, we are equally committed to our decarbonization targets that we have set for ourselves. So I believe that these are new opportunities in the energy space, in the supply chain space, that we are able, we have our right to play, that we have our competitive advantage, and we will continue to build on them, including our port, our maritime hub, our connectivity, our entire logistics, moving into advanced manufacturing, financial services, and of course, healthcare. So I hope that gives you the overall opportunities that's available, first and foremost to Singaporeans, and of course, to complementary talent who will come here to help us reinforce our position and help us to continue to grow. Thank you.
Dr. Chu.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your response. Building on the earlier response, could the Minister share whether Singapore's workforce planning approach is being further adapted for a more persistent state of structural uncertainty where workers may face overlapping disruptions from trade fragmentation, technological change, and sectoral restructuring, which may occur concurrently over their careers rather than as isolated transitions? Thank you.
Minister Tan.
Thank Dr. Chu for her supplementary question. The answer is a resounding yes. I had the opportunity of reading the draft of the Economic Strategic Review report. I think it is going to be released soon. And many of the points that she covered will and have actually been addressed in the report. And I think it will be released and shared in due time. But based on what we have been debating over the last 2 days, yesterday, 7 hours, the previous day on the formation of the Skills Workforce Development Agency, 5 over hours. So in an over 12-hour stretch of debate, I think this is really what the focus is all about how we can prepare our workers, how we're going to invest in our workers to further reinforce their competitive advantage in dealing with longer-term structural shifts in our entire economy and in, of course, the entire workforce transformation journey. Thank you.
Ms. Lee Hui-Ying.
Question 3, sir.
Based on earlier trials conducted by the Land Transport Authority, fans have a limited impact on the ambient temperature in an exposed bus stop environment. Commuter feedback from the trials was also unfavorable. Most bus stops are also shaded by surrounding buildings and trees, reducing the effectiveness of solar installations. We therefore have no plans to install solar-powered fans at bus stops. LTA will continue to study other options to improve commuter comfort at bus stops, including the use of green roofs, which can help lower the ambient temperature.
Ms. Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank MOS for the reply. Compared to 2016, where the trials took place, Singapore today is really experiencing more frequent and also intense heat stress. with 2026 projected to be amongst the hottest years on record. So I have a few SQs. First, whether the ministry has studied cooler bus stop concepts used overseas for adaptation in Singapore. For example, solar-powered bioclimatic shelters in Spain that actually can claim to reduce temperatures by 20 degrees Celsius to keep pedestrians cool. Second SQ, as we adapt to a rising urban heat, whether then commuter heat resilience can be a formal consideration in future bus stop designs. Third SQ, may I ask for the progress of the green roofs deployment and whether how does the ministry identify and prioritize these bus stops for green roofs deployment? And in Nee Soon South, we have actually 4 bus stops surrounding Khatib MRT, and we are happy to partner the ministry and LTA to deploy the green roofs as early as possible in the area so that we can beat the heat together. Thank you.
MSP.
I thank a member for her interest in this area. Yes, we are looking at options all over the world, but they need to be commercially viable and available. So I had a quick look at what the member has suggested about the one in Spain. If I'm not wrong, it is a university research project, so probably still an early stage, and I understand that you also require some underground water piping to include mist in the fence. So this sounds quite expensive, and I'm not sure whether we'll be able to do it and deploy across Singapore bus stops. But even though the trial was done 10 years ago, I think certain factors like shading from buildings and trees is still a factor that we have to overcome. In fact, I think the effect would have been more pronounced now because of our continuous greening efforts in Singapore. But we'll continue to look at that. The question about the green roof deployment, we have to, it's not just about putting turf or soil on the bus stop roof and planting sun seeds, because the structure of the roof must be reinforced to handle the additional weight, as well as it needs for access, for maintenance and things like that. So we normally do it during the scheduled refurbishment of bus stops. So it would be taken, it will be carried out in phases. And we note the members' interest for her area in Nee Soon, and I'm sure other members will be interested as well, but we will do it in due course. On her second point about heat resilience, may I ask the member to just clarify again? I didn't really get the question. Thank you.
Ms. Lee.
Thank you, MOS. Essentially, really then, for future bus stop designs, whether we will keep in mind solar panel designs, or in future, really then to include heat resilience elements to keep our bus stop cool.
Certainly, members would remember that over the years or decades, bus stop designs has evolved. And we have to take into consideration various factors, not just the comfort of commuters who are waiting there, but also the practicality of like sighting of buses coming ahead, as well as maintenance, safety, different factors like that. So definitely, I think as we foresee, predict more climatic challenges ahead, definitely if we are able to address that and provide a more conducive environment for waiting commuters, that's something that we will definitely look into. Thank you.
Mr. Dennis Tan.
Thank you, Speaker. Just a quick SQ for MOS. So can I seek the MOS confirmation whether there is actually a plan to green roof all the new bus stops from now on? Thank you.
MSP.
Okay, I would say that the greening of bus stop roofs may not be something that is practical across all bus stops. I don't have the exact figure, but I'm sure we must have tens and thousands of bus stops in Singapore. So there is a cost element, and as mentioned earlier, whether it is practical, because the vegetation there also needs sunlight and water. And so if the surrounding has a lot of tall buildings or tall trees,
that do not provide enough sunlight, then the green roof will not grow well as well. So we will have to look at the conditions, that's whether they are favorable for a green roof to succeed, to flourish. And then, as I said, it will also be done in tandem with the regular schedule of bus stop rejuvenation. Thank you.
Mr. Kenneth Tiong.
Floor, please.
Mr. Speaker, may I provide a combined reply to oral PQs 4 to 6, as well as written PQ number 4 in today's order paper as they cover the same subject?
Yeah, please proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, there has been strong growth in solar adoption over the last few years. We have achieved 2 gigawatt peak of installed solar capacity island-wide and have set an increased target of 3 gigawatt peak by 2030. For private residential buildings, the number with solar panels has increased more than 4 times in the last 5 years, from around 1,400 in 2020 to around 6,900 in 2025. This corresponds to about 8% of all private residential buildings. The growth in solar deployment has been driven by favorable economics. Solar panel costs have come down over the years, and the payback period for rooftop solar can be 5 years or even less. The government has also introduced measures that can help to reduce the payback period for eligible building owners. For example, eligible private buildings can tap on the Green Mark Incentive Scheme for Existing Buildings 2.0, which helps building owners lower the upfront cost of energy improvement works, such as solar panel installation. Depending on the overall carbon abatement achieved, eligible building owners can benefit from grant support of up to 50% of the cost of the energy improvement works, capped at $1.2 million. Some jurisdictions have made it mandatory for new buildings to install solar panels. In Singapore, we have no plans at this stage to mandate solar panel installation on buildings because some building owners may prioritize other rooftop uses, such as greenery, or their rooftops may not be suited to solar installation due to factors such as shading from neighboring tall buildings. The government strongly encourages all building owners to install solar panels, if this is feasible. With ongoing global uncertainty in energy prices, solar installation can provide building owners with savings and greater predictability on their electricity bills, while contributing to Singapore's overall energy resilience. In recent weeks, some solar vendors locally have reported an increase in interest in solar panels among private building owners. This could be also partly because of the recent increase in the regulated tariff for electricity, and also perhaps some anticipation of further increase in the tariff. For building owners who may be concerned about costs of installing solar panels, some solar vendors offer rent to own or solar leasing models that allow building owners to enjoy the benefits of solar installation with little to no upfront cost. Mr. Kenneth Tiong has asked on the Electric Vehicle Early Adoption Incentive, EEAI. The EEAI was implemented in January 2021 to encourage the early adoption of electric vehicles by reducing the gap in total upfront cost between an EV and equivalent internal combustion engine vehicle. The EEAI parameters have tapered with narrowing upfront costs cap over the years and will cease from 1st January 2027. As of March 2026, more than 55,000 electric cars and taxis have benefited from the EEAI. The government will continue to push for solar deployment in Singapore. We'll consider further measures if necessary to accelerate solar adoption in Singapore.
Mr. Tiong.
Thank you, Speaker. Residential rooftop solar generates clean energy and reduces household dependence on imported natural gas and provides a hedge against energy price shocks, benefits that EVs, which add demand to the same gas-dependent grid, do not provide. Now, I note that MOS has mentioned the Green Mark scheme. So, but despite the Green Mark scheme, 92% of eligible rooftops are still without solar panels. So my first SQ is, why does she believe that that is currently the case? And my second SQ is, would the ministry consider providing more of the same type of upfront support available for the EVs purchases to accelerate residential solar adoption?
MOS Gun.
Well, as Mr. Speaker, as I've mentioned earlier on, the economic conditions now are actually very favorable for private property building owners to consider solar installation, primarily because the solar technology has improved in terms of efficiency, and also the cost of installation has come down substantially. So if you compare it with a few years ago, there was hesitancy in private building owners to adopt solar deployment, but now we are indeed seeing a much higher interest amongst private building owners, including residential properties. And we believe that the economics will drive faster adoption. Now, having said that, we will monitor closely the rate of adoption, and the government is prepared to consider additional measures if necessary. On the point about EEAI, actually, EEAI works in a certain way. It assumes that the consumer wants to buy a vehicle and is choosing between different types of vehicles. And in this case, the EEAI nudges the consumer to consider electric vehicle, even though electric vehicle could be more costly than an ICE vehicle. But for building owners, here we are talking about catalyzing a purchase, a new purchase. And there are various considerations. It's not just about the cost. It's not just about whether there is an incentive from the government, but some of the private residential building owners have also expressed some other considerations. For example, some are concerned about whether it will affect the integrity of the waterproofing for the roof. Others have also said that they are unsure about the reliability of the solar panel installation vendors. So, and of course, there are some building owners who prefer to keep their rooftop for other purposes and preferring not to install solar. Even if you have a grant, it may not nudge them to go for the purchase. Now, I think it's important that we understand the issue closely and look at what it takes for us to be able to nudge more effectively private building owners to go towards solar installation.
Dr. Chu Pei-Ling.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, MOS, for your response. I have 3 supplementary questions. First, as a small country that cannot take energy security for granted, could the MOS share whether Singapore may increasingly move towards designing future developments and estates to be more solar-ready from the outset, so that we strengthen our long-term resilience rather than rely on retrofitting later on? Second, could the MOS also elaborate on whether there are opportunities for closer collaboration and coordination across agencies involved in energy planning, urban development, and building design, so that solar deployment can be integrated more systematically upstream in future developments? And third, as Singapore scales up solar deployment over time, how is the ministry strengthening our local ecosystem of manpower, technical expertise, and supply resilience to support this transition in a sustainable and long-term fashion? Thank you.
MOS Gun.
Mr. Speaker, the first 2 supplementary questions are somewhat related, so I will answer them together. Indeed, the government agencies are working closely together to look at how we can make solar installation in Singapore easier and more cost-effective for the building owners. Now, new buildings are required to meet standards under BCA's Code for Environmental Sustainability of Buildings, with solar being recognized as one of the acceptable carbon reduction measures under the code. I think the broader theme is about sustainability. Solar installation is certainly one of the means. There are also other things that building designs can take into account where it's more practical. For example, energy consumption, the building design, ventilation. There are several things that building owners can adopt and not just be limited to just solar. Now, of course, we believe that solar, because of its cost effectiveness, going forward, there will be more adopters of this technology. Now, we will continue to push the boundaries whenever possible and to explore more innovative solar deployments in Singapore, such as at car parks and bridges and even in between buildings. Now, I also want to highlight another example of how our agencies are working together to simplify regulations to make it easier to install solar panels. Last year, SCDF reviewed the fire safety requirement for 1 hour fire separation for roof-mounted solar panel installations. The simplified fire safety requirements exempt more than half of all solar panel installations on metal-roofed buildings. And this basically allows eligible business owners to save up to 30% on total construction costs. So it's, both regulatory codes and also review of existing regulations for us to move both new buildings and existing buildings towards higher adoption of solar as well as other environment sustainability measures. Now, on the third question on strengthening our local ecosystem, I think that is a really good question. We've been working on that for a long time with our institutes of higher learning, both for pre-employment training for the graduates as well as for continuing education and training for adults who have graduated from our IHLs. There's a skills framework for energy and power that's developed jointly by the government, industry, the unions and the IHLs. Now, specifically to solar, Skills Future Singapore also partners Sembcorp Solar as a Skills Future Queen Bee since 2024. This is to uplift other companies in this sector in training their workers and for us to be able to generate that pipeline that's needed for us to sustain this ecosystem.
Mr. Edward Chia.
Thank you, Speaker. I've received feedback from private property owners and MCSTs on concerns and uncertainties regards to procurement, financing structures, even things like warranties on waterproofing, reliability and maintenance, something which the MOS alluded to earlier as well. And in the case of MCST, the high threshold for approvals to adopt solar energy. So hence, I would like to ask the MOS, will the ministry first assist to streamline the MCST approval process so we can accelerate solar adoption on private properties such as condominiums? And second, for all private property owners, develop a simple starter kit with standard templates on procurement, financing options such as power purchase agreements, also matters on maintenance, roles and responsibilities of vendors and warranties, and also importantly provide a wide list of vendors so that property owners will have the confidence to engage vendors, and this will all drive a wider adoption and accelerate solar adoption in private properties. Thank you.
MOS Gunn.
Mr. Speaker, BCA had conducted a public consultation to review various aspects of the Building Strata Management Act, and this includes the proposal to lower the resolution requirement for third-party solar ownership models. I think they're exploring a reduction from 75% to possibly 50%. Now, I think this will be helpful, and we are awaiting BCA's completion of this review. On the suggestion to have a starter kit for private property owners, especially residential owners, I think that is a very good idea. We will seriously consider it. Thank you.
Dr. Neo Kok Peng.
Question 7.
Mr. Speaker, studies have been conducted on the potential to deploy tidal energy in Singapore, but there are no current plans to deploy tidal energy. There is limited sea space for the deployment of tidal energy devices because much of Singapore's territorial waters is already used for ports, anchorage, and shipping lanes. The study cited by the member did not take into account these existing uses of sea space or the cost effectiveness of tidal energy when estimating the amount of electricity that could be generated from tidal energy in Singapore. Given the limited sea space available, the amount of tidal energy that can realistically be harnessed domestically is estimated to be less than 1% of Singapore's energy needs.
Mr. Tsai Ing-soo.
Question 8, please.
In 2025, more than 90% of learners completed their SSG courses. SSG does not process course fee waiver requests for learners who fail to complete their courses. Such waivers are subject to the contractual agreement between learners and training providers. In circumstances where learners face difficulties completing the course, SSG encourages training providers to work with learners to find a mutually acceptable solution, which could include course deferments, make-up lessons, or reassessments. MOE and SSG track the employment outcomes for placement programs. For example, of the learners who enrolled in our Place and Train work-study programs, more than 9 in 10 graduates were employed 6 months after program completion. These statistics exclude learners who did not complete the program.
Mr. Tsai.
Thank you, Speaker. I thank the MOS for the response. A learner who fails or cannot complete a course through no fault of their own due to illness, family circumstances, or a program that was poorly matched to their needs currently has no clear published appeals process to help recover their course fees. I note the MOS response was that it should be a mutually made arrangements between the learner and the training provider. But given that some of these learners are mid-career workers who took a significant financial and personal risk to upskill, and the published appeals process to recover their course fees is not clear and formalized, will the Ministry consider having clear appeal criteria and committing to a minimum review standard so that deserving cases are not simply disheartened by the process of recovering?
SBS Syed Harun.
I thank the member for his supplementary question as well as his deep concern over individuals who may have difficulty completing their SSG courses. Indeed, even after committing to the course, some individuals do have challenges managing the training load, juggling work or study, health complications, as well as unforeseen commitments. It remains the case that SSG continues to encourage our training providers to work with learners for mutually acceptable solution. And as mentioned earlier, once the payment has been made, any refunds will be subject to the TP's refund policy, and successful refunds of the Skills Future credits will then be reinstated into the learner's wallet if it is indeed the case that it came from the Skills Future credits. That being said, we do our level best to encourage a mutually beneficial outcome, whether they be through course deferments, make-up lessons, or reassessments. And to the extent where that is possible, that is where we try to get the training providers to meet in the middle with the learner who wishes to upskill themselves.
Mr. Edward Chia.
Question 9, sir.
We are deploying EV chargers in tandem with growing demand within the constraints of space and electricity. As EV technology is continuously improving, we are also mindful not to overbuild, as chargers can become obsolete quickly. We monitor utilization rates closely and will deploy more chargers when utilization is high, electrical capacity permitting. EV charging operators implement various incentives and disincentives to optimize usage throughout different times of the day. Some EV charging operators impose idle fees during non-overnight hours to deter unnecessary occupancy of EV charging lots, and other operators charge lower prices during off-peak hours. The LTA will work with the EV charging operators to explore other measures to encourage charging during off-peak periods. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. I think SMS also pointed out that at some point Singapore will have a land constraint. And looking at the constraints, I think we therefore need to look at maximizing the available EV charging infrastructures and therefore utilization rates. So my first SQ is whether the ministry is actually monitoring the utilization at every individual EV charging stations and using this as KPIs in evaluating operator for future tenders and contract renewals. And second, whether the ministry will consider mandating differentiated charging fees to encourage more efficient utilization of EV chargers across peak and off-peak periods. And really, my questions are because I've received feedback from residents that actually, most of the time, these chargers are actually not utilized, but when they come home at night, when it's the peak hours, it's therefore overutilized. Right, so can we smoothen out demand across the day so we can encourage better utilization rates? Thank you.
SMS soon.
I thank the member for his questions and also very helpful feedback as to how we can better optimize our electrical infrastructure to support EV charging. Indeed, we do face constraints, land constraints, electrical capacity constraints. So on his suggestions, firstly, on his question as to whether we monitor utilization at the individual charger level, I think most of the time we see that the chargers are grouped together in a cluster in a car park. So currently we monitor utilization for the car park rather than at the individual electrical charger level because we feel that this is more useful for us to analyze if the charging provision in the car park is sufficient. And he also had a question as to whether or not the charger utilization is currently being accounted for when evaluating future tenders or contract renewal. Currently, that is not our position. As to his suggestion as to whether or not we should mandate scheduled charging, I think there are various ways for us to look at how we can better optimize electrical charging throughout the day. I had talked about the idle fees that some of the EVCOs actually implement. There are also other possibilities such as load balancing, scheduled charging, which can help us better distribute how the electrical capacity is distributed across chargers and across buildings, and also tying that to software. So all in all, I think there are other methods for us to look at how we can better make use of electricity given our grid constraints. At the same time, we are also exploring with MTI/EMA on electrical capacity upgrades. So I think we're doing that all together, and as to whether or not there is a need for us to mandate certain measures, I think we will consider that after we have exhausted all these other possibilities. Thank you.
Mr. Fu Zhexiang.
Question 10, please.
Sir, in 2017, MHA amended the Massage Establishment Act to expand police's consideration when assessing massage establishment or ME license applications to include assessments of the responsible officers of the business entity and all persons with a substantial interest in or have control or direction over the business. Responsible officers include business partners if the business entity is a partnership, members of the governing body if it is an unincorporated association, and directors or officers holding similar managerial executive positions if it is a corporate body. If these persons are not fit and proper, the police can refuse to grant an ME license. In assessing the fitness and propriety of a person to be granted an ME license, the police would consider, but is not limited to, criminal antecedents, past breaches of ME regulations, if the person is facing ongoing investigations, and if granting the person a license is likely to affect law and order or give rise to social disamenity. If the police assess that a person's association with others who had previously breached ME licensing conditions could cause law and order concerns, the police can also refuse to grant an ME license.
Mr. Fu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank SMS for her answer. With the expansion of the licensing regime for the Massage Establishment Act, can I also confirm that the considerations that she has just described in terms of police screening will also apply to the new category of massage establishments, which today they are not licensed under the Act? Thank you.
SMS Sim.
Yes, that is the plan.
Mr. David Ho.
Question 11, please.
As of April 2026, 83% of the Child Life SG credits, or CLC, has been disbursed in July 2025. Sorry, wrong. Let me say that again. As of April 2026, 83% of the Child Life SG credits disbursed in July 2025 have been utilized. The Ministry has been issuing reminders to utilize the credits via our social media platforms, as well as via Life SG app and SMS messages. We will also send a final reminder to recipients with unused credits in June, before the credits expire in July 2026. As there has been ample notice, there will be no extension.
Mr. Hu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the MOS for its response. I'm heartened to hear the take-up rate. In fact, it's a very good take-up rate. And this is also what I observe in my house visits with residents. Against this backdrop, I have two supplementary questions. First, does MSF have an initial sensing of the reasons for the 17% that haven't started utilizing the Child Life SG credits? My second question, it's really through my house visit, would MSF also consider expanding the Child Life SG credits to children beyond 12? This is because parents often tell me that older children, like their teenagers, are at a phase of their life that they happen to eat more, and this would also help to manage the household expenses and child raising costs. Thank you.
Moscow.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his two SQs. Maybe I'll take the second one first. I'll like to highlight that Child Life SG credits were designed to support our parents with young children with child rearing costs. We've done public consultations and we have heard feedback from parents, especially of younger children, that in those ages, the diapers, the milk powder cost quite a bit more, and therefore the Child Life SG credits were designed to better support our parents with young children on that front. Having said so, together with this tranche of CLC credits, Budget 2025 also announced that there was, and it has already been topped up, a $500 credit to children above 12 years old. This age 13 to 16, a $500 top-up to the EduSave account, and age 17 to 20 to the post-secondary education account. So I think the government in that budget announcement has tried to do something for all our children and youth. On the second question, on the utilization rate, thank the member for the encouragement. I think it's a healthy take-up rate, although there's still some some ways to go. We do want the number to be higher, but we also know there is some months left. Thank the member for asking the question, because this allows us opportunity to then raise public awareness of the Child Life SG credit, and more importantly, the upcoming expiry. There are various reasons for the portions yet to be used. In some cases, parents and families are still in the process of utilizing it. They budgeted it, they spread it out over the year, so we still have a couple of months. In some cases, there's inertia. Families leave it until the very last minute to claim and to use. In some cases, families are overseas, or in some cases, as the member has pointed out, they may be simply unaware. So we know the number is healthy, but we will want to do more, and we think the final reminder and the various public information announcements are useful in that regard. I'd like to take the opportunity to also share with the House, with members, that in this year's budget, we also announced a further tranche of Child Life SG credits. So this July, there'll be another tranche to all our children of $500. And last month, we've also disbursed the large family Life SG credits for eligible families. Thank you.
Mr. Ip Hong Wing.
Sir, MAS conducts monetary policy by managing the Singapore dollar nominal effective exchange rate, the SGNIR, and since October 2021, the SGNIR has been on a gradual appreciating path against its trade-weighted basket of currencies. And this is consistent with the policy stance at each quarterly policy announcement. This strengthening trend will continue following the most recent April policy statement. Now, the US dollar continues to be the major currency used in international trade, including for most commodities. And the US is one of Singapore's largest trading partners. The diversified currency composition of the SGNIR basket reflects the pattern of Singapore's trade with its main import sources and export markets. These are structural factors that evolve gradually over time. The weights in MAS's currency basket are periodically reviewed and updated to reflect Singapore's evolving trade patterns. No single currency dominates in the SGNIR basket or unduly affects the broad stability of the Singapore dollar against the basket. So the stability of the Singapore dollar is underpinned by the strong fundamentals of our economy, including sound macroeconomic management and a credible monetary policy framework that has delivered good inflation outcomes.
Mr. Yip.
I thank the MOS for its reply. While the US dollar remains dominant, some economists have suggested that the global monetary system may gradually become more fragmented and multipolar over time. Given that Singapore relies heavily on exports and uses the exchange rate to manage inflation, could the MOS explain how such global currency shifts may affect the government's ability to keep imported costs stable for Singaporeans, particularly in essentials such as food, energy, and daily necessities? Thank you.
MOS Tan.
Sir, as I've always said in this House, when it comes to our monetary policy, it's always long-term, and its objective is to keep inflation low. With regards to the US dollar, I know there have been many discussions regarding its role as an international currency, but if you look at the facts, the US dollar continues to remain the central currency in the international monetary and financial system and continues to be the world's dominant reserve currency. If you take international trade, and if you look at which currency is the invoicing currency, the US dollar, in fact, is used by many countries as the invoicing currency of international trade. In fact, many commodity prices like oil and gold are denominated and still are denominated in the US dollar. If you think about also the invoicing, actually most global trade invoiced in a few currencies like the US dollar, which accounts for about 40% of global exports, and the euro, which also accounts, but to a much lesser extent. If you look at other currencies, despite some growth in, for example, the renminbi, share in global trade invoicing, that remains very low, about less than 2%. although that is increasing in the Asia-Pacific and in the European region. So if you think from a larger perspective, the US dollar continues to be dominant. Our monetary policy and Singnia is weighted against a basket of currencies of our major trading partners. And the Sing dollar has been in an appreciating path since we tightened monetary policy in October 2021. And the Singnia has since then increased by 12%. And that has an effect of dampening the effect of imported inflation in Singapore and downstream impact on our economy. Thank you.
Dr. Chu Pei-Ling.
Question 13, please.
Mr. Speaker, my reply will also cover question number 7 for written answer, filed by Dr. Chu Pei-Ling for today's sitting. In 2025, seniors aged 65 and above made up about 15% of all scam victims, the only age group to register an increase in the number of victims between 2024 and 2025. Each senior lost about $37,000 on average, the highest among all age groups. About 2 in 5 scam victims who were seniors fell prey to investment or government official impersonation scams. The police do not track the amount of scam proceeds recovered by age group. And we've explained in this House before why the recovery of scam proceeds is very challenging. Once the monies exit Singapore, the odds of it being recovered is very low. Notwithstanding, the police have implemented several measures to improve asset recovery, including strengthening international collaboration amongst law enforcement agencies and enhancing cryptocurrency tracing capabilities. The member may wish to refer to the annual Scam and Cybercrime Brief 2025 for more details on these recovery initiatives.
Dr. Chu.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, MOS. I have 3 supplementary questions. 1, given the increasing sophistication of scams targeting seniors, including cross-border and multi-step operations, could the MOS share how Singapore is strengthening its overall system design to stay ahead of rapidly evolving scam typologies, rather than responding only after patterns emerge? 2, could the MOS also share how coordination across banks, telcos, and enforcement agencies is being further optimized to shorten the critical time between scam detection and intervention, including the freezing of funds or disruption of scam flows, given how quickly losses can occur once victims are engaged? And 3, beyond systems and enforcement, could the MOS share how Singapore is further strengthening safeguards against increasingly sophisticated social engineering tactics that exploit trust, urgency, and fear, particularly among our seniors, so that we can better protect vulnerable individuals before irreversible financial harm occurs? Thank you.
MOS Go.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for her supplementary questions. I'll try to take them together as one reply. Firstly, I would like to share with the House that indeed scams is a very challenging situation for Singapore. And in fact, not just Singapore, around the world. It's a global challenge. One report has it that last year, more than $440 billion were lost to scams globally. And the financial incentive for scammers, for perpetrators, is immense, and therefore they will try their very best to continuously innovate and get ahead. The incentives are very, very strong. But having said so, indeed, I fully agree with what the member has raised in terms of the key trusts that we should adopt in terms of our anti-scam strategy. Being proactive, going upstream, taking a risk-based approach, collaborating with partners, I think these are all very useful perspectives. And indeed, that is the approach that we have taken as a whole of government, a whole of society anti-scam strategy. Multi-agency, multi-pronged, and perhaps let me take the chance to share some of the key trusts of how we've approached this problem. Firstly, using the powers enabled by the Online Criminal Harms Act, OCHA, we have moved upstream, working very closely with our online service providers to make sure we reduce the overall threat surface area that these platforms put on. Second, we work very closely with our telcos, our banks, and also the recognized and authorized crypto service providers to make sure we are able to prevent upstream as well as interdict after scams have taken place. Third, we have also enhanced our penalty framework to deter perpetrators from operating in Singapore, and also making sure that we work closely with our overseas partners to pursue overseas where possible. We have also put in place a penalty framework to deter scam mules. Fourth, public education, extensive public education, including for our seniors, to make sure that we share the latest modus operandi, as well as the best anti-scam preventive practices that our citizens and our seniors can adopt. And fifth, we are stepping up international collaboration with governments, with jurisdictions, with law enforcement agencies, sharing best practices, as well as making sure we cooperate and share intelligence closely, and to also shape how global norms approach scams. So I think we've taken a very extensive approach. Of course, we can do more, and we want to continuously spare no effort in making sure we fight scams. I also like to refer the member to the Home Affairs Ministry's COS debate speech just a few months ago. We've given a fuller account of all the various initiatives that we have taken and will be taking to fight scams. And of course, we welcome any further suggestions the member may have. Thank you.
Mr. Pritam Singh.
Thank you, Speaker. Just a question for the MOS. Does the ministry capture the total amount of monies recovered from Singaporeans who are victims of scams? I believe earlier the MOS said that the government doesn't collect, the police doesn't collect that information, but I'm wondering whether that was specific to the different age groups. Does the police have a global, or the ministry have a global figure of how much actually has been recovered? Because that may help Singaporeans understand that if you're a victim of scams, the prospect of recovering your monies is actually very low.
MOS Go.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for the clarification. Yes, indeed, the police does track the amount of scam proceeds recovered. We just do not track them by age group. Yes, the amount of scam proceeds that have been recovered are a small proportion compared to the overall amount of monies that's lost. And I think that is, I don't have the exact figures, but it is a smaller percentage. And I think that is also a useful reminder that indeed prevention is better than the follow-up pursuit of recovering monies.
Mr. Victor Lai.
Question 14, please.
The government takes a proactive stance against scam calls and has put in place upstream controls to deter the abuse of SIM cards and GSM gateways. The Infocomm Media Development Authority, or IMDA, has worked with the Singapore Police Force to tighten SIM card registration rules. Since 1st October 2025, scam mules are barred from subscribing to new mobile lines. From 28 February 2026, each person is limited to 10 post-paid SIM cards across all telcos, on top of the existing cap of 3 prepaid SIM cards per person across all telcos. In 2025, the police force disrupted more than 105,000 scam-related mobile lines across all telcos. The IMDA, the Government Technology Agency of Singapore, and the Singapore Police Force are using data analytics to detect suspicious SIM card purchase and registration patterns to prevent the misuse of SIM cards for criminal activities. The import, sale, and the use of GSM gateways are regulated by the IMDA. Gateway devices with 5 or more SIM card slots are prohibited without IMDA's prior approval for import since 1st February 2025. The government will continue to review and strengthen our multi-layered anti-scam measures as scam tactics evolve. Those who enable scammers by providing SIM cards or GSM gateway devices will be dealt with severely under the law. Mules who supply SIM cards to scammers may be liable for imprisonment of up to 3 years and caning of up to 12 strokes.
Mr. Loy.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, SMS, for the reply. And I also want to refer to the earlier PQ, where MOS has made a very important point that prevention is better than cure in this case of scams. With regards to what IMDA and the ministry is doing, may I ask two SQs? First, is there real-time monitoring? And as was referred to earlier, it's a cross-agency effort, whole of government effort to fight scams. Is there real-time monitoring of unusual data points, use of gateways, GSM gateways, and so on? Two, my second question is, who actually mandates the thresholds and the data criteria? Is it set at the macro level, or is it left to the individual telcos to determine? Thank you.
SMS Tan.
Sir, I thank the member for the two supplementary questions, and also building on what MOS Goh Pei Ming has said earlier on the replies to the earlier two PQs. This is a multi-agency effort across different government agencies, MDDI, Ministry of Home Affairs, agencies like IMDA, GovTech, the Singapore Police Force, ICA included on the import of GSM gateways. So it's a multi-agency effort. On top of that, I should also mention MES, which is an important player. And on top of the multi-agency effort, it is also an effort that involves the private sector. So we work closely with the telcos, we work closely with the financial institutions and the banks. We work together with many important players, including e-commerce platforms, because it's a scourge against society and requires the entire whole society effort. So when you talk about the thresholds on the SIM cards, the prohibition, it's something that we look at together across the different agencies, building on what the data that has been collected, certainly by the Singapore Police Force, but other agencies as well, and finding the right threshold, refining the threshold based on the scam tactics that evolve. So something that is not static, but something is dynamic, something is live, something you look at on a regular basis. In Chinese, the saying there's a 道高一尺，魔高一丈. So scam tactics are evolving, the bad actors are evolving, and we are the good guys, defenders, are also evolving our tactics. In that spirit, I want to assure the member that we are using all different tools, including data analytics, to look at scam tactics, the patterns of how they're evolving. But because of operational security considerations, we don't want the bad actors to know what we are doing. I won't share any of the operational details, but certainly we are using technology, data analytics, including leveraging technologies like AI. I wanted to also make 2 points, quick points. One, a point about the number of cases coming down. So the number of cases that with phone calls and as a first contact method has actually decreased based on the recent publicly available annual scams and cybercrime briefs, as well as the cases with SMS as a first contact method decreased about 65% from 1,285 cases in 2024 to 450 cases in 2025. So there is progress, but we are not resting on laurels, and we have to continue to monitor and take action. And related to that, I know that some prevention is better than the pursuit of actually recovery of assets. And I know that a number of Singaporeans are also wondering, would my number, my name be used to register for SIM cards and used by mules or used by bad actors? So the IMDA, together with GovTech, has jointly developed a new tool, SIM card how many? You can Google it and look at it online, which allows mobile phone users to check the number of postpaid SIM cards currently registered under their names. So this allows the public, members of the public, to check their registered SIM cards included within a postpaid limit of 10 SIM cards. And persons who discover discrepancies or suspects that postpaid SIM cards have been fraudulently registered under their names should inform their telcos immediately. So prevention is better than pursuit of losses after that. Thank you.
Mr. Pu Zheqiang.
Question 15, please.
Mr. Speaker, biological mothers are entitled to 16 weeks of maternity leave, while adopted mothers are entitled to 12 weeks of adoption leave. The duration of maternity leave is longer, by a month, as biological mothers require more time to recuperate physically from childbirth. Adoptive parents otherwise receive the same parental and childcare leave benefits as biological parents today. This includes the new 10-week shared parental leave scheme, which was introduced last year, to encourage shared parental responsibility and provide more time for parents to care for and bond with their newborns.
Mr. Pu.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Minister. We celebrate Mother's Day over the weekend, and I said it once, I'll say it again. Our parents of adopted children are super parents, and the moms are certainly super moms. So I'd like to ask the Ministry whether it will consider the perspective that notwithstanding the adopted mom not being the birth mom, will we not give them more time to bond with their baby, with their child? After all, MSF's policy is also to encourage parents who would like to adopt a second child a gap of 9 months in between the first child, precisely so that they can bond more with the first child. Thank you.
Minister Indrani.
In considering the duration of leave, we will look at the need. In this case, as I've explained, there is a difference between those who give birth physically to a child and those who adopt. We are not close to considering fresh ideas or initiatives, but I think the key consideration must always be what is the need and what we want to support and what is actually required.
Ms. Tingru.
Question 16, please.
Mr. Speaker, PUB continues to plan ahead and invest in water infrastructure to meet future demand, taking into account economic and population growth, as well as the impact of climate change. We have diversified our water supply through the 4 national taps, and these include desalinated water and new water, which are weather-resilient sources that strengthen our water security amidst effects of climate change.
Ms.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 2 buckets of supplementary questions. Just with the background that water scarcity has been intensified by climate change, and the estimate is that there would be possible implications of up to 6% of GDP by 2050, an impact on the GDP. And also, given that the World Bank has recently stated that water will shift from a background resource to a binding constraint, then also bearing in mind that if there is not good water management, there will also be constriction or a negative impact on economic growth. And given our expected increases in demands, including plans to build data banks and climate change-driven increases, how is this systemic risk framing being incorporated into our fiscal and also forward estimates for public infrastructure demand planning parameters? And the second SQs relate around to the current Middle East conflict and the war in the Middle East. The current war in the Middle East has driven up the cost of energy by, cost of oil and natural gas has been extremely volatile. And, given that a lot of our water supply comes from very energy-intensive sources like desalination, what is the impact in that increase in energy cost having on the cost of our desalinated water, and how are we responding to this prolonged energy price volatility to moderate the impact that the energy cost is having on our desalination cost modeling? Thank you.
Minister Pu.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that my question has addressed the first part of Ms. He's supplementary questions, which is really the impact of climate change, resulting in global water scarcity and its impact on water supply. And in Singapore, I'd like to think that we have planned ahead, and we're always looking at the impact of climate change, as I've mentioned in my answer, and incorporating the impact of climate change on our long-term planning for our water infrastructure. With to cost of energy, is definitely a driver that we always pay attention on. We have looked at ways to reduce our energy efficiency for water treatment. In fact, we set that as our goal so that our PUB colleagues can look at or will focus their attention on always searching for new technology that will reduce the overall cost of producing water, including energy. And of course, I think it's exacerbated by recent events in the Middle East, but that does not change our long-term focus on bringing down the cost of producing water, including the use of energy.
Mr. Vikram.
Question 17, sir. To reduce injuries among platform workers, the Ministry of Manpower has convened a platform worker safety work group comprising relevant government agencies, platform operators, NTUC, and platform work associations. The member may also wish to refer to the combined reply to questions number 29, 30, and 31 for oral answer at the 8th April 2026 sitting for more details. From 1st Jan 2025, platform workers are entitled to work injury compensation at the same level of coverage as employees. This includes reimbursement for medical expenses, income loss compensation for medical leave and hospitalization leave, and lump sum compensation for permanent incapacity or death. To ensure that compensation keeps pace with income growth and rising healthcare costs, MOM regularly reviews the compensation limits stipulated under the Work Injury Compensation Act. The latest changes came into effect on 1st November 2025, which saw the maximum coverage increased to $53,000 for medical expenses, $346,000 for permanent incapacity, and $269,000 for death.
Mr. Nair.
Yes, I thank the Minister of State for the answer, as well as forming a work group to look into this issue. I think it is worrying that platform workers have a much higher rate of workplace injuries than many other groups, and I think compensation is one component. But does the MOS think any interim measures are needed while the work group is working out, of course, its longer-term solutions?
MOS Dinesh.
I thank the member for the comments, and I do fully agree with him that indeed we need to increase, for example, firstly, the detection of such unsafe behaviors, finding ways at which we can do so, and allowing them to also make a livelihood in the process as well, to increase awareness of the safety risks and practices that are available. Sometimes these may involve, basic education of how they should, move around, particularly in areas where there are civilians as well as where there are residents and traffic as well, and particularly focused on our platform workers who may be operating off two-wheeled devices and bicycles. Now, I do also think that we should start to think about, and that is something that the work group is looking at quite actively, of areas at which we can allow for positive safety behaviors rather than just to look at compensation, which is after the fact, or punitive measures alone. So that's another area that we're looking at very closely, and I'll be happy to discuss further and find ways at which we can further improve our system. Thank you.
Mr. Victor Lai.
Question 18, please.
Mr. Speaker, in the first quarter of 2026, HDB resale prices declined by 0.1%, following 5 consecutive quarters of price growth moderation. The moderation is broad-based across flat types and towns. HDB has implemented several key measures in recent years to support first-time buyers to stay near their parents for mutual care and support. First, we have increased the supply of plus and prime flats, which come with additional subsidies. Second, we introduced the Family Care Scheme in 2025 to strengthen intergenerational family support. Third, we have significantly enhanced housing grants for both new and resale flats. Eligible first-timer families can benefit from grants of up to $120,000 to buy new flats and $230,000 to buy resale flats. Those purchasing a resale flat can tap on the proximity housing grant of up to $30,000.
Mr. Lai.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for your response. I'm glad to hear that it's across the board in terms of the moderation, though it's just one data point. In responding to many residents who, as you say, would like to live with their parents, I think the government has provided a lot of support and incentives. However, would it be possible to have more granular data so that children of parents wanting to stay in specific areas can have better guidance as to whether to go for the resale route or the BTO route? As we know, the BTO is not commonly available throughout Singapore. And further to that, another question is really if we have studied the impact of the aging population, because we have come across more residents who want to right-size, and whether that, if not now, in future could contribute to a greater supply in perhaps the mature estates even, leading to impacts on resale prices and therefore guidance to our younger families in choosing where to live. Thank you.
Minister Chi.
Mr. Speaker, for data, this is something which HDB publishes. So for a buyer, you can go in and take a look at the application rates for the different projects in different parts of Singapore. And of course, some projects will have higher application rates than others because they are more popular, or for example, in certain areas where we have not been building BTO flats for a while, and there's a BTO project being launched, it's popular and therefore the application rate will be higher. But if you look at the latest BTO application in February this year, we saw an improvement in the application rates for first-time families, for 3-room and larger flats. In some projects, the application rate for first-time families was actually below 1, which means subject to the ethnic integration policy constraints, virtually everybody will be able to get a BTO flat if you're a first-timer family. We will continue to build HDB BTO flats to ensure a robust supply because we understand the demand is strong and we want to be able to meet the housing aspirations of Singaporeans. The same applies to the population, the seniors. The seniors who want to right-size, many of them would be looking, for example, at buying a 2-room flexi. And for this category, the people who are singles are also applying for 2-room flexi. And that is why I shared at the COS earlier this year that we will increase the supply of 2-room flexi flats by about 50% from 2026 to 2028.
Mr. Vikram Nair.
Question 19, sir.
In 2025, for walk-in patients, the median and 95th percentile doctor consultation waiting times were 8 minutes and 72 minutes respectively. However, MOH does not track waiting times by peak versus off-peak hours, but it is likely that 95th percentile waiting times happen during peak hours. That is why it's important for us to operate on an appointment basis as much as possible to optimize capacity and patient waiting times and to spread out patient arrivals across the day. That said, we always schedule fewer appointments than full capacity to accommodate walk-in patients with acute medical needs.
Mr. Nair.
I thank the Minister of State for the answer, and I think it's an improvement from the last time this question was asked 2 years ago, which is, I think, what I have here is 17 minutes and 164 minutes. So there is improvement, but I think 1.5 hours waiting time is still quite long, and I was wondering whether there are any plans to maybe introduce more capacity for polyclinics. Thank you.
SMS Ko.
So I thank the member for his question. I think that is a question that many patients also ask. But let me explain what exactly happens in a clinic, because it is not such a straightforward issue as trying to stick to increased capacity. Because in the midst of increasing capacity, we also want to optimize the use of that capacity. We could actually leave a lot of empty slots just in case there are walk-in patients, but that means there will be a lot of time wasted that will not be used if there are no walk-in patients. And in the sense, there will always be a trade-off there. But when we do schedule appointments, we hope that we can stick to the time. When the patient arrives, we then serve the patient within the allocated time. But as you can imagine, it's often not so straightforward to determine ahead of time how that conversation and that consultation with each particular patient will go. Even if we allocate, say, 15 minutes for what we think is a reasonable consultation time, sometimes the patient that comes in that time slot may have a very complex issue, multiple medical problems that takes a far longer conversation and examination to complete. In which case, it may take half an hour, and therefore eats into the next patient's waiting consultation time. And in a busy clinic, sometimes such long conversations on a particular day, you may have quite a few complicated patients that come in sequentially. That means that there will be, therefore, a snowballing effect. And patients who are seen at the later part of the session, of the morning session or the afternoon session, will therefore end up experiencing a longer waiting time, even though they have been given a scheduled appointment. So there are quite a lot of complicated dynamics happening in a clinic on a day-to-day basis, and it's very hard to predict ahead of time how each day will pan out. But what we're trying to do is to stick as much as possible to more scheduled appointments, so we minimize that variance as far as we can. And we see that for a scheduled appointment, the waiting time, on average, median waiting time for in 2025 for a scheduled appointment is about 10 minutes. And so you can see that the medical staff tries as far as they can to complete a consultation and conversation within an allocated time frame, so you minimize the snowballing effect. But the 95th percentile waiting time in 2025 for a scheduled appointment can go as high as 52 minutes. Again, like I say, if you are towards the end of that morning session where the prior patients before you have longer conversations, that snowballs into a much more longer waiting time for those at the end of the session. But this is what a healthcare clinic usually goes through, and we will try our very best to resource with more consultation slots to actually meet all those demands. What the clinic tries to do is that for those who turns up in a walk-in manner and for which the staff triage that this is actually not something that is an emergency or extremely urgent, they will try to schedule the next day's appointment for this resident so that he or she can come back the following day without having to be subjected to a long waiting time as a sudden walk-in patient. I hope that kind of gives you a sense of how complicated it is, but how the efforts are still being made to try and reduce waiting time.
Mr. Pritam Singh.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm empathetic to the arguments of efficiency and ensuring that patients can see a polyclinic doctor consultation as quickly as possible. I understand the SMS mentioned it's important to try and make an appointment so that your waiting time is within a certain window or within a certain period. But can I ask the SMS, is the ministry taking note of how many people are actually walking in vis-a-vis making scheduled appointments? And I ask this in the context of a super-aged society because there's also the added problem of difficulty in making appointments for certain individuals, especially those who live alone, for example. So over the longer term, does the ministry have a sort of a data point for us to understand whether there are individuals who are making appointments, or is that really going to be an extant problem that the healthcare system has to deal with and has to accept?
SMS Ko.
So I thank the member for his question. I don't have the numbers for the percentage of walk-in versus scheduled appointments. But I think in general, most patients who do not have pressing issues will try to fix an appointment because they want certainty of time and also reduce their waiting time. But healthcare being the way it is, there will always be sudden onset of discomfort and unwellness that they will prompt a walk-in appointment. But that is why we don't work just based on polyclinic resources alone, and we have resourced many of our GP clinics with CHARS so that patients have an additional option to go to a nearby GP clinic and get subsidized treatment at the GP clinics as well, even if there's a walk-in situation. So it is about actually working with the entire resource of what we have in the entire healthcare ecosystem and not just focusing on just polyclinics per se. And I think over time, as we improve on our Healthier SG enrollment, there will be better relationship between the patient and their enrolled GP so that that stronger nexus and better understanding between the patient and the GP will hopefully also spread the load out for each individual patient to the GP clinics where they also have more easy accessible to care nearer their home as well.
Order, end of question time. The clerk will proceed to read the orders of the day.
Item 1. Resumption of debate on the Info Communications Media Development Authority Amendment Bill, second reading.
The question is that the bill will now be read a second time. Mr. Lee Hong Chuan.
Mr. Speaker, I will deliver my speech in Mandarin and conclude in English. For a start, I rise to support the Info Communication Media Development Authority Amendment Bill. In Mandarin, please.
In this digital age, how do we ensure that the flow of information is fair, that the market competition is orderly, and that the public interest is protected? Therefore, this bill is very close to our daily lives. In the past, we drew clear distinctions between media and telecommunications. For media, we normally relate it to television, newspapers, radio, and magazines. For telecommunications, we often associate it with telephone lines, mobile networks, and broadband services. But today, these lines have blurred. A smartphone such as this is no longer just a communication tool. It is also a news portal, an entertainment platform, an advertising channel, and also a starting point for doing business. A single platform can simultaneously influence the content distribution, users' choices, advertising revenue, business visibility, and public discourse. Therefore, the media industry today is no longer a purely content-driven industry. In other words, it has become a digital highway. Whoever controls the entry points and the key resources will be able to influence competition and also shape what the public sees and influence how they understand the world. The market has changed. The technology has changed. Business models have also changed. And the regulatory framework must also keep pace. Therefore, the rules must be updated. I have 6 points that I wish to elaborate on. First, this bill brings greater consistency and clarity to the regulation of competition in both the media and telecommunication sectors. In real life, no one distinguishes between whether this is a media issue or a telecommunications issue. What people are concerned about is that why am I seeing this content? Why are my choices narrowing? Why are certain platforms growing ever more dominant? From a business perspective, whether a market is fair will affect the innovation. From a consumer's perspective, whether the choices are adequate will affect their everyday experience. For society, whether the information ecosystem is healthy will affect public trust. If we continue to apply the old separate frameworks to manage today's converged market, it is akin to using an outdated map to navigate a new city. We will easily lose our way. Second, this bill strengthens oversight over the changes in control and this is necessary. If it is just an ordinary business transaction, that would be a commercial matter. But when it involves a significant media platform, it is no longer just about business. It is also concerning the dissemination of information and also public interest. It is like a community which have only one main road. If there is a change in management, it could affect how everyone commutes. In such circumstances, regulation is warranted. Third, I also support reducing unnecessary burdens even as we strengthen regulation. Not every transaction will require rigorous approval. Some may involve only formalities with no change in the actual control. And these transactions can be handled through a notification process. Good regulation is not about it's not about having more of it, but it is about being precise, clear, and predictable. Fourth, the management of key resources is very important. If a small number of parties control resources that are difficult to replicate and the rules of access are not fair, the market will lose its vitalities or lose its dynamism. Just like a bridge that everyone needs to use, the rules of governing its use must be fair and transparent. Fifth, this bill also introduces the power for minister to issue separation orders under specific circumstances. While this is a fairly strong power, it is not an entirely new concept. Under the bill, where a regulated person owns or controls certain significant media resources, and these resources are difficult to replicate, that may create barriers of market entry, or that other competitors may require these resources in order to compete. And where actions taken or likely to be taken by the Infocom Media Development Authority are not enough to address the problem, under such circumstances, the minister may issue a separation order where it is in the public interest to do so. I support the government to retain such a tool or such a protocol. There are situations where if the market structure itself have given rise to serious problems, ordinary directions or financial penalties may simply not be enough. That said, I hope that in exercising this power, three principles continue to be upheld. First, it should be used as a last resort. Second, it should be proportionate. And third, the process should be clear, the reasons well-founded, and the affected parties are given reasonable opportunity to be heard. Markets need regulation, but they also need certainty. This is especially true for Singapore as an international business hub. Many investors choose Singapore precisely because our institutions are clear, our laws are stable, and our regulators are credible. We want to protect competition, but we must also protect confidence in our institutions. 6, I also support the inclusion of review and appeal mechanisms. Regulation must not only carry authority, it must also be accompanied by due process and oversight. Only then the businesses will have confidence and the public will have trust. Mr. Speaker, this bill concerns the information that we encounter every day, the platforms that we use, and also whether the market is fair. I have a few questions and suggestions for reference. First, will IMDA provide clearer and more accessible guidance on key concepts such as effective control and public interest? This is particularly important in the context of corporate investments, mergers and acquisitions, equity restructuring and business acquisitions. Clear guidance would help to reduce uncertainty of business and uncertainty for businesses in navigating such situations. Second, for transactions that do not require prior approval but must be notified to IMDA, will the relevant subsidiary legislation set out clearer categories and examples? If there are practical case illustrations can be provided, businesses will find it easier to comply. Third, can IMDA prepare a plain language guide specifically for the SMEs in media industry and also emerging digital media companies, large corporations typically have legal and compliance teams, but smaller businesses may not have the resources to work through the complex provisions. For rules to be effective, people must first be able to understand them and act on them. Fourth, for stronger powers such as the separation order, will the government elaborate further on the circumstances under which it will consider invoking such powers? It would also be helpful to explain how the government will ensure that this remains a measure of last resort and applied in a proportionate manner. Fifth, even as we promote a fair competition, how do we continue to maintain Singapore's attractiveness as a hub for digital media, technology platforms, and regional content? Regulation should not only prevent problems, it should also give healthy and well-run businesses confidence to grow. Today's digital economic ecosystem is just like a large marketplace. A good marketplace is not one without rules. It is one where rules are clear and fairly enforced, where large players can grow and small operators have a chance and the consumers can participate with confidence. As the saying goes, clear water lets a fish swim freely, and clear rules will allow people to have peace of mind. When the market rules are clear, competition thrives. When regulatory boundaries are well defined, business will have confidence. When the public interest is safeguarded, society will have trust.
In English, beyond these provisions, the bill also needs to be seen in a broader global context. Around the world, regulators are grappling with similar challenges, such as how to deal with powerful digital platforms while keeping markets open and innovative. Singapore must continue to take a calibrated approach. We must protect our information environment, but at the same time remain a trusted and attractive hub for investment and innovation. We should recognize that influence today is not just about ownership, but also about algorithms. What people see online is often shaped by automated systems with recommendation engines, ranking models, and content creation tools. These systems are not always visible, but they are very powerful. So moving forward, issues like transparency, accountability, and trust in this system will become increasingly important. Another key point is inclusion. As we strengthen regulation, we must ensure that smaller players like startups, independent creators, and community platforms are not crowded out. A healthy media ecosystem is not just about a strong major player, but also about diversity. Diversity of voices strengthens innovations, and it strengthens public disclosure. Finally, regulation alone is not enough. An informed and discerning public is just as important. Media literacy and digital awareness are long-term safeguards. When people are able to question, evaluate, and think critically about what they see, they become an active part of a trusted digital ecosystem. I support the bill.
Ms. Cassandra Lee.
Mr. Speaker, the IMDA bill, Amendment Bill, seeks to further harmonize and align the competition frameworks governing the telecom and media sectors. This bill builds on substantial public consultations that concluded in January 2026 and follows from the introduction of the Converged Code of Practice for Competition in the Provision of Telecoms and Media Services in 2022. I support this bill. Unlike many other industries, the regulation of media companies is not only about economics. It is fundamentally about the role media plays in society. Media companies shape public discourse and influence how citizens understand and form opinions. For these reasons, competition rules in the media sector are essential not just to ensure efficient markets, but also to prevent excessive concentration of influence over information. If left unchecked, high levels of concentration in media markets may result not only in economic dominance, but also in gatekeeping power over what information reaches the public. In this context, the bill's strengthening of competition oversight is particularly in relation to ownership, control, and market conduct, and this is both timely and necessary. At the same time, the bill reflects the government's responsiveness to industry feedback and its willingness to refine legislation to better reflect market realities, particularly in the media services sector. One significant amendment, for example, is the treatment of anti-competitive agreements. Previously, when agreement was found to be anti-competitive under Section 62 of the IMDA Act, the entire agreement could be rendered void. Under the proposed amendments, only the provisions found to be anti-competitive will be void, with the remainder of the agreement continuing to be valid and enforceable. This represents a more calibrated and commercially sensitive approach to competition enforcement. The bill, however, focuses on traditional media companies, publishers, and broadcasters. My question is therefore whether there is a possibility of an expanded scope of the bill. That is, regulating content creation companies that do not fit within the traditional entities that are regulated by the IMDA Act. The media landscape is undergoing profound transformation. We are witnessing the rapid rise of digital and social media ecosystems, where news and current affairs content are increasingly consumed online through non-traditional channels such as social media. Indeed, audiences, particularly younger ones, rely heavily on news outlets like Mothership to receive news. So what we are seeing is the emergence of local companies that are media producers and content-driven businesses that do not necessarily operate traditional newspapers or broadcast channels. They nevertheless produce and disseminate large volumes of content that is consumed and trusted by the masses. Yet, they may not always fall neatly within the categories of regulated persons under existing legislation. Given the increasing role of local digital media companies and content businesses in disseminating news and shaping public discourse, could the Minister share whether the Ministry is considering whether aspects of this competition framework may, in time, need to extend to entities that perform media-like functions, even if they do not fall within traditional licensing categories? In this context, as IMDA and MDDI continue to review and update the regulatory framework, I would like to ask the Minister if the Ministry would share any updates on whether it is considering any further developments in relation to the regulation of social media use by adolescents and youths.
SMS, Tan Kiat Hau.
Mr. Speaker, sir, let me first thank members for their support of the bill and their comments. I will address the members' comments in four broad themes. First, the scope of powers in this bill and considerations that will guide the government in exercising these powers. Second, the benefits to consumers from a fairer, more competitive market conduct. Thirdly, the implications on the workforce. And fourthly, how this bill facilitates the growth and development of our media sector, including smaller and diverse players. To recap what I said yesterday, the amendments are technical in nature, but they are nonetheless important. They strengthen our regulatory toolkit to ensure fair competition and market conduct in the media sector and protect consumers' interests. As Mr. Shara Taha noted in his speech, this bill is not about content regulation. It is also not about the quality of content. Instead, it focuses on market structures and practices and consumer protection measures. It is to ensure fair access and to keep the market vibrant. Well, members are entitled to have different views on the quality of our media entities and the quality of content that they produce. It is not pertaining to the amendments in this bill. But let me just make a few points. Today, mainstream media outlets are trusted and have worked hard to hold their own against much larger global players. A 2025 survey by the Reuters Institute found that our mainstream media outlets remained the most trusted news brand in Singapore. And consumers in Singapore have choices. We have access to an ever-expanding range of content and media services from global online and streaming platforms, and often consume media from multiple sources. So our local media outlets, news, current affairs, entertainment, are working hard to hold their own. And I'm proud to say that they are doing so. That's my first point. The second point is that I think there was some confusion about the scope of the bill, about market structures and the concepts of competition. These fundamental approaches and principles cut across many sectors. It's not just telecommunications, it's not just media, but also energy, power, financial services. Competition and consumer protection matters arise across many other sectors. While there will always be sector-specific nuances, the underlying principles and objectives are consistent, namely, to constrain abuse of market dominance, facilitate fair competition, and protect consumers. Likewise, this bill supports these objectives. And I do not believe that members will disagree with the merits of adopting good practices from the telecommunications sector as well as any other sector, so as to strengthen our regulatory toolkit in the media sector. This bill reinforces our long-standing commitment to keep Singapore a business-friendly and attractive place for investment. We have always exercised our regulatory powers proportionately and fairly, with appropriate checks and balances. And beyond IMDA's regulatory remit, there is also recourse to the courts through judicial review. It is precisely this measured and judicious approach to regulation that has underpinned Singapore's position as a digital hub, with strong international connectivity and sustained investments by leading global companies. And we work hard to make sure that we maintain this reputation globally. We can direct regulators, we can pass regulations, but we cannot force people to invest here. And maintaining that regulatory professionalism, our trusted reputation as a pro-business and regulators that is professional and unbiased and objective is important. That sets the context in which I will try to answer some of the questions from different members. Members have asked about the scope of certain defined terms in the bill and emphasized the importance of ensuring that the new powers introduced are exercised judiciously, transparently, and on a clear basis, so that we maintain a fair and pro-innovation environment and ensure business certainty. Dr. Chu Pei Ling, Mr. Fadli Fauzi, Dr. Hamid Razak, Mr. David Ho, Mr. Lee Hong Chuang, Ms. Andrea Low, Mr. Shahril Taha, Ms. Jessica Tan, and Mr. Yip Hong Wing raised these points. At this juncture, sir, I just want to also take note that Ms. Mariam Jaffa, who had unfortunately unable to speak on this bill yesterday because she had to rush to the airport for an overseas work trip, she sent to me her speech in advance before she left for the airport, so that I can take note of her comments and points, and where appropriate, I will address her points in my speech. Let me first clarify the definitions in the bill. The definitions of associate and effective control are not new. They mirror existing definitions in the Telecommunications Act. These definitions support our objective of ensuring fair market competition and prevent abuse of market dominance, as I have outlined earlier. The definition of essential resources is in substance the same as the existing definition in the current IMDA Act. The amendment provides that IMDA may communicate the designation of an essential resource in a manner to secure publicity or notice, rather than solely by notification in the Gazette. And I say that because I think there has been some confusion to think that we are no longer publishing a Gazette. We are, but in addition to that, we are publishing on IMD's website and sending the notification directly to the affected party. And this is really in response to be more pro-industry, because, unfortunately, not all global companies and investors pay attention to our Parliament Gazette all the time. So we put it on the IMD's website so that affected parties know about it. We send a notification to them, and interested parties, licensees included, can refer to them on IMD's website. So that's the intent of the change. We will engage the owner and controller of such essential resources before the official designation and inform them of such designation by serving notice on them and also publishing on our website, as I mentioned earlier. This is the same practice for the telecommunication sector for similar designations. So it's a good practice, and we are adopting it for the media sector. Mr. Wee Hong Wing asked how the updated definition of regulated person will be applied in practice to avoid overcapture beyond key media entities. Our regulatory intent remains unchanged, as I shared earlier at the start of my speech. Scope of powers articulated in this bill, and the regulatory intent remains unchanged. The definition continues to be targeted at key media entities and only covers entities specified by the Minister in the Gazette. The updated definition is meant to fulfill potential gaps in coverage as the market evolves. Really, the bill aims to target large players that are dominant and to make sure they don't abuse the position of dominance. It's for large entities, key media entities. The regulatory intent has not changed. And as I explained in my second reading speech yesterday, there may be key media entities which may fall outside the existing definition of regulated person in the IMDA Act. So the amendments are aligned with the approach for the telecommunications sector, for example, in capturing business trust structures, which is a fairly recent corporate structure. Mr. Ho, Mr. Loh, and Mr. Shahril asked about the powers to issue directions in the public interest under new Section 61A. To be clear, the power to issue directions must be read in the full context of the full provision. Let me say that again. To be clear, the power to issue directions must be read in the context of the full provisions. Thus, the power is limited to maintaining fair market conduct and effective competition and safeguarding consumer interests. Therefore, this power is neither a catch-all nor unconstrained. Under the new Section 61A4, IMDA is required to give prior written notice to the person concerned, except where it considers it not practicable or desirable, and will attempt to always do so. In stating the proposed direction and its effect, IMDA allows for representations to be made. IMDA must then consider these representations fully before deciding whether to issue the direction. It's a well-established process. On the powers under new Section 65A, raised by Mr. Yip, this provision allows IMDA to require the disposal of share or the relinquishment of control. A similar power already exists under the Telecommunication Act and is intended to address scenarios where a party, for example, provides false or misleading information or documents to IMDA in order to obtain IMDA's approval. Mr. Yip asked about the proportionate exercise of IMDA's information gathering powers in the new Section 65B and 71A. The bill specifies that these are to enable IMDA to obtain information relating to the holding of equity interests and control of voting power in a regulated person, and information relating to a media resource where IMDA has reason to believe that it should be designated as an essential resource, respectively. So it's constrained, and it's read in that context. Dr. Tu, Mr. Fadli, Mr. Lee Hong Chuang, Ms. Loh, Ms. Mariam Jaafar, Mr. Shahril, and Ms. Jessica Tan had questions on exercise of powers under the new Section 69A, which allows the Minister to order structural separation. We fully recognize the gravity and impact of suppression orders on affected entities. While the provisions mirror existing powers in the Telecommunication Act, those powers have not been exercised to date. It is our intent that structural separations are only imposed as a last resort and in exceptional cases. To this end, this power has strict legal limits. All three of the following requirements must be met before a separation order can be issued, and these are articulated in the bill. First, there must be a qualifying market condition. Either the regulated person owns a media resource so costly to replicate that it blocks competitors from entering the market, or the regulated person holds significant market power and competitors cannot realistically provide media services without access to their services. That's first. Second, a separation order cannot be invoked by the minister unless conventional regulatory remedies by IMDA have already been exhausted or are demonstrably inadequate. Third, the minister must be independently satisfied that issuing the separation order is in the public interest. In making this assessment on public interest, the minister is required to work within the confines of the law and consider whether the order is necessary or desirable to promote fair and efficient competition in the media sector, to enhance the efficiency and international competitiveness of Singapore's media industry, to eliminate or reduce barriers to competition arising from the regulated person's ownership or market power, or to promote transparency, non-discrimination, and equivalence of supply in the provision of media services. And even after deciding to issue an order, the minister's discretion remains constrained. The new Section 69A(4) will require the minister to ensure that the specific directions included in the separation order are proportionate. In assessing proportionality, the minister must consider how contestable the relevant media services market is and whether the directions will effectively eliminate or minimize any incentive or opportunity for the regulated person to distort competition in a market. All of these legal requirements must be satisfied, and no single requirement alone is sufficient. This reflects a clear legislative intent. A separation order is a last resort. The bill therefore ensures such powers may be exercised in defined circumstances, for defined purposes, and only after all regulatory tools have failed, and only with directions that are proportionate to the competitive harm being addressed. Precisely because this is a serious intervention, it is important that the necessary powers are available should the situation arises. Their existence also sends a strong signal to the market that the government will act decisively to safeguard fair competition and market conduct. This in turn helps deter abusive market behavior before it takes hold. Sir, this House spoke about the AI motion yesterday for about 7 hours, more than 7 hours. The discussion underscored the need for us to be prepared for future uncertainties. The powers to issue separation orders are framed in the same spirit to ensure that we are not caught unprepared in addressing significant market risks should they emerge. I have also said in my second reading speech that it is appropriate for a decision of this gravity to be taken at the ministerial level. In addition, this process is also amenable to judicial review. To address Dr. Chu, Mr. Fadli and Mr. Yip's questions on the new Section 65, including how IMDA will assess major acquisitions, IMDA will consider whether the acquisition would likely result in a substantial lessening of competition or is against the public interest. At the same time, we recognize that acquisitions, mergers, or consolidations may generate economies of scale or introduce innovation with potential pro-competitive and consumer benefits. These considerations will be assessed against our primary objective of maintaining competitive markets that protect consumer interests as part of the broadened oversight of major acquisitions. Let me also add that the procedures and timelines for the process are outlined clearly in the Telecom and Media Competition Code. Dr. Chu, Mr. Fadli, and Mr. Ho asked about the intent, design considerations behind both the reconsideration and appeals mechanism, including if there could be room for independent review. Both mechanisms are already well established in the telecommunications sector since the market was fully liberalized in April 2000. This reconsideration process allows parties to ask IMDA to review decisions if new information or consideration arises. The appeal mechanism provides process flexibility, allowing parties to choose whether to appeal directly to minister or seek reconsideration first. The provisions of both processes, including a timeline, process, and requirements, are clearly stated in the new Section 67A and Section 68. So it's about providing additional options. Sometimes the parties may want for IMD to reconsider decision because new material information has come up. And so it gives the parties an additional option to seek the regulator's reconsideration rather than directly appealing to the minister in the first instance. So it's an additional option, but parties can still decide to go straight to the minister for appeal. So this reconsideration amendment provides the option. It's meant to be pro-industry and also facilitate timely resolution of issues. Members should also note that appeals to the minister are independently assessed from IMDA's regulatory decisions. Furthermore, parties can seek judicial review. Taken together, this framework provides multiple levels of checks and safeguards for regulatory decision, including review by the courts. As mentioned, the minister also needs to be accountable to the public and to this House, to the Parliament. Mr. Yip asked about how both public and industry interests will be considered under new Section 61, where IMDA can approve documents prepared by a person other than IMDA as a code of practice or standard of performance for the media sector. Let me explain the intent. The amendments provide additional flexibility for IMDA to benefit industry players. If there are codes of practices or standards of performance by others that meet IMDA's regulatory requirements, there shouldn't be a need for IMDA to reinvent the wheel. It saves time and resources for all stakeholders. Rest assured, IMDA will consult the industry and the public before issuing any new codes, as is current practice. Broadly, Dr. Chu, Mr. Fadli, Mr. Ho, and Ms. Jessica Tan also raised the importance of transparency and exercise of powers under the bill to both industry and the public. And I agree with members. Generally, written notices will be issued to the affected parties ahead of regulatory decisions, and there are opportunities for the party to make representations to then be considered by IMDA or the minister before they decide. Secondly, the bill spells out clear considerations or criteria for provisions. For example, the scope of powers to issue directions under new Section 61A and the conditions to issue a separation order and potentially award compensation under new Section 69A. We intend to inform the public when major regulatory decisions are made, given their impact on the industry and the media landscape, and to explain the key considerations. I will also make clear that notifications by IMDA on matters such as the specification of essential resources will continue to be published on a Gazette for information, in addition to other channels like on our website and direct notifications to the affected party. We are committed to being open and transparent. This is a reputation that we built out over years and decades. And really, the litmus test is really the business community, global investors, international players wanting to invest in Singapore and continuing to invest in Singapore because they trust the government, they trust the regulatory environment, and trust the professionalism and transparency of our processes. On this particular point, as mentioned by Mr. Loh, MDDI and IMDA conducted a public consultation for the bill. By the close of the consultation, MDDI and IMDA received one submission from a law firm directly relevant to the bill. As per usual practice, IMDA has published the response on IMDA's website. And I took a look at it. It's a 3 or 4 page paper by a law firm, and I looked through the details of it before, and I looked at it again because Mr. Loh raised it. The submission had broadly raised the same points as many of the members, suggested more clearly defined key terms such as essential resources, and also noting similar comments on the phrasing of Section 61A, which confers powers on IMD to issue directions. And these comments are similar to what many members have raised. And I believe I've addressed them in my opening speech, second reading, as well as my closing speech. So rest assured that before any major decisions are taken, we consult, we take a look very carefully at what respondents have provided to us, and look at what their suggestions are. On the exercise of powers, MDDI shares members' commitment to ensuring these powers are exercised properly. Importantly, as I've explained, such powers are not new to IMDA. It has been exercising equivalent powers judiciously in the telecommunications sector for years. Members can be assured that the same rigor and care will apply in this context. Dr. Hamid Razak, let me now turn to the second theme of how this bill benefits consumers. Dr. Hamid Razak, Mr. David Ho, Ms. Mariam Jafar, and Mr. Yip Hong Wing noted that the amendments should translate into benefits for consumers. We are mindful of this objective. These amendments in the bill aim to do so by strengthening the regulatory framework for the media sector. The amendments proposed in this bill help ensure that Singapore's media market remains competitive, dynamic, and fair. They contribute to public confidence in the media sector, good content, reasonable prices, and a vibrant information environment for every Singaporean. As I've laid out in my opening speech, the bill also gives IMDA the tools to act swiftly when fair market conduct is threatened, where the actions of service providers may hurt consumer interests. For example, the powers under new Section 61A. Ms. Cassandra Lee asked whether the government is considering further developments into the regulation of social media used by adolescents in a context of increasingly use of such platforms. We are deeply concerned about ensuring a trusted and safe online environment for everyone. And we approach this on many fronts. Over the years, we have introduced various laws to ensure that Singaporeans go online safely. For example, in 2022, we amended the Broadcasting Act, which allowed IMDA to issue directions to social media services to prevent Singapore users' access to egregious content on their platforms. IMDA also introduced codes of practice for online safety in 2023 and 2025 for designated social media services and app stores, respectively. These codes require the designated services to put in place systems and processes to mitigate their users' risks of exposure to harmful content on their platforms. And last year, this House passed the Online Safety, Relief and Accountability Act, establishing the Commissioner of Online Safety to provide victims of online harm with timely relief and redress. Earlier in this sitting, on the 5th of May, we have also answered questions on the regulation of social media. As the amendments of this bill do not pertain to these specific matters, I would refer Ms. Lee to those replies and to raise subsequent PQs if needed. Let me now turn to the third theme on implications to the workforce. Mr. Patrick Tay and Mr. Yip Hong Wing spoke about the workforce impact and the need to support workers during organizational changes from mergers or restructurings. We recognize the disruptions and anxiety that workers may face and the importance of whole of government oversight of such shifts. I would stress that while the amendments in the bill focus on fair markets and consumer protection in the media sector, that does not mean that we are not supporting our workers through disruptions and transitions. MOM's legislative frameworks and guidelines that are broad-based and applied across the various industry sectors will continue to be enforced. For MDDI and IMDA, in dealing with the telecommunication and media sectors, we encourage unionized companies embarking or undergoing major organizational restructurings to engage NTUC and their unions early and work closely with them to manage the impact on staff. We will also work closely with NTUC and the unions in the telecommunication and media sectors to support affected members during those periods. I'd like to thank Mr. Tay for his specific suggestions, and we will share them with MOM, as these are matters which will apply beyond the telecommunication and media sectors. Importantly, we are not passively waiting for disruption to happen. IMD actively partners with NTUC and unions to train and skill our workers so that they remain relevant and competitive in the fast-changing telecommunications and media sector that are being transformed by AI. Mr. David Ho and Ms. Mariam Jaffa, Mr. Bee Hong Wing and Mr. Andre Loh ask whether the bill facilitates an open and diverse media landscape with independent perspectives, where new entrants can grow and compete in a fair market. Ms. Cassandra Lee also asked if we would update our competition framework to include non-traditional media entities. The regulated persons under the IMDA Act are intended to be specific entities. These include major players, including SPH Media Trust, MediaCorp, and our pay TV operators. We are not making changes to this approach. In this context, as I emphasized earlier, the regulatory focus of the IMD Act is not on the smaller players in the media sector. And media consumption is non-exclusive. Singaporeans have access to a wide variety of content and media services through global online and streaming platforms. The amendments in this bill are related to ownership and control and are scoped to cover very specific regulated key media entities. Seen in this light, these amendments act to prevent unfair competition and potential abuse of market dominance by large players that may frustrate the entry and growth of other players in the media sector. And we certainly recognize that the media landscape has transformed and grown significantly with the internet and social media. This is a fast-moving space, and we will continue to monitor developments closely, and I thank members for raising this issue. I would like to also add that IMDA wears a number of hats. In addition to looking at from a regulatory point of view, it also plays a role of the media industry developer. It has put in place schemes and programs to support local players and grow the diversity and vibrancy of our media ecosystem. For example, IMDA's International Co-Production Fund supports local production houses and is awarded to local media companies to co-produce high-quality drama series that are infused with a Singapore flavor and made for a global audience. In fact, I recently joined a trip with NTUC and brought a group of almost 30 content creators, freelancers, small business, media businesses on a business development trip to Hangzhou and Hengdian in China, and brought another group of more than 10 larger local media companies to Seoul, Korea, to look at collaboration opportunities. And we will continue to do more to support our local media players. Let me speak in Mandarin, sir, to address the points made by Mr. Lee Hong Chuang and Dr. Chu Pei Ling in their Chinese speeches.
Today's amendment bill draws on good practices from the telecommunication sector to ensure more effective regulation, promote fair competition, and continue safeguarding consumer interests in the media sector. ensuring that our regulatory framework remains effective and forward-looking in a rapidly evolving media landscape. However, as Mr. Lee Hong Chuang has just noted, any new regulatory powers must be proportionate to the nature of the problem, neither excessive nor inadequate. The bill has established clear procedures to ensure that these powers are exercised only when necessary and in a measured manner, promoting a fair market environment while also providing businesses with certainty and confidence. I also agree with Dr. Chu Pei Ling that we must remain transparent in our approach to regulation so as to ensure that industry players and the public continue to have confidence in our regulatory framework.
So in conclusion, I thank members for their thoughtful contributions. This bill is necessary to promote fair competition and to continue safeguarding consumers' interests. In a rapidly evolving media landscape, it's important that our regulatory framework remains effective and forward-looking. Sir, I beg to move.
Clarifications for the SMS, Mr. Andre Loh.
Thank you, Speaker. I have several clarifications for SMS Tan. Sorry, I have not counted them, so I beg your forgiveness for that. Thank you for the correction. Firstly, I appreciate that there was only one law firm that submitted a response to the consultation. I believe I was mistaken. The other law firm had published an article on the website, but hadn't directly responded to the consultation. Okay, so my first clarification is to my specific question on the scope of designation. So I appreciate that the SMS has responded in broad terms that the scope of the legislation is meant to cover large players, key players in the media landscape. And subsequently, he also confirmed that the intent is not to address the small players. We appreciate a definition of what the ministry is considering a small player and exactly where the threshold lies, because I think this speaks to our concerns about the chilling effect of the legislation. I also specifically had asked if this IMDA bill read together with the Broadcasting Act that also is being amended, read together, does the scope of the regulated persons potentially include social media companies that have a foreign players but that have a local presence? Also, I specifically asked if entities like blogs, social media accounts, podcasts, and so on are covered and within the scope. And I asked this because now you hear about podcasts being acquired for hundreds of millions of dollars. So it's well within conception that podcasts might well fall under some type of company entity that may need to be regulated under these provisions. I also had a specific concern about in the public interest line in Section 61A, paragraph 1C. And I appreciate that SMS Tan has clarified that this needs to be read in the context of the full provision, so it's not meant to be a catch-all. I would just like to add that the drafting in the bill is quite vague, because in paragraph B2, which immediately precedes the phrasing of in the public interest, it ends with an or. So if you read that together in context, it does seem like 61A1 paragraph C is meant to be read independently. And if it's read independently, it can seem like a broad or encompassing power to direct in the public interest. So I would appreciate if the SMS Tan can clarify that is not the intent. I also had questions about transferee selection, but so I had asked specifically if the government will commit to not directing independent media companies that have been subject to a separation order to then have that business transferred to a government-linked media company. And I also had a specific question on the newspaper permit and similarly for the broadcasting permit. So if you read Section 69A3B2 of the bill, it seems to imply that companies that have been subject to a separation order will be obligated to reapply for their newspaper license or broadcasting license, as the case may be. And I wonder why it doesn't just transfer as a matter of course. And is this an opportunity then for the government to then subsequently deny the successor entity a newspaper or broadcasting license? I think that covers the scope of my clarifications. I would just finally add that I still have some concerns, overarching concerns about the potential for this bill to have a chilling effect. I think SMS Tan has mentioned that investor confidence in Singapore is broadly high, and I accept that point. But I think specifically for the media industry, right? Singapore's media industry is currently, I wouldn't say it's a bastion of a free and open market. We are dominated by two major media companies that are within the government's orbit. So I would push back on that suggestion that within the media landscape, that investors have high confidence in investing in Singapore companies. Thank you.
SMS Tan.
Sir, the member has a number of clarifications, and I attempt to go through them, and I ask the member to let me know if I missed out something. Let me just first talk about the scope of definition, and let me just clarify. He mentioned that we are amending the Broadcasting Act. We are not. Nothing in this amendment bill touches the Broadcasting Act. So that's the first factual clarification. Second is about the scope of definitions of regulated parties, persons under the IMDA Act. The regulatory intent is clear. And when you read the different provisions and amendments, it should be in the context of the scope of powers envisaged under this Act and debated here in Parliament, and that was IMDA Act that's passed some time ago. And really the regulatory intent is for fair market competition and protecting consumer interests. And that overarching intent should be one guiding how we interpret the different clauses and provisions and powers in the Act. So the exercise of these powers, whether through the regulator like IMDA or in certain circumstances by the minister, it should be read in the context of how it will enable better fair market competition and protect the consumers, especially against large players who abuse their position of dominance. So whether is it articulation of the clause of public interest, or in terms of thinking of who are the regulated persons defined under Act, it should be seen in that context. Larger players that may abuse their dominance to frustrate new entrants. So that's one. So that is really the thrust of the IMD Act. Market structures, market practices, consumer protection. And nothing in this Amendment Act changes the other acts that govern the media sector, whether MPPA or the Broadcasting Act. So I just want to be very clear how we should interpret the provisions, and that's important because our exchange here will be in a Hansard and will be relied on if there are further challenges in courts or elsewhere. So just want to make that point very clear. And so that's on scope, definition, public interest. Okay. The specific scenarios of transferee selection if in the event of a structural separation order, and why under the Act it's envisaged that the entity may have to apply for a newspaper license at a point in time. Let me start by reiterating what I just said. Took some time in my opening second reading speech as well in the closing speech to articulate that structural separation orders direction by the minister is not taken lightly. It is not just about the telecommunication or media sector where these powers are now embedded, but it sends a broader signal to the global investment community, the international businesses, many of them international businesses, listed companies, many options of not just investing in Singapore, many places for them invest. Why do they invest here in Singapore? And these are large companies with robust corporate governance, institutional investors, shareholders, and when you look to where to invest their resources, their money, our regulatory certainty and pro-business environment gives us the competitive advantage. And it's not something to be taken lightly. And there's a reputation we husband, we shepherd, we safeguard. So that's really one context in how we think about structural separation orders. We don't take it lightly. Only in exceptional circumstances where all existing measures have failed, and I listed the 3 legal requirements for that before the minister decides. And after the minister decides, issues the order, the decision can be challenged. and the minister needs to defend it publicly. So these decisions are not taken lightly at all, and we have not exercised such powers. So that as a context, let me go into the next point, which is about, you're talking about whether after a separation, hypothetical example or situation where a separation order has been issued, what happens? Well, it's a lot of conjecture and hypothetical scenarios because we have not even envisaged a scenario where it will happen and we have not yet exercised such powers. But most importantly, it's really in the exercise of such powers and the next level of details, what are the considerations? And the considerations must go back to the policy intent of the bill, which is about, does it enhance competition? Does it protect consumer interest? And that should guide the decisions of the structures after that. And that structures need also to be involved with the affected parties who are receiving the direction. And affected parties may be large companies with their own shareholders, with their own set of investors. These issues need to be talked through and discussed. And I think at a point in time, if they need to apply for licenses, they need to apply for permits to operate, they should do so. And the same criteria to evaluate any permit applications are already embedded in the existing laws and regulations, and it will continue to apply. So I hope to explain the context to Mr. Loh.
Mr. Pritam Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's just a point of order. I believe Minister in his wrapping up speech referred to a speech made by a member who didn't deliver a speech in Parliament on the bill. That's Honourable Member Ms. Mariam Jaafar. So I'd just like to confirm whether that is as per the standing orders of Parliament, because on the Hansard, we won't have the Honourable Member's speech, but the Minister has referred to her, I believe, at least once at the beginning and once in the course of his speech.
Mr. Singh, you are right. First, a member has to be present to make his or her speech. Ms. Mariam Jaafar was not present, is not present, so her speech that SMS Tan referred to will definitely not be in the Hansard. That's the first point. Second, I think first, any member who wishes to make a point must be in Parliament to make his or her speech. So the references are not correct. We will take that. So this is a good reminder to all members that you have to be present in the chamber to make your speech and make your points. Any other clarifications?
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes.
Info Communications Media Development Authority Amendment Bill.
Committee stage what day?
Now, sir, I move that Parliament will immediately resolve into a committee on the bill.
The question is that Parliament will immediately resolve itself into a committee on the bill. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Question is that clauses 1 to 19 stand part of the bill. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Bill to be reported. Minister for Digital Development and Information.
Sir, I report that the bill has been considered in committee and agreed to without amendment.
Third reading what day? What day?
Now, sir, I move that the bill be now read a third time.
Question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. Think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Info Communications Media Development Authority Amendment Bill. Item 2, Statutes Miscellaneous Amendments Bill, second reading.
Minister for National Development.
Mr. Speaker, sir, on behalf of the Minister for National Development, I beg to move that the bill be now read a second time. The Statutes Miscellaneous Amendments Bill contains 21 clauses and makes miscellaneous amendments to several acts. These amendments are largely technical and operational in nature. The amendments fall within the following 5 groups. The first set of amendments found in Part 1 of the bill clarifies and expands the functions and duties of the Building and Construction Authority, BCA, and the Urban Redevelopment Authority, URA. Clause 2 amends the Building and Construction Authority Act 1999, the BCA Act, to confer the following functions on BCA. BCA will act as the government's agent in managing programs such as the Estate Upgrading Program for private residential estates and the Enhancement for Active Seniors Private Housing Program. BCA will also take on the function of maintaining foreshore structures belonging to the government and erected on any part of the foreshore that is state land allocated to MND. These foreshore structures will not include coastal protection measures as defined in the Sewerage, Drainage and Coastal Protection Act 1999, SDCPA, as renamed by the Coastal Protection and Other Amendments Act 2026. Sir, I would like to highlight that MND will be moving a notice of amendment during the committee stage to update the title of the SDCPA reflected in clauses 2E and 2011 of the bill when the Coastal Protection and Other Amendments Act 2026, which is passed but not in operation yet, comes into operation. Thirdly, BCA will provide administrative support to the Professional Engineers Board and Strata Titles Board in the performance of their respective statutory functions. Clause 3 amends the Urban Redevelopment Authority Act 1989 to confer the following functions on URA. URA will undertake and coordinate the planning of infrastructure for transport, utilities, and other infrastructure in Singapore. It will also inform and advise the government on matters relating to the planning of such infrastructure and the planning and implementation of projects to provide and upgrade such infrastructure. URA will also provide administrative support to the Board of Architects and the Street and Building Names Board in the performance of their respective statutory functions, as well as the Controller of Housing in relation to the administration of the Housing Developers Control and Licensing Act 1965 and the Sale of Commercial Properties Act 1979. The expanded functions and duties of BCA and URA will enable our agencies to better serve Singaporeans more effectively. The second set of amendments provide for the deletion of certain provisions of the COVID-19 Temporary Measures Act of 2020, COTMA, and related matters. These COTMA provisions have served their purpose and are no longer required. Clause 4B deletes Part 8C of the COTMA, which provide support to property developers who face construction delays due to reasons related to COVID-19 and allowed affected purchasers to seek partial reimbursement from the developers for qualifying costs incurred due to the delay in delivery of possession. Clause 5 provided for saving and transitional provisions to preserve the validity and legal effect of determinations made under Part 8C. Clause 4C deletes Part 10A of the COTMA, which facilitated an equitable co-sharing between contractors and developers of increases in the cost of engaging foreign manpower due to COVID-19. Clause 6 is a saving and transitional provision to preserve the validity and legal effect of certain determinations made under Part 10A. Sir, the third set of amendments found in Part 3 of the bill is meant to shorten the runway for students with relevant practical experience to obtain professional qualifications. Clause 7 and 8 will amend the Architects Act 1991 and Professional Engineers Act 1991. These amendments allow the Board of Architects and the Professional Engineers Board to recognize relevant pre-graduation internship and working experience as part of the practical experience required for registration as professional engineers and architects. Moving on to Part 4 of the bill, the fourth set of amendments perform essential legal housekeeping by validating the collection of various fees and charges charged by BCA, the Housing Development Board HDB, the National Parks Board MParks, and the URA. These include fees for existing operational costs, including the expedited inspection of buildings and the processing of temporary occupation permits, TOP, by BCA, NParks animal permits and species certifications, administrative fees charged by HDB, and recovery of expenses by HDB and URA for the immobilization, towage, and detention or storage of illegally parked vehicles. These fees and charges are essential to recover operational costs incurred by our agencies in providing services to the public. When originally introduced, these fees and charges were regarded as administrative charges for specific services or enforcement activities. However, following a comprehensive internal review, MND was advised that the fees and charges should have been prescribed in legislation. Therefore, clauses 9 to 12 validate fees and charges collected by our statutory boards, namely BCA, HDB, NParks, and URA, in the ordinary course of their operations. The necessary subsidiary legislation to prescribe the fees has either been made or will be made when this bill is enacted to provide the agencies with the relevant powers and clear legal basis for the continued collection of these fees. Clause 13 provides that the validation of the fees and charges made by clauses 9 to 12 do not affect any decision or judgment of the court given and any court proceedings commenced before the first reading of the bill in relation to the liability of any person to pay any of those fees and charges. I will now move on to the last set of amendments. Clause 14 amends Section 31(5) of the BCA Act so that the maximum license period for BCA aggregate importers license is increased from the current 2 years to 5 years as a pro-enterprise measure. Clauses 15 and 16 are housekeeping amendments. Specifically, Clause 16A updates definitions regarding floor area to reflect the current position set out in subsidiary legislation. Clause 15 deletes an amendment to the Building Strata Management Act 2004, previously passed in Parliament in 2017, and Clause 16B to F reenacts that amendment in such a way that it can be brought into force in different stages. These pertain to the use of management funds for social and cultural activities, sporting events, engaging legal services, or remunerating an official manager when necessary. Clause 17 expands the definition of scheduled species in the Endangered Species Import and Export Act 2006, the ESA, to include hybrid plants. This addresses a practical trade issue where countries may require documentation for artificially propagated plant hybrids, even when exempted under Convention of International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora, CITES, annotations. Including hybrid plants in the definition of scheduled species allows NParks to issue the necessary documentation to facilitate trade. Furthermore, Clause 17 empowers the Director General of Wildlife Trade Control to inspect, analyze, and certify both scheduled and non-scheduled species. By providing official certification that exported or re-exported products do not contain scheduled species or their parts and derivatives, we provide our legitimate local exporters with the legal certainty they need to meet strict international trade requirements. Clause 18 amends the Housing and Development Act 1959 HDB will be empowered to prescribe fees in respect of anything done by or on behalf of HDB under the Act and the rules made under the Act. Further, the amendments will expressly allow HDB to recover charges and expenses related to the immobilization, removal, and storage of unlawfully parked or abandoned vehicles in HDB common property and open spaces. This ensures that the costs of managing such disamenities are borne by the errant owners rather than the public. HDB will also be allowed to recover fees, charges, expenses, and legal costs incurred in vesting property in the HDB under Section 59 of the Act, or in compulsorily acquiring property for the reasons listed in Section 63(1) of the Act. Clause 19 raises the maximum penalties for wildlife feeding offences under Section 5A3 of the Wildlife Act 1965. Maximum fines have been increased for both first-time and repeat offenders. Further, imprisonment for a term of up to 12 months may be imposed on repeat offenders. This will provide stronger deterrence against illegal wildlife feeding and better safeguard public health and safety. Clause 20 provides for the necessary updates to various acts arising from the 2020 revised edition of Acts. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, this bill makes miscellaneous and minor amendments in the manner that I have just described. These amendments collectively strengthen our regulatory framework and ensure our statutory boards can continue serving Singaporeans effectively for proper legislative backing. Sir, I beg to move.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Ms. Valerie Lee.
Mr. Speaker, in my constituency, I represent residents across both HDB estates and private developments. From families living in Pasir Ris flats to those in condominiums across Upper Changi and Flora Estate. While their housing contexts differ, their expectations are the same. Clear rules, fair enforcement, and well-managed living environments. My approach to this bill is guided by a simple principle. As we expand powers, whether for public agencies or management bodies, we must match them with clarity, fairness, and accountability. Sir, I will focus on two areas. First, certain HDB-related provisions, and second, condominium issues and MCST matters. On HDB-related provisions, I note the clauses validating past fees and charges collected by HDB and URA, including those arising from enforcement actions. While I understand the intent of providing legal certainty, I seek clarification on the policy considerations behind these retrospective provisions. Were there legal gaps that necessitated this approach? And how will the Ministry ensure future enforcement actions are firmly grounded in law from the onset? Retrospective legislation should remain the exception and not the norm. Maintaining public confidence requires enforcement frameworks that are clear, prospective, and robust from the start. I'm also concerned about the fairness of the cut-off date of 7 April 2026, which limits affected persons' ability to commence legal proceedings. Those who incurred charges shortly before that date may not have a reasonable opportunity to seek advice. Did the Ministry consider alternatives, such as pegging the cut-off to when the charges were incurred or providing a short grace period? I appreciate the Minister's explanation. So I now turn to condominium issues and MCST matters. I welcome the Clause 2 amendments placing BCA's administration of programs such as the Estate Upgrading Program and the EASE Program on a statutory footing. I've long supported the EASE Program, and I'm glad it is now extended to private estates, because aging does not discriminate, and neither should our policies when it comes to helping seniors age safely. I also support the Clause 16 amendments to the Building Strata Management Act, expanding permitted uses of management funds to include community building activities can strengthen social cohesion, while allowing MCSTs to engage legal services and remunerate appointed managers reflects today's governance realities. However, I seek three clarifications. First, while access to legal advice is important, there is a risk of increased or prolonged disputes with costs borne collectively by subsidiary proprietors. Are safeguards being considered, such as approval thresholds or avenues to challenge unreasonable legal expenditures? Second, the expanded use of management funds may strain smaller MCFDs with limited reserves. How does the ministry intend to ensure financial prudence, and will there be guidance on balancing community activities with long-term sustainability? Third, as responsibilities expand, council members, many of whom are volunteers, will need greater support. If mandatory training is introduced, will it include practical guidance on financial management, governance, and planning community initiatives? Sir, this bill moves us in the right direction, but as we expand powers, whether for public agencies or MCSDs, we must match them with clarity, safeguards, and accountability. With these clarifications, I support the bill and look forward to the Minister's response. Thank you.
Mr. Muhaimin Malik.
Sir, the Statutes Miscellaneous Amendment Bill spans a wide range of topics, many of significant concerns to Singaporeans. Today, I will speak on 4 amendments, especially relevant to my work in Sengkang. First, the empowerment of the Building and Construction Authority, BCA, to administer private estate upgrading programs. Second, increased penalties for wildlife feeding. Third, the expansion of scope for MCSD management fund utilization. And finally, HDB's cost recovery for compulsory acquisitions. Sir, I am happy to see that Jalan Merdu in Sengkang has been shortlisted as one of the private estate earmarked for the Estate Upgrading Program, EUP. The maintenance of estate amenities has always ranked high in the list of concerns among both private and public estate residents. With respect to this amendment, I would like to raise 2 specific questions for the Ministry of National Development, MND. First, on the enhancement for active seniors private housing program, Clause 2 amends Section 8.1 of the Building and Construction Authority Act 1999 to confer on BCA the duty to act as an agent of the government in managing, implementing, and administering programs such as enhancement for active seniors private housing program. Currently, the EAST program for public estates falls under the HDB, with BCA now undertaking management of the EAST program for private estates. I would like to seek clarity on the implementation framework. How does BCA plan to partner with management corporation strata titles to implement the installation of fixtures? Will BCA appoint contractors directly to coordinate installations and maintain quality control across all private estates, or will MCSDs retain the discretion to hire their own contractors? If the latter, what quality assurance mechanisms will BCA put in place to ensure consistent standards across diverse contractors and estates, given the MCSDs have varying levels of capacity and expertise? Sir, as of January 2025, the EAST program for public estates has benefited 140,000 households. As the program is extended to private estates, it is important that robust implementation and quality assurance frameworks are in place to ensure similar positive outcomes. Second, on post-completion maintenance of the estate upgrading program, the same amendment confers on BCA the duty to act as an agent of government in management, implementation, and administration of programs established and funded by the government for the upgrading of public spaces, infrastructure, and facilities in private estates. While the BCA is given a role in consultations and site assessments, the bill does not clearly address who bears responsibility for estate maintenance and upkeep after upgrading works are done. I will ask the Ministry to clarify whether this responsibility continues to rest with BCA, and if so, whether commensurate support will be extended to them. Sir, neighbourhood estates are shared spaces that form a collective memory for all Singaporeans. Ensuring a fair, transparent, and sustainable allocation of resources is critical to the longevity of such programs. Sir, now I would like to speak about the increased penalties for wildlife feeding. Clause 19 amends Section 5A3 of the Wildlife Act 1965 to increase the penalties for an offence that relates to the intentional feeding of any wildlife in any place. Over the past year, I have raised several parliamentary questions on the management of our pigeon population. Residents regularly flag concerns about pigeons roosting on aircon ledges, and some have even had birds fly into their kitchens and balconies. I therefore welcome the bill's stronger stance on wildlife feeding. That said, I will urge the ministry to also address the deeper social dimension of this behavior. A recent CNA article highlighted that the habit of feeding birds can go beyond mere recalcitrance. It can reflect social isolation and a lack of purposeful engagement, particularly among seniors. Penalizing behavior without understanding its root causes risks addressing the symptom while leaving the underlying issue unresolved. With this in mind, I will ask the ministry to consider two complementary measures. First, to strengthen partnership with social service agencies to engage residents, especially isolated seniors, on the consequences of wildlife feeding, and to connect them with more meaningful social activities. Second, to pair the increased penalty regime with a corresponding uplift in enforcement efforts so that the deterrence is not only higher in principle but felt in practice. Sir, I turn now to the proposed expansion of the MCST's management funds permitted users. In Clause 16, the amendment to Section 38(3) of the Building Strata Management Act 2004 states that monies from a management fund may be disbursed for the following additional purposes. A, to organize any social, cultural, educational, or sports activity or any similar activity that benefits all subsidiary proprietors and occupiers. B, to engage any legal services for the management corporation. In short, management fund monies may now be applied towards social, cultural, educational, and sports activities, as well as engagement of legal services on behalf of the management corporation. Management funds are, at their core, contributions made collectively by subsidiary proprietors, residents who trust that their money will be managed prudently and in interest of the estate. Any expansion how these funds can be used therefore warrants careful scrutiny. Under the current framework, expenditures above a prescribed threshold must be authorized through an ordinary or special resolution at the annual general meeting, ensuring that residents have a say in significant financial decisions. I would like to ask the ministry whether these same safeguards apply equally to expenditures under the newly expanded scope. If a management corporation wishes to draw on the management fund for a social event or legal engagement, would the existing resolution requirements still govern that decision? I raise this because the expansion, while bearing good intentions, opens the door to potential misuse if oversight mechanisms are not clearly extended to cover these new categories. The use of management funds for legal services is of particular concern. Without clear parameters, there is a risk that funds could be directed towards legal proceedings that serve the interests of a few rather than the collective. I will ask the ministry to clarify what safeguards are in place to prevent such outcomes and whether additional disclosure or reporting obligations will accompany this expanded scope. Sir, expanding what the management fund can be used for is a meaningful shift in financial governance for strata communities. Getting the safeguards right is just as important as getting the scope right. Sir, I wish to raise a final point concerning cost recovery by HDB in compulsory acquisition exercises. The clause in question amends Section 59, 63, and 67 of the Housing and Development Act, enabling HDB to recover fees, expenses, and legal costs from any compensation payable, whether in cases of property vesting under Section 59 or compulsory acquisition under Section 63. According to figures released by the MND, 203 HDB flats were compulsorily acquired between January 2020 and June 2022. Of this, 82% involve mortgage arrears. While this represents a small fraction of the broader home ownership population, each case is not merely a statistic, but a family in genuine financial distress. In light of this, I would like to pose two questions to the MND. First, will there be a cap on the amount that may be clawed back from compensation payable to affected households? Second, for families who face not only mortgage arrears but other concurrent financial obligations, whether the ministry will include a statutory floor below which compensation cannot be reduced by deductions to ensure that no family walks away from compulsory acquisition with an amount insufficient to secure alternative housing. To prevent abuse, the floor will be activated as long as the government is satisfied that the family is truly in dire straits, through standard evaluation procedures already in place for assessing means. Sir, the Singapore Statutes Miscellaneous Amendment Bill introduces meaningful changes across multiple domains, affecting residents of all walks of life. My remarks today have centered on 4 areas of concern. First, the need for a robust implementation framework governing estate upgrading program. Second, ensuring the increased penalties for wildlife feeding are accompanied by a proportionate social support. Third, establishing clear safeguards around the expanded use of MCST management funds. Fourth, securing compassionate support for families facing compulsory acquisition by HDB. Taken together, these are not merely technical amendments. They have real consequences for real Singaporeans. I urge the Ministry to address this concern directly so that the bill's intentions are realized, not just in letter but in spirit, delivering outcomes that are fair, sustainable, and humane for all.
Mr. Fadli Fauzi.
Mr. Speaker, most of this bill is uncontroversial housekeeping. Hence, I focus my remarks on Part 4, which is of a rather different character. Part 4 asks this House to declare that the sums collected over a period of years by 4 agencies under the MND, namely the HDB, the NParks, the URA, and the Commissioner of Building Control, were always validly collected. When a statutory body has collected fees without the clear rulemaking authority to do so, the responsible course is to come to Parliament, put the position right, and ensure that the underlying functions continue on a sound legal footing. That said, Mr. Speaker, I think this House should take a moment of genuine interest in how we came to need Part 4 at all. These are not minor agencies charging obscure fees. 3 of them are statutory boards with long histories and well-resourced legal and policy functions behind them. The list of affected collections includes some of the most routine transactions a citizen in Singapore will have with the state: paying to expedite a TOP application, paying to register as a renovation contractor, paying a release fee after a vehicle has been clamped in the car park at the foot of one's block. For each of these, fees were being levied and collected over a period that the bill itself implies ran for years, on a legal basis that the government now concedes was inadequate. It is a significant thing for this to have happened across 4 agencies under 4 different parent acts and to have gone undetected for as long as it did. I would therefore like to ask the Minister a few questions, because this House and the public deserve clarity. First, what is the aggregate quantum of the sums being validated under Part 4? How much money in total was collected under each of the 4 validating clauses and over what period? Moreover, how many Singaporeans have been affected by these collections? This is information this House should have before it is asked to put the matter permanently to rest. Second, on what legal basis did each of these agencies think they had the authority to impose these fees and charges in the first place? Every one of these validated categories was presumably charged pursuant to something: a rule, a subsidiary instrument, an administrative direction, or an internal policy. It would assist this House and bolster public confidence in the bill to understand what the legal basis was in each case and why it was thought at the time to be sufficient. These are questions about how the relevant agencies arrive at the view of their own powers. Third, how and when did the government come to realize that there was a problem? Fourth, what has the government done to satisfy itself that this problem is confined to 4 agencies and the categories listed in Part 4? A defect of this kind arising across 4 agencies under 4 different parent acts is not the sort of thing one expects to find in isolation. Are there something specific to the internal processes of these agencies that led to all 4 of them to independently arrive on a mistaken view of their rule-making authority? Or is there a possibility that the rule-making frameworks of our statutory bodies have a common weakness, which has now been exposed in these 4 cases, but may still be present in others? Fifth, has a cross-government review been commissioned in response to the discovery that led to Part 4? If so, who conducted it, what was its scope, and over what time frame? Are there other agencies, other fee regimes, or other categories of collection which the government has reason to believe may sit on similar uncertain legal foundations? Should this House expect further validating legislation in future sessions? If no such review has been undertaken, I would be interested to know why not. Sir, before we sign off on a retrospective validation covering years of collections under 4 separate statutes, I believe it is reasonable for the House to be informed about how and what else the government knows about the matter and what it is doing about it. Thank you, Speaker.
Ms. Eliza Chen. Not here. SPS Syed Harun. Oh, sorry, Ms. Haslina Abdul Halim.
Mr. Speaker, while amendments can be technical, outcomes are real for families, seniors, and residents who interact with public agencies every day, including my Fengshan residents in the private estates who will be undergoing our estate upgrading program Silver, the first of its kind, and my Fengshan residents in the heartlands who has had to deal with pigeon populations. Sir, I will focus on the following 3 areas, seeking clarity for my residents and for Singaporeans. The ambit of the Building and Construction Authority and its resources, enhanced custodial sentencing for feeding wildlife, and retrospective validation of fees and charges. Mr. Speaker, Clause 2 amends Section 8(1) of the BCA Act to confer the BCA to act as an agent of the government in managing, implementing, and administering programs such as the EASE program, as well as to facilitate fixtures and enhancements, including the estate upgrading program as well for public spaces and infrastructures. I think another member had also earlier mentioned this. Now, I understand, however, that operationally much of this work has already been done by BCA in partnership with other agencies. The question is, beyond primarily formalizing existing practice alone, to what extent would it materially expand BCA's ambit? And how will BCA's mandate complement rather than overlap with the functions of existing agencies as well as town councils? In particular, what gaps or needs were identified that BCA is especially well placed to address given regulatory and industry-facing expertise? I think more importantly, I also seek clarification on how resident-facing roles will be effectively managed between the BCA, town councils, agencies, and HDBs to avoid duplication and redirection. I also look forward to an update as to how this change will make a difference on the lives of our residents on the ground. To what extent can we see increase in efficiency as well as expediency? Will the BCA be increasing its headcount, vendors or contractors, for the agency to be able to keep pace with its expanded functions, as well as its key functions, including approving authority for build projects moving ahead? I will move on next to the enhanced custodial sentencing for feeding wildlife. Mr. Speaker, sir, pigeons, crows, coal birds, or the uwu birds are but only some of the bird species who have found themselves enshrined in the Hansard. For some members, they continue to be a mainstay in our appeals and petitions and top of mind to manage and tackle. Of course, these amendments to protect public health and safety are critical and much welcome. While the enhanced custodial penalty signals the government is committed to tackling disamenities caused by invasive bird species, it may lead to unintended consequences, especially among seniors and the vulnerable. In the past year, I met several seniors who were fined for feeding pigeons. One even built a DIY bird bath at his kitchen ledge so the birds could have a drink for when temperatures rise. So awareness is still lacking, and education is key. Many feeders were acting out of habit or compassion, mostly seniors or persons with cognitive impairment. Could the SPS please share the Ministry's renewed plans to partner with social service agencies to engage and educate the public, particularly seniors, about the dangers of feeding wild animals ahead of the enforcement? While a member called for a similar move earlier, I also would like to share some concrete examples of intervention that can be considered. For example, will the government consider ramping up efforts to refer cases involving the elderly or cognitively impaired persons to social services agencies for support, including interventions such as engaging individuals through frequent home visits, counseling, finding alternative activities, or interactions with family members or volunteers, so that the offenders would make themselves feel less socially isolated? Finally, would the ministry also consider publishing data on warnings, prosecutions, and custodial sentences disaggregated where possible by age or profile, so Parliament can review effectiveness of the suite of measures that are being implemented and how impactful social support would be to mitigate illegal bird feeding? With clear thresholds, a graduated enforcement approach, strong social safeguards, and proactive outreach, the amendment's intent can be achieved. Finally, retrospective validation of fees and charges. I note that the bill confirms the legality of fees collected before specified dates, while preserving the effect of existing court decisions or ongoing proceedings and barring new lawsuits commenced after 7 April 2026. Now, while such validation clauses may be necessary to provide legal certainty, they should also prompt reflection. I would therefore like to ask the Ministry whether any of these retrospectively validated fees were previously subject of legal challenge or adverse judicial comment. If so, what lessons have been learned from these episodes? And more broadly, what steps have been taken to strengthen internal processes and legal review so that statutory powers to levy fees and charges are consistently clear, properly authorized, and transparent going forward? Mr. Speaker, I raise these clarifications to underscore the importance of maintaining public trust in statutory administration, as well as the safeguards in place to prevent similar issues from arising in future. Sir, in Malay, please. Dengan setiap pemindahan rang undang-undang,
with every amendment to the bill, the key question that needs to be asked is what difference to the public experience which will be beneficial. Earlier, I asked for the clarification on the expansion of the BCA's role, the prison sentence for feeding wild animals, and the confirmation of previous fees and charges. On the BCA, an explanation of how the amendment changes the way the BCA works with other agencies such as HDB and the town councils, which will help Singaporeans identify which party to approach. In addition, it is also important for the public to understand to what extent the BCA will ensure that it will increase the capacity of its staff and contractors to ensure more efficient implementation, especially in declaring the approval of construction projects. Meanwhile, the doubling of penalties for feeding wild animals, I agree that protecting public health is of paramount importance and must take priority. However, preparations must also be enhanced so that the impact on the elderly and those with cognitive needs can be addressed. I recommend that an integrated approach, early engagement, education and awareness, and collaboration with the Social Service Agency, SSA, which is important. For example, cases involving the elderly or disabled can be referred to for home visits, counseling, and support in identifying alternative activities. I also recommend sharing information openly so that effectiveness can be examined together. Finally, regarding the verification of past or previous fees and charges, what are some of the measures that will be strengthened to ensure transparency and that incidents do not recur? Mr. Speaker, although technical, the amendments will have a real impact on the lives of residents. Therefore, clarification, enlightenment, approach, and education are important.
It appears to be technical, but it is necessary to understand how provisions will be implemented, as there are implications for governance frameworks, coordination between agencies, public confidence, as well as awareness. I look forward to the Ministry's responses. Notwithstanding the clarifications, Mr. Speaker, sir, I support the bill.
Mr. David Ho.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to speak in support of the statute's miscellaneous amendment bills. I'm not going to speak on every part of the bill, but instead I wish to focus on 5 specific areas where the amendments directly affect residents' lived experience, professional pathways, and public understanding. My first point is about the expanded role of BCA in private residential estate. This bill allows BCA to act as an agent of a government in managing, implementing, and administering programs for upgrading of public spaces, infrastructure, and facilities in private residential estates. The stated aim is to improve the quality of life of residents in those estates. I welcome this move. Very often, when we talk about estate upgrading, our mind turns to HDB estate. And this is understandable because HDB houses about 80% of our resident population. But aging in place, mobility and safety are not only issues faced by people who live in HDB, but also many seniors who live in private estates too. When I visit Faber Hill Estate in my constituency, I meet a sizable number of seniors there. And this bill matters to them because it affects their daily living. This senior shared with me that even as they age, they no longer want to drive. They want to walk. They want to take public transport. They want to rely just on their legs. Therefore, I welcome this bill, the role that BCA plays in private estates to improve quality of life. However, I would like to ask the Minister if we could clarify what does quality of life, how is it defined in this case, and how do we measure? Because this phrase sounds simple, but it really can mean different things to different people. For one resident, quality of life could mean nicer landscaping. For another, it's better lighting at night. For an elderly resident, it's about being able to safely walk from the home to the bus stop. For those on wheelchair and walking aid, it is whether the pavements are even and whether they are safe enough for crossing. So I hope the ministry will be able to share what indicators are we looking at to assess quality of life, impact, and such upgrading works. In other words, the question shouldn't be, did we build something? But it should be, did we make life meaningfully better for our residents as a result of all these things that we are building? My second point concerns about the bill provision of BCA to provide administrative support services to bodies of professional engineer board and strata title boards. Could the Minister also clarify what does this entail in practice? For example, does this refer to secretary support, shared services, case administration, IT system service, or operational functions? This will help us to better understand how these amendments improve efficiency while preserving substantive independence and professional judgment of these bodies. Administrative support can sound mundane, but it shapes how efficiently and responsively public-facing bodies will operate. If a professional board or tribunal has a good administrative support, application can be processed faster, correspondence may be clearer, and members of public may receive more timely response. At the same time, administrative support should also strengthen efficiency without blurring the roles of relevant boards. So I appreciate clarification on how BCA support will be structured. Third, I would like to talk about URA's expanded role in coordinating transport, utilities, and other infrastructure planning. This, in my view, is an important amendment. So allow me to now return back to the issue of mobility, especially for our seniors. In my constituency, residents have shared their concerns about overhead bridge not having lifts. At Faber Hills Estate, many residents have been asking for years whether we could build a lift in the overhead bridge linking from Faber Drive to New West Park, because honestly, they would prefer just to walk across the bridge to have their breakfast there. Furthermore, residents have also requested for a lift of an overhead bridge at Block 343, Clementi, for more than 10 years. And Speaker, sir, it pains me every single time when I go on house visit, residents say the same thing. They say, David, every time I take a bus and I stop in front of Block 343, there's a flight of stairs. We just stand there and wait for someone to come and help us to carry our groceries up. These lifts matter to these seniors because they have to climb up a flight of stairs. Hence, if we are able to build lifts on overhead bridge, this matters to our seniors. My main point here is this. Whether seniors living in private estate or public estate, the need for better infrastructure to support mobility matters to our seniors. This is especially true, as I said, for elderly seniors, residents with mobility issues, parents with prams, or caregivers accompanying someone frail. An overhead bridge without lift access can be a real obstacle, especially in our mature estate. So when URA takes a clearer coordinating role in transport and infrastructure planning, will this help agencies, including LTA, where relevant, identify, prioritize such accessibility gaps more systematically, including overhead bridges without lifts? I appreciate that agencies such as LTA will continue to lead many of these efforts, but I hope the Minister can clarify how URA enhanced role will improve coordination and responsiveness to the ground. If URA's role is to coordinate the planning of transport utilities and other infrastructures, then I hope the coordination will be felt not just in master plans or major development, but also in the small practical improvement that affects daily lives. Because sometimes, the most meaningful infrastructure improvement is not the most dramatic one. It is the one that allows elderly residents to be able to make their journey independently, safely, with dignity. My fourth point concerns recognizing pre-qualification of practical experience for architects and professional engineers. Let me just make this clear, I support this move. For young people entering the built environment, the path to professional registration can be a long and demanding one. It's not that after you graduate with an engineering degree, you immediately become a professional engineer. That's not true, because it is a long and demanding one today. Practical experience matter, because their practical experience helps to shape judgment, confidence, and professional competency. If a person has acquired relevant experience before formal qualification, then it is sensible whether these experiences should be counted. This is especially important because if we want to attract and retain talent in the built environment sector, because many young people want meaningful careers, but they also look at how long the pathway takes and whether the system recognizes the work they have already done. So in principle, I actually support this bill and this direction. However, the built environment is also one where public safety is directly at stake. Let me explain. Because architects and professional engineers make decisions that will affect building infrastructure and safety of our public. So while we make pathways more flexible, we must be careful that we do not dilute standards. Will the qualifying assessment remain robust enough to assure that the public that the flexibility in pathways does not mean dilution in professional standards? In my view, the right balance should be this. Do not make pathways unnecessarily long or rigid, but also do not make flexibility to become ambiguous. If pathways are shortened, then public assurance must be strengthened. My fifth point concerns the inclusion of hybrid plants under endangered species framework. I understand the intent. If hybrid plants derived from scheduled species are not covered, then there might be loopholes that could be exploited in illegal wildlife and plants trade. And Singapore has a role to play in preventing such trade and supporting conservation. I support this intent. But I would also like to point out from a practical point of view from the ordinary consumer, especially those who buy plants online, many might not exactly know what is a hybrid plant. I'll be honest to confess to everyone, while preparing for this bill, I also don't understand what exactly is a hybrid plant. And I had to go Google, oh, so this is how a hybrid plant looks like. So what am I trying to say here? Many consumers who are just buying plants, they really might not know what constitutes a hybrid plant. So they may not know its origin, whether it's derived from a regulated species. So I'd like to ask the government how the government will ensure that ordinary individuals do not unknowingly break the law. Will there be public education efforts explaining what kind of plants are affected? Will there be simple consumer-facing guidance with pictures or example? More broadly, could the minister clarify where the responsibility would lie in common scenarios when a consumer buys plant from an online overseas store or a local retailer sells plant without clearly indicating whether it might be a regulated hybrid? I raise this because strong regulation should go in hand with strong awareness. Now, I'd just like to make a brief point on the validation of past fees and charges. The bills validates various fees and charges previously collected by agencies as BCA, HDB, MParks, and URA. In plain English, this means that Parliament is asked to confirm that certain sums collected in the past are to be treated properly and legally collected. I understand that from time to time, legislation that may need to regularize technical gaps or clarify legal basis for administrative practice. But whenever Parliament is asked to validate past collections, it would be helpful for the government to, number one, explain clearly what happened, number two, whether any members of the public were materially affected. While I have trust in the integrity of our public servants to do good by Singaporeans, public trust must continue to be sustained and strengthened when such matters are explained clearly and candidly. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me conclude by saying that I support the bill. As with many bills of this nature, the real test is whether the resident will feel the difference. If BCA were to take on estate upgrading in our private estate, in our private residential estate, residents should feel that their daily mobility, safety, and comfort have improved. If URA is coordinating infrastructure planning, seniors should feel that agencies are working together to solve real access issues on the ground. If professional pathways are made more flexible, young people should feel that their experience is recognized, while the public must remain assured that standards are not diluted. If hybrid plants are brought in within the regulatory framework, the ordinary consumer should be educated clearly so that compliance is practical and not confusing. And where past fees and charges are validated, the public should receive clear explanations so trust is preserved. Thank you.
Mr. Andre Loh.
Mr. Speaker, my colleagues have addressed other provisions in this bill, including estate upgrading programs, wildlife and strata management changes, and updates to HDB's cost recovery framework. I have nothing to add on those parts. My concern is part 4, the retroactive validation of past fee collections. Parliament sometimes has to correct administrative mistakes when an agency has been collecting fees without proper legal basis and foundation, and that gap is discovered. This House may need to regularize that position. This is unremarkable in itself. What is not unremarkable is the full scope of what Parliament is being asked to do. We are not simply being asked to validate past collections, we are also being asked to simultaneously extinguish citizens' rights to challenge those collections in court permanently. For anyone who had not commenced proceedings before the 7th of April 2026, the date of the first reading of this bill, this is not mere legal housekeeping. It is a significant step, and Parliament deserves the information to assess whether it is a justified one. We have not been given that information. In 2023, when this House debated the Constitution of the Republic of Singapore, bracket Amendment number 3, close bracket bill, a bill to enable President Tharman to hold international appointments in his private capacity, with its operative provisions backdated to the date of his inauguration. Then Deputy Prime Minister Lawrence Wong stated that backdating upsets expectations and prejudices individuals who rely on the existing law. He went on to argue that the backdating in that bill was acceptable because no one was actually prejudiced. That is one possible test for when retrospective legislation may be appropriate and a reasonable one. And it is precisely a test that Parliament cannot apply today because the government has not told us who was affected by these collections, by how much, or for how long. We are being asked to bar citizens from bringing claims without knowing whether those claims could have had merit. There is a second point the government needs to address. In the Goods and Services Tax Amendment Bill 2024, which addressed wrongly charged GST on government fees, the government drew a principled line. The 18 fees it acknowledged as genuinely wrongly charged, collected against its own policy intent, were refunded. Validation was reserved for a separate category. Fees the government maintained were correctly charged in substance, where the legal basis was uncertain due to inconsistent agency interpretation. Refund for what was wrong in substance, validate for what was ambiguous in law. This House approved that approach, and now consider where the agencies referred to in this bill sit on that spectrum. They did not merely charge fees on uncertain legal ground. They collected fees and, in HDB's case, made deductions from acquisition compensation without proper statutory authority. By the government's own logic in 2024, that is closer to the category that warrants restitution. Instead, Parliament is being asked to validate without refund and without any account of what was taken. Mr. Speaker, I am not asserting that large numbers of people suffered serious harm. I do not know. Neither does this House, because the government has not said. For each of the 4 agencies in Part 4, BCA, HDB, NParks, and URA, Parliament has not been given the duration of the lapse, the total amounts collected or deducted without authority, or any account of how many individuals were affected and to what extent. We are being asked to permanently bar legal proceedings without knowing the claims we are extinguishing. The HDB compulsory acquisition deductions are where this matters most. When HDB acquires a resident's flat, the resident is owed compensation as of right. If HDB was deducting its own administrative and legal costs from that compensation without statutory authority, then affected residents receive less than what the law entitled them to. Clause 18 prospectively authorizes such deductions going forward. That is Parliament's prerogative, but Part 4 simultaneously declares that past deductions were always lawful and closes the door on any legal challenge. Those who had already commenced proceedings before 7 April retain their rights, but everyone else is permanently shut out from that date, an arbitrary line drawn at the moment of first reading. I would add only this. If the deductions were trivial and affected very few people, the government can say so. The information exists. If the answer is reassuring, disclosure costs nothing. Its absence is harder to explain. I will not dwell on this, but it warrants a brief observation. 4 statutory boards under one ministry have simultaneously been found to have operated outside of their statutory remit. The bill regularizes the legal position. It does not explain how this came about across all 4 agencies at once, and it puts no mechanism in place to prevent a recurrence. Mr. Speaker, in Mandarin, please.
Mr. Speaker, the bill that we are debating today touches a very fundamental question of fairness. In simple terms, certain government agencies have been collecting fees from members of public without legal authorization. The government now seeks to amend the law to retrospectively legalize these charges and to permanently shut the door on any avenue for affected citizens to seek recourse through the courts. What concerns me most is that among these unlawful charges are fees deducted by HDB when compulsorily acquiring flats. As my colleague Mohamed has pointed out, families facing the compulsory acquisition of their homes are often already in very difficult circumstances. For these families, every cent that has been deducted is money they can ill afford to lose. The Workers' Party recognizes that administrative errors made by government agencies can be corrected. But the way to correct a mistake should not be to use legislative power to wipe the slate clean on past wrongdoings, or worse, to strip ordinary citizens of their right to seek justice. The government must be transparent and forthcoming. It must clearly state how many people have been affected by this error and what the total sum is involved. It should also explain why it is not considering refunding the fees that was wrongly collected. The government owes the public a clear and honest account of what has happened, rather than using legislation to quietly draw a line under the matter.
His position is not that administrative lapses can never be retrospectively corrected. They can. And this House has approved such corrections before. The concern now is more specific. Parliament is being asked to extinguish citizens' legal rights without being given the basic information to assess whether that is appropriate, who was affected, by how much, and why restitution, that is, refunds to the affected individuals, especially those whose flats have been compulsorily acquired, was not considered. That information has not been provided. The government's own standard, set as recently as 2024, requires more than this.
Ms. Elisa Chen.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the Statutes Miscellaneous Amendments Bill, in particular, 3 sets of changes. These are the clearer mandates for the Building and Construction Authority and the Urban Redevelopment Authority, the provisions that enable government-funded upgrading in private residential estates, and the formal certification framework for endangered species under our environmental laws. At first glance, these amendments may appear technical and disparate, but taken together, they speak to a deeper responsibility, the duty of stewardship. Stewardship of our built environment, so that our city remains livable and humane. Stewardship of our neighborhoods, so that no community is left behind as we renew and upgrade. And stewardship of the natural world that our children will inherit. In a small and highly urbanized country like Singapore, stewardship is not an abstract ideal. It is a daily discipline of care, planning, and restraint. It requires us to think not just as users of our spaces, but as custodians of what we will pass on to the next generation. It is in this spirit that I support the amendments before us today. First, on the changes to BCA and URA, good urban life does not happen by accident. It is the outcome of deliberate planning, careful coordination, and the steady work of many public officers whom residents rarely see. The amendments confer new statutory functions on BCA as the government agency for upgrading programs in private residential estates and expand URA's statutory mandate to coordinate not just land use, but transport, utilities, and other infrastructure planning. This clarity of mandate is what allows agencies to act decisively instead of passing issues from one agency to another in a way that frustrates the public. Citizens do not experience the world in terms of which agency is in charge of which function. They experience whether the footpath is shaded and barrier-free, whether the bus stop is sensibly located, and whether a new development minimizes disruption to daily life. In a land-scarce city like Singapore, this kind of integrated planning is essential to our quality of life. It determines whether an elderly resident can move independently using ramps and lifts, whether a parent pushing a stroller can reach the MRT station without navigating an obstacle course, and whether we preserve green spaces as our city becomes denser. I support these changes because they move us towards a model of urban governance, where agencies are empowered to collaborate and solve problems together. That is how we can make a dense city feel humane, gracious, and livable. Second, I support the policies that enable upgrading for private residential estates. For many years, we have rightly invested in upgrading and renewal for public housing estates. This has kept older HDB towns livable and vibrant, and it reflects our social compact that public housing should remain a good home throughout a person's life. However, good urban life does not stop at the boundary of an HDB precinct. Many Singaporeans live in older private estates, in walk-up apartments, strata developments, or landed homes, where common spaces are aging and accessibility features are lacking. By giving clearer statutory powers for government-driven upgrading programs to extend to private residential estates, we recognize that the quality of the environment in these neighborhoods also matters for social cohesion and inclusion. In some older estates, residents have shared concerns about uneven pavements that are dangerous for seniors, or the lack of resting points between bus stops and homes on slopes. Some management corporations struggle to gather enough resources or consensus among owners to implement barrier-free access or senior-friendly features or even upgrading lifts. These amendments provide a stronger legal footing for the government to step in with structured upgrading schemes. This can support improvements that benefit the wider community, such as accessible paths, safer crossings, greened walkways, better drainage, as well as intergenerational fitness and play areas and green spaces where young and old can come together, enjoying enriched social connections and a rejuvenated local community. Of course, we must design cost-sharing, co-creation, and citizen consultation arrangements carefully so that homeowners are treated fairly
and the voices of tenants, seniors, and caregivers are properly heard. Done well, this is an investment in making every neighborhood, public or private, a place where people of different ages and abilities can live well together. Third, I strongly support the provisions that formalize certification for endangered species and related products. Singapore is a small country, but we are a significant node in regional and global trade. These amendments add weight to our existing commitments under international frameworks, such as the Convention on International Trade and Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora, and ensure that our participation is not symbolic. They carry real responsibility to ensure that our ports, airports, and marketplaces do not become conduits for the exploitation of endangered wildlife. But beyond regulations, we must also confront the profound suffering endured by the trafficked animals. When animals are trafficked, they are exposed to terrible conditions. They are crammed into carriers with poor ventilation for days, if not weeks, with many dying from stress, dehydration, and suffocation during transit. Those that make it into our homes suffer from physical and psychological trauma. The reptiles with spinal issues from overbreeding and the Indian star tortoises who struggle to adapt to tropical humidity are all examples of the cruelty inflicted on sentient beings if we allow such trade to take place on our shores. A clearer certification framework, including for hybrid plants or products derived from scheduled species, gives traders, travelers, and enforcement agencies a common understanding of the rules. It will help legitimate businesses to prove that their goods are compliant, and it helps the authorities to act swiftly and fairly when there is suspicion of illegal wildlife trade. As markets for exotic plants, animals, and derivatives become more complex with hybrids, online trading, and niche collectors, we cannot rely on outdated or vague definitions. Can we aspire to be a city that prospers while setting high standards for environmental stewardship? By tightening our endangered species regime and making certification more robust, we signal that Singapore chooses to acknowledge the incredibly hidden but rich native biodiversity. Our precious and sensitive ecosystems support some of the rarest species on Earth, the Sunda pangolin, Singapore freshwater crab, and straw-headed bobo. Each illegally trafficked animal carries more than suffering on the individual level, but the potential to change our natural habitats and change our biodiversity and landscape forever. We must instead strive to keep the gentle balance of our natural world so that our children and many more after them may continue to marvel at natural wonder and the wisdom it brings to our society. Last but not least, I would like to speak on the amendments made to the Wildlife Act 1965 with regard to wildlife feeding. Our current penalty framework has not been updated in decades and no longer reflects the seriousness with which we treat wildlife crimes or the subtle ways we harm the ecosystem through our actions, no matter how well-intentioned they may be. With this amendment, we solidify our stance on wildlife feeding and strengthen enforcement, sending a clear message. Wildlife crimes are serious harms. But more importantly, they also reflect a growing understanding that not all harms to wildlife come from malice. Many come from misguided kindness. When residents feed pigeons and crows in our parks and public spaces, they often do so out of genuine compassion and love for animals. However, these birds are remarkably well adapted to urban life and are fully capable of foraging for their own food. In fact, it had been observed that pigeons often forage for food on open fields if they're not given human food. Artificial feeding can disrupt the ecosystem, leading to increased competition with native birds and eventually culling in massive numbers when populations start to affect our human environment. The cruelty is beyond the feeding and culling, but the cascade of consequences onto our native wildlife and neighbours due to our actions. This amendment hopefully invites us to reflect more broadly on our relationship with the way we view urban wildlife. Are these animals that we complain about encroaching into our spaces, or have we rather encroached into theirs? Who truly belongs where, and what does genuine coexistence look like? Can we truly be a city in nature if our greenery is sterile, quiet, and homogeneous? We need more serious, ongoing conversations in our spaces. We must learn that kindness takes many forms, and sometimes restraint is compassion and consideration. Some may have noticed some banners that we have recently put up in Bishan East Sim trying to address these issues, with poems written in 4 languages, reminding people that the truly kind act is not to feed the birds as they are able to forage for food on their own. Some describe the posters as Shakespeare in the wild. I would like to thank Urban Birds Initiative Singapore for their collaboration with me to engage and educate our residents through these creative posters. But moving forwards requires not just poetic words, but deep conviction and a willingness to change our attitudes and behaviors, to understand that protecting wildlife often means stepping back and allowing wild animals to remain wild instead of feeding them. Only when we can peacefully coexist with our wild neighbors can we honor our urban environments. That said, I would like to put forth some clarifications about the amendments within this bill. First, on the changes of scope to the URA and BCA Act. How will the enhanced statutory coordinating role of URA interact with existing planning functions of agencies like LTA, HDB, and PUB, and what mechanisms will be used to resolve disagreements in priorities or timelines? Could the government provide clearer criteria or examples of the types of projects where URA will now take the lead in coordination versus where sectoral agencies remain the primary drivers? On the amendments pertaining to upgrading of private estates, what are the key criteria that will be used to identify which private residential estates can benefit from government-funded upgrading, and will there be a transparent application or nomination process? How will the government ensure that less well-off or older private estates, which may have weaker management corporations or more vulnerable residents, are not left behind compared to more organized and better resourced estates? What types of works will be prioritized under these upgrading programs? For example, barrier-free access, safety features, environmental sustainability or amenities, and how will trade-offs be decided? How does the government intend to maintain a fair balance between long-standing commitments to HDB upgrading and the extension of support to private estates so that perceptions of equity are preserved? On the Endangered Species Import and Export Act, has the government assessed the compliance costs and administrative burden on small traders, nurseries, pet shops, and logistics operators? And if so, what were the key findings? Will there be phased implementation, grace periods, or targeted support, for example, guidance materials or clinics, to help smaller players adapt to the new certification regime? While the amended penalties under the Wildlife Act serve as important financial deterrents, we must recognize that many bird feeders act out of genuine kindness. A CNA report on 17th March this year stated that, on average, there were nearly 320 cases of illegal bird feeding this year, with half of them involving seniors. Will the government consider alternative forms of penalty for repeat offenders, such as corrective community service, alongside psychological and social support? This is crucial, since illegal feeding often reflects a deeper issue, an epidemic of senior loneliness. For many elderly seniors, feeding birds provides purpose, connection, and dignity. One of my recalcitrant bird feeders told enforcement officers from NEA that he continues to feed birds because his wife had appeared in a dream and told him to do so. Rather than only punishing this expression of unmet need, should we not address the loneliness itself through befriending programs and community services? Enforcement can then become an act of care, protecting both wildlife and our lonely seniors. Mr. Speaker, please allow me to continue my speech in Mandarin.
A CNA report on 17th March this year stated that on average there were nearly 320 cases of illegal bird feeding a year, with half of them involving seniors. Will the government consider alternative forms of penalties for repeat offenders, such as corrective community service, alongside psychological and social support? This is crucial, Since illegal feeding often reflects a deeper issue, an epidemic of senior loneliness. For many elderly citizens, feeding birds provides purpose, connection, and dignity. One of my recalcitrant bird feeders told enforcement officers from NEA that he continues to feed birds because his wife had appeared in a dream to tell him to do so. Rather than only punishing this expression of unmet need, should we not address the loneliness itself through befriending programs and community services? Enforcement can then become an act of care, providing both wildlife and our lonely seniors. This bill reminds us that the law is not only about prohibition and penalties, but instead helps us to be better stewards about shaping and safeguarding the conditions for a good life, not just for ourselves, but for those who come after us. Good stewardship means well-planned and inclusive neighborhoods, livable homes across both public and private estates, and a natural environment that we protect, recognizing that we are not its masters, but its caretakers.
Reminds us that the law is not only about prohibitions and penalties, but instead helps us to be better stewards, about shaping and safeguarding the conditions for a good life, not just for ourselves, but for those who come after us. Good stewardship means well-planned and inclusive neighborhoods, livable homes across both public and private estates, and a natural environment that we protect, recognizing that we are not its masters, but its caretakers. I support the amendments before the House, and I'm confident that if we carry forward this spirit of stewardship across government, communities, and individuals, we will continue to build a Singapore that is not only efficient and livable, but also deeply cared for, responsibly governed, and worthy of being entrusted to future generations.
SPS, Dr. Syed Harun.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank members for their support of the bill as well as their comments on the bill. Please allow me to address members' comments in 6 broad areas. The first area is on the expanded functions and duties of the Building and Construction Authority, BCA, and the Urban Redevelopment Authority, URA. Mr. David Ho asked about URA's expanded coordinating role and how it will interact with existing planning functions of agencies like LTA, HDB, and PUB. First, let me clarify that URA already coordinates infrastructure and land use planning as part of its role as Singapore's National Urban Planning Authority. URA works with different agencies through existing interagency platforms and administrative processes to ensure that infrastructure is implemented ahead of time. These are large-scale infrastructure which are planned and implemented to support developments such as industries, public housing, and transport facilities and train lines. URA's role here is to coordinate and resolve differences in priorities and timelines across different projects to ensure quality infrastructure can be delivered in an optimized way. Therefore, what the amendments seek to do is to formally recognize URA's role and give it a clear mandate to coordinate the planning of infrastructure. As individual agencies each have their own development timelines and priorities, URA will coordinate the planning and implementation of major infrastructure such as road viaducts and underground utilities such as water, gas, and electricity networks above a certain scale. to ensure underground space is used efficiently and public disamenities such as repeated road openings are kept to a minimum. The amendments do not supersede the primary planning responsibilities and functions of agencies like LTA and HDB. These agencies will continue to lead planning and implementation of their development and infrastructure within their respective domains, such as for smaller scale municipal infrastructure. For instance, to Mr. David Ho's query, the retrofitting of lifts in overhead bridges will continue to be led by LTA. Agencies will continue to work together to resolve issues which require cross-agency collaboration. With regard to BCA's expanded functions in managing upgrading programs in private residential estates, Ms. Hazlina Abdul Halim asked about how BCA's role will complement that of other agencies, as well as about the resourcing for BCA. Mr. David Ho asked about the criteria for selecting private estates for upgrading, how works are prioritized and coordinated, and how their impact is measured. BCA will manage infrastructure upgrading projects in private residential estates. The respective roles of other agencies such as HDB and NParks remain unchanged. When needed, BCA will work with agencies to coordinate upgrading works as well as engagements with residents. And on resourcing, we will resource BCA as necessary to carry out its functions. Private residential estates are selected for upgrading based on a range of factors. For instance, under the Estate Upgrading Program, EUP, which enhances the publicly accessible common areas in private estates, MND considers factors such as estate's age and physical condition, the urgency of works needed, and whether there is meaningful scope for improvement. The prioritization of upgrading works is based on specific conditions and needs of the estate, with a focus on improvements that directly enhance resident safety, accessibility, and livability. To Mr. Abdul Mohaimin Malik's question about the maintenance and upkeep of the completed works in EUP, the maintenance of upgraded infrastructure and facilities is undertaken by the respective agencies, such as NParks and LTA. A resident-centered approach is adopted for the evaluation of upgrading works to assess whether upgrades make a meaningful difference to residents' daily lives. For example, under the recently launched Enhance for Active Seniors Private Housing or EASE Private program, BCA has introduced a post-installation feedback process to seek residents' views on their satisfaction with the application and installation process and to identify areas for improvement. To Mr. Abdul Mohaimin Malik's question about the EASE private program, I wish to clarify that BCA appoints the contractors to install the senior-friendly fittings for eligible seniors to improve mobility and safety within their homes. MCSDs are not involved in this process. After installation, the owners or occupants would be responsible for the maintenance of the fittings. We have announced the details of the program in February 2026, and the member may wish to refer to the details of the program on the EASE Private website. Mr. David Ho also asked about the nature of BCA's administrative support to the Professional Engineers Board and the Strata Titles Board, and the governance arrangements which will be put in place to ensure that the independence and judgment of the boards is preserved. I wish to assure the member that BCA's role is strictly administrative. BCA provides routine back-office administrative support to PEB and STB, such as in bookkeeping and payroll processing. All regulatory, decision-making, and educative functions remain solely with the respective boards. These arrangements allow the boards to focus on their core functions while benefiting from BCA's sectoral expertise and economies of scale from shared administrative resources. The next area is on the recognition of pre-qualification experience for professional engineers and architects. Mr. David Ho asked whether recognition of pre-qualification experience might dilute professional standards. The answer is no. To be clear, this set of amendments allow the Professional Engineers Board and the Board of Architects to consider recognizing relevant pre-qualification experience. Before doing so, the boards will assess whether the pre-qualification practical experience is relevant and adequately contributes to candidates developing the competencies and skills expected of a professional engineer or registered architect. The third theme of questions surround the validation of fees collected by MND's statutory boards, which Mr. David Ho, Ms. Valerie Lee, Mr. Fadli Fauzi, Mr. Andre Loh, and Ms. Hazlina Abdul Halim raised. Now, the fees and charges in question were introduced over the years by various statutory boards for the provision of specific services to support residents' and industry's needs. The policy intent is clear and consistent with the cost recovery principles, but the fees were not formally prescribed in subsidiary legislation or the Parent Act at the time of implementation, as they were first regarded as administrative charges. Upon a 2025 review conducted by MND in consultation with the Attorney General's Chambers, AGC, MND was advised that it is better for these identified fees to be provided for in legislation. I wish to assure Mr. David Ho that the fees were appropriate and charged in good faith for services that were duly provided based on the principles of cost recovery. We also disagree with how Mr. Andre Loh and Mr. Fadli Fauzi has characterized the issue. MND has chosen to bring this issue to Parliament as we are open and transparent about the matter. The fees charged were appropriate, not wrongly collected, and we are validating to ensure that this is moving forward aligned with legislation. Mr. Andre Loh also mentioned that 18 fees were acknowledged as genuinely wrongly charged, collected against policy intent, and were subsequently refunded as part of the Goods and Services Tax Amendment Bill in 2024. However, in those cases, only the GST was refunded and not the actual fee itself, as they were collected in line with policy intent. In the specific case of compulsory acquisition by the HDB, GST was not charged as part of the fees, and the fees were also collected in line with policy intent. To Mr. Mohaimin's point on compulsory acquisition of HDB flats, compulsory acquisition cases are assessed on a case-by-case basis. And some cases are not just due to mortgage arrears, but are due to the violation of the HDB lease, such as renting out the entire flat during the minimum occupation period. On Ms. Valerie Lee and Ms. Hazlina Abdul Halim's queries, the fees are validated up to the date on which the fees are regularized and not 7th of April 2026. The cutoff date of 7 April 2026 is the date of the first reading of the bill. If the bill is passed, legal proceedings with respect of the collection of the payment of the fee or payment of the fees will be prevented from being instituted between the first reading and the date which the bill comes into force. This approach aligns to that for validations under previous bills, such as the Transport Sector Miscellaneous Amendment Bill. None of the validated fees were previously subject to legal challenge or adverse judicial comment. Moving forward, the agencies will assess if new fees or charges being introduced are related to the carrying out of statutory or regulatory functions, and properly prescribe them in legislation if needed. Fourthly, Mr. David Ho has asked about how the government will ensure that ordinary individuals Mr. David Ho has asked about how the government will ensure that ordinary individuals do not unknowingly break the law under the expanded endangered species framework. Mr. Speaker, NParks' approach is to tackle the issue upstream through regulating traders and businesses alongside public education and outreach so that ordinary consumers and hobbyists are not left in the dark. Information is available on the NParks website, and members of the public are welcome to reach out to NParks for clarity on whether permits or certificates are needed. On the amendments to the Wildlife Act, Ms. Hazlina Abdul Halim and Mr. Abdul Mohaimin Malik asked about the government's plans to educate the public about the impact of feeding wildlife and partnership with social service agencies, particularly for seniors. Ms. Eliza Chen asked whether the government would consider alternative penalties for repeat bird feeding offenders, given that some offenders are seniors whose behavior is linked to loneliness and a need for social support. As repeat offenses will no longer be punishable only with a fine, the court will have other sentencing options under the Criminal Procedure Code 2010, including community-based orders such as mandatory treatment orders. To Mr. Abdul Mohaim's question, NParks will continue to partner agencies such as the People's Association and town councils on enforcement and surveillance efforts to deter illegal wildlife feeding. We do need appropriate penalties to deter errant behaviors, but our approach is not merely to penalize. NParks will continue its public education efforts and partner with the Agency of Integrated Care, town councils, and other agencies to engage elderly offenders and those with mental health or psychological needs to understand their underlying needs and motivations that drive such behavior, to address misconceptions, and to raise awareness on the negative impacts of bird feeding. NParks offers feeders with mental health needs nature-based activities like community gardening and bird watching as alternatives to feeding. To Ms. Hazlina Abdul Halim's question on whether the government would publish data on illegal bird feeding, we have previously shared data with this House and will continue to do so where appropriate. Moving on to other miscellaneous amendments, MP Ms. Valerie Lee asked about the use of management funds of Management Corporation Strata Titles, or MCST. To clarify, the present amendments that are part of the bill had already been passed under the Building Maintenance and Strata Management Amendment Act in 2017 and do not introduce new policy. The amendments reenact these provisions, moving them into the statute's miscellaneous amendments bill to facilitate staged commencement. The substantive policy intent remains unchanged. Mr. Speaker, sir, although this bill is largely technical in nature, it does play an important role in maintaining a clear and reliable legal framework to support the work of public agencies and delivery of services. I seek the House's full support for the bill. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move.
Clarifications, Mr. Fadli Fauzi.
I would like to thank the Ministry for the clarifications. I think to begin with, I would like to frame clearly my concern with the bill. The effect of the bill is to now and forever extinguish the ability of those affected to claim any sort of financial restitution from the government, should it need be. Now, against this, we also have no idea about the size of the people who are affected. We also do not know the quantum affected. Are we talking about hundreds of thousands or hundreds of millions of dollars? So I hope the Ministry can understand why there is this deep concern with me, especially since these are not, as I said before, these are not obscure transactions, but routine transactions which affect a huge number of people, a huge number of citizens of Singapore. And again, these are things like paying to expedite a TOP application, paying to register a renovation contractor. So I hope the Ministry understands why it is, number one, important to get a sense of the numbers and the number of people, the numbers both in the sense of the total amounts that need to be claimed and the total amount of people affected. So I would like to reiterate the questions that I've asked. How much money in total was collected over under each of the 4 validating clauses, and over what period? How many Singaporeans have been affected by these collections? How many are we talking about? And I think it is important to know this information before we decide on this matter. The other thing that sort of makes me apprehensive is that on what legal basis did each of the agencies think that they had authority to impose these fees and charges? Because if I'm not wrong, the SPS said that it was classified under administrative fees. But what was the legal basis of them enabling them or allowing them to understand that they were allowed to charge these administrative fees. So again, I reiterate my second question. What legal basis did each of these agencies think that they had authority to impose these fees or charges in the first place? And of course, lastly, I think that it would be good for this House to reflect on why is it this happened. So I would also like to reiterate my last question on whether a cross-government review has been commissioned in response to the discovery. Because if it has happened for such a routine manner for over a long period of time, one can easily suspect that it may reoccur in other areas so that we can nip this problem in the bud early. Thank you.
SPS, Dr. Syed Harun.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for the clarification. And I think, first of all, it's important that we frame this bill amendment appropriately. The member frames it as having those affected, whereby it seems to suggest that there was a mistake made in the past, and therefore we're trying to correct it. And something that we've done in the past seemed to be egregious in that sense. But the spirit of this bill is really about making sure that we move forward with the legislative backing and mandate for our agencies. Previously, these charges, everyday charges with regards to allowing the 4 agencies to fulfill their statutory functions, were regarded as administrative charges. And services were indeed duly provided by the agencies. And tomorrow, services will still be provided for by the agencies. And in the course of providing these services, they had expended additional resources to deliver the services to the end user, manpower costs, administrative costs, system costs, with a view towards delivering services for the public. And on top of that, these fees were charged on the basis of cost recovery for the provision of such services. And as I mentioned earlier in my speech, opening as well as the roundup speech, that the review was conducted by the ministry in 2025 in consultation with AGC, and it was advised that it is better for fees charged, it is better for the fees charged for carrying statutory and regulatory functions to be provided for in legislation, which is what we're doing today. So the framing of what Mr. Fadli is saying, that it is something that we are trying to claim back or claw back, it's not the right framing for which we are actually moving this bill forward. And essentially, it seeks to validate past collections of the same identified fees, which then further ensures that the fees are then subsequently legislated. The agencies are given the legislative backing to further promulgate these fees, and going forward, the fees will be regularized through subsidiary legislation under the relevant parent acts. Thank you.
Mr. Fadli Fauzi.
Thank you, Minister, thank you, SPS, for the clarification. I just would like to make it clear, I have no problems going forward about, regularizing such provisions. My concern is that we have no idea about the actual numbers that are being involved. And we are asked to extinguish the rights of these people to claim any monies. So would the Minister agree with me that the numbers are important, especially when assessing the risk of any oversight that has occurred with regard to the regulation of this bill? Thank you.
SPS.
I'd like to reiterate back again to the member that the nature of the fees that were charged previously was really on account of the service that was rendered by the 4 agencies. So the the fees were openly prescribed to the extent where the services were required by Singaporeans as well as consumers. And therefore, to that end, the services were indeed duly provided for by the agencies. And on top of that, it was on the basis of cost recovery. I hope that reassures the member that whatever fees that were rendered were indeed transacted appropriately through the different agencies in accordance with their desire to make sure that the services were rendered for the public good as well as that of industry.
Monsieur William.
Thank you, Speaker. I have one clarification for the Senior Parliamentary Secretary, and that's on the necessity for the retrospective legislation. Because if I heard him correctly in his opening speech, he said that there was a comprehensive internal review after which MND was advised that the fees and charges should have been prescribed in the legislation, should have been prescribed. But in his roundup, he appears to be shifting to say that, MND was advised that it's better to do it. So which is it?
SPS, Dr. Syed Harun.
It should have been prescribed, and therefore it was better that it would have been in legislation. Of course, which is...
Mr. William, if you would like to respond.
Yeah, sorry, sir, I should have stood up. Yeah, so on that clarification, then we are given to understand that the collections were actually not legally authorized.
SPS, Dr. Syed Harun.
The fees, which were previously considered as administrative charges, have been advised to MND to ensure moving forward requires legislative backing to continue, because it is in the service of the statutory functions of the 4 agencies that are part of this amendment.
Mr. Andre Loh.
Thank you, Speaker. My questions to the SPS are in 3 parts. The first is a bit of a repetition of what my colleague Mr. Fauzi previously asked, but I don't believe his clarifications have been adequately addressed. It's simply about the numbers. Are numbers going to be forthcoming? Are they available? I would really appreciate a straight answer. Second, on the nature of the fees collected, I think my colleague Ms. Lim has also alluded to this. You mentioned earlier that fees and charges should have been prescribed in legislation, should have been being the operating terms. Now you are using a number of different terms: duly, appropriate, not wrongly collected, good faith. I think the simple question is, were the fees illegally collected? And I think on a reading of the fact that this bill is before us today, that we are regularizing the position prospectively, it goes to follow logically that previously it was not legal. So perhaps if the SPS could clarify. And finally, it's a very simple question. Will there be refunds? If there are not going to be any refunds, why no refunds?
Minister Chi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think my colleague, SPS Syed Harun, has explained several times that the fees were previously considered as administrative fees. And he also explained why services were provided and these fees were collected on a cost recovery basis, which is the correct principle. So if the Workers' Party agrees that that is the correct approach, where we provide service, we should recover the costs, which will otherwise have to be funded by taxpayers if we don't do that, then there's really no refund to talk about, because this is not a wrong collection. So I think that's the first point we got to be clear. The second point is, we did this review ourselves together with AGC. It wasn't due to a complaint or a question posed by a member of parliament. We initiated this review and we decided that to be upfront, to be open, to be transparent. We want to bring it to the House and do it properly. Going forward, we want to make sure that we put it into legislation so that there's clarity. And for those fees that were collected in the past, and as I've explained, not wrongly collected, they were appropriate and they were correctly collected. We want to make sure that we validate and we do this through this bill. So I hope we understand what this debate is about and what it is not about. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Pritam Singh.
Minister, do you have the number of people affected and the quantum of monies we're talking about? Does the government have that information, and is it prepared to share that information in Parliament before we vote on the bill?
SPS, Dr. Syed Harun.
I beg your indulgence, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't have the full number of the extent of the agent of the collective amount for as asked by Mr. Pritam Singh, but I can give you some indication in terms of what are the current numbers that we are looking at for specific agencies. In terms of the fees charged by Housing Development Board, the fees range from $3.27 for the renewal of a policy under the HDB Fire Insurance Scheme for owners who default in renewing the policy to $545 for an application for HDB's consent to sell a commercial property not under the lodgement scheme. We have other administrative fees which are also levied, but in total, specific to HDB as an example, the total annual amount collected give me a minute just to make sure my numbers are right.
SPS, Dr. Syed Harun, if you need more time to gather the numbers, because we've been, oh, sorry, Minister Chi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to explain to Mr. Singh and to the honourable members of the Workers' Party that it's not that we do not want to give you a number, it's that I hope you understand these fees were collected for over a long period of time. If I'm not wrong, I think since independence, when we first started. So we may not have the full, accurate record of all the amounts collected that we are able to share with you precisely. And that's why I think my colleague, SPS Said Harun, was struggling a little bit to look for the exact information. But let me put it this way. If we agree that that amount that was collected is not incorrect, inappropriate, and wrongly collected, but it is because it was regarded as an administrative fee that was charged, then I think whatever the amount is, and we will certainly try our very best to see whether we can arrive at that number accurately, but whatever the amount is, I think it's something which we are trying to do what is right going forward, validating the past collections, and going forward, putting it into legislation. So I do seek Mr. Singh's understanding that we are dealing with a situation which goes back decades, and it's not the last 3 years or the last 5 years that we are able to obtain the information easily and accurately. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hear what the Minister has said. I'm also sure Minister has understood where the Workers' Party MPs are coming from. And I also would like to add that as the opposition, we come to this House to scrutinize bills. And it is our duty to ask those questions. Hence, those questions were asked not once, but they were asked repeatedly, I believe. They were not answered. So hence, we had to put that question out, even though I accept what the Minister is saying in terms of how far back it goes. Like in the explanatory statement to the bill, we didn't know that these charges went back to independence. I mean, so this is where we have to ask those questions, or some of them, I beg your pardon. But I note Minister's points, and I hope the SPS and the Minister has also understood the arguments that have been mounted by the Workers' Party MPs.
Minister Chi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank Mr. Singh for his comments and his understanding of the difficulty that my colleagues in MND have in trying to put the data together. I also understand, certainly, where the Workers' Party is coming from. And I think it's correct that we be clear what we are putting before the House. And that's why we took effort to explain what this issue is, what is the objective, what are the steps that we are taking in an open and transparent way. And I think that's something that would be helpful for people to understand. So if we are able to come up with the information subsequently to the best of our ability, I think we will certainly be happy to share this with Mr. Singh and with the House. But for today, I do seek the support of members from the Workers' Party that if you agree with the intent of what we are trying to do with this bill, not just this provision, but the others as well, and the spirit of what we are trying to achieve, and the explanations that we have given in terms of what happened, the nature of these fees, what steps we are taking going forward, I do hope to have your support too for this bill. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Gerald Giam.
So I thank the Minister for his replies. I understand the difficulty in getting the exact numbers, but is there an order of magnitude that the government can provide as to how many such fees were collected and what's the total quantum? Just an order of magnitude. It doesn't have to be an exact number. And secondly, given the difficulty, is the government prepared to refund these fees, these fees which were illegally collected? And is the government prepared to provide at least a window of time for the claimants to make a claim for these fees which were not correctly collected?
Minister Chi.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, I cannot agree with the way Mr. Giam has characterized the issue with his latest remarks. I've explained earlier that these fees were not illegally or wrongly collected, and they were not inappropriately collected. I've explained why. Services were provided, costs were incurred, We were trying to recover the costs for providing these services. So there isn't a wrong collection that we are required to refund or we should refund. So this is quite different from the previous case that Mr. Andre Loh cited about the GST, where indeed some of the amounts were wrongly collected, and for that one, the government provided the refund. And in cases where indeed that mistake was made and the wrong collection happened, I think that is the correct thing to do, and we have done it, and we will do it. But in this situation, I hope Mr. Giam understands the explanation that I've been, and my colleague SPS Harun had been providing, which is that these were actual services that were provided, fees were collected based on cost recovery, and so it was not a wrong collection. Thank you.
Mr. Fadli Fauzi.
I thank the Minister for the question. I just would like to, again, state my concerns with the issue. Firstly, if these fees go a long way back and they affected a large number of people because, these are very routine things, then would the Minister agree with me that there is a real risk of some kind of administrative oversight? That's one. And I think this is in contrast with the finality of the extinguishing of the claims, because my concern is that there is a real risk of oversight due to the amount of people involved, and we should not have such a finality of the extinguishing of their claims. Rather, we should give them some time, or at least the options of refunds. So that's one part of it. The other part is a question that I raised earlier about how they decided that they had the statutory basis to charge administrative fees. Because going forward, I think this would be useful as a process, as a process issue, because to avoid being in such a similar situation going forward. Thank you.
Minister Chi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think Mr. Fadli, I had explained to Mr. Fadli and also to other members that the fees were not wrongly or inappropriately collected. So with the issue of administrative oversight, I'm not sure what he meant by that. If what he meant was that we wanted to make it clearer, yes, I agree, and that's why we are here. Because we wanted to make sure that going forward, the situation is clearer, there's less ambiguity. So if that's what Mr. Fadli meant, then yes, we're on the same page, because that's what we are trying to do with this bill. Make the situation clearer for the fees going forward, but we still need to deal with the past collection. And what we are proposing, coming to this House in an open manner, transparent manner, and to explain what the situation is that we want to validate those collections which were done in the past because they were treated as administrative fees. And that's what this bill is about. So I thought we had arrived at a position where there's some level of common understanding when I heard Mr. Singh. So I hope the Workers' Party members could also agree with our explanation. And like what Mr. Singh said, we understand where the Workers' Party is coming from as well. And if we could seek your support for this bill, based on the explanations that we have given, and as I said earlier, we will go back and see to what extent it's possible for us to put together the data that you requested for. We will try our best. We will share this data with you to the best of our ability to put it together so that you have a sense of the quantum, you have a sense of the amount that we're talking about every year. That's something that we will attempt to do. But for now, I seek your support for this bill. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I hope I'm starting to hear the same questions and the same responses. So if there are further clarifications, I will allow it, but let's not repeat the same questions because you'll get the same answers. Mr. Fadli Fauzi.
I think the minister asked me what I meant by administrative oversight. What I mean is human error. Like, in all systems, no system is perfect. So I think it's perfectly understandable if people make mistakes. So if this issue affects a large number of people, there is a larger chance that a mistake would be made. So that is what I mean by administrative oversight.
Minister Chi.
Speaker, I thank Mr. Fadli for his clarification. I think we're talking about two separate things. Today, we are not here to present a case where there was human error because the fees were wrongly computed or wrongly collected. Today, we are here because the nature in which these fees were prescribed, they were treated as administrative. By going forward, we will put them into legislation. And then there's this issue of what to do with the past collections, which we are proposing through this bill for Parliament's agreement to validate. So I think two separate issues, and that's why I said I don't think this is an issue of administrative oversight in the way in which Mr. Fadli had described. Thank you, sir.
Ms. Lim.
Thank you, Speaker. Clarification for Minister. I think it's quite clear we're not denying that services were provided and residents had benefited from the services. And I also would say that we do appreciate that MND did this internal review to uncover this problem, if I can say that. But would the Minister also not agree, really, that it is an important safeguard for citizens that the government acts in accordance with its legal authority? And one of those principles is that if the government is going to collect money like taxes, fees from the citizens, then it has to be properly authorized by Parliament. So the fact of the matter is that those past collections were not authorized. And that's why AGC has said that they should have been prescribed, and that's why we're here today.
Minister Chi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please allow me to clarify Ms. Lim's point that it depends on how the fees are being classified. Because if they are classified as administrative fees, then the fees can be collected by the agencies. But in this case, because they are considered regulatory, and therefore the advice is that it is more appropriate, it's better if we put it into legislation going forward. So that's what we have done. So I think that's an important point that I need to clarify. It's not that the administrative fees we were unauthorized to collect. That was not the case.
Mr. Singh.
Minister, I don't want to belabor the question. Was the MND advised after the review with the AGC, was it the AGC's position that collections before the first reading of the bill were illegal?
Minister Chi.
Mr. Speaker, my understanding from the review was that AGC felt that rather than leave it as an administrative arrangement, it is better, given the nature of these fees, for us to put it into legislation. So that's what we are doing. But AGC also supported, and that's why we won't be able to present this bill if it's not with the support of the AGC, that we come to Parliament and seek Parliament's approval for the bill to validate the past collection. So that's what we are doing.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Speaker, that doesn't really answer the question. Was it the AGC's position that the collections hitherto were illegal?
Minister Chi.
I've explained this earlier, Mr. Speaker, that AGC's advice to us was that these fees, because we consider them as administrative, it is better going forward from a legal point of view to put them into the legislation. And that's what we are doing. It is not, so we don't want to leave this loose end unaddressed about the past collection. And the way in which we to address this is to bring the bill before the House in an open manner and to explain to the House this is what happened, this is what we are proposing, and to validate these past collections, because they were treated as administrative fees in the past, not that they were illegal or inappropriate or wrongly collected, as a few members have used those terms. That's not the case, but for avoidance of doubt and to reduce ambiguity, it is better to bring it before the House and to validate these fees through this bill. So that's the approach that we are taking, and I hope, as I said, to be able to get the support from the whole House in terms of how we deal with this, so that we can move forward. But going forward, the fees will be part of the legislation, so we will be in compliance with the advice from AGC arising from the review. Thank you, sir.
Let me put the question to the House now. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. No. Mr. Singh?
Mr. Speaker, obliged if you can record our dissent, please.
Okay. We will have that recorded. Could those who want to have that dissent recorded, please stand? Okay, you miss it. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Statutes Miscellaneous Amendments Bill.
Committee stage what day?
Now, sir, on behalf of the Minister, I move that the Parliament will immediately resolve itself into a committee on the bill.
The question is that Parliament will immediately resolve itself into a committee on the bill. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 1. The question is that Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 2. Minister for National Development.
Chairman, I move the amendment to Clause 2 standing in the Minister's name as indicated in the order paper supplement. The reason for the amendment has been explained in my second reading speech.
The question is as proposed by the member. The question is the amendment to Clause 2 proposed by the Minister for National Development as indicated in the order paper supplement. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 2 as amended. The question is that Clause 2 as amended stands part of the bill. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clauses 3 to 19. The question is that clauses 3 to 19 stand part of the bill. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 20, Minister for National Development.
Chairman, I move the amendment to Clause 20 standing in the Minister's name as indicated in the order paper supplement. The reason for the amendment has been explained in my second reading speech.
The question is as proposed by the member. The question is the amendment to Clause 20 proposed by the Minister for National Development as indicated in the order paper supplement. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 20 as amended.
The question is that Clause 20 as amended stands part of the bill. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. Think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 21. The question is that Clause 21 stands part of the bill. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Bill to be reported. Minister for National Development.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister, I report that the bill has been considered in committee and agreed to with amendment.
Third reading what day?
Now, sir, on behalf of the Minister, I move that the bill be now read a third time.
The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. I will record all those who wish to have their dissent recorded. Could you please stand? All right, you may sit. Thank you. I think the ayes have it.
Statutes Miscellaneous Amendments Bill. Item 3, Securities and Futures Amendment Bill, second reading.
Prime Minister and Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, I beg to move that the bill be now read a second time. The Securities and Futures Amendment Bill introduces a new legislative framework to facilitate dual listing arrangements on the Singapore Exchange as part of the efforts to enhance the competitiveness of our equities market and strengthen Singapore's position as a leading financial center. This bill aims to attract more quality listings in Singapore by enabling issuers to tap local and overseas capital conveniently. It will support the new Global Listing Board, or GLB, an innovative listing breach with NASDAQ, which was announced by MAS and SGX in November last year. The GLB provides issuers a direct pathway to access capital across both markets with one prospectus and a harmonized set of rules. This framework for dual listings puts in place the option for SGX to enhance its connectivity with other markets. It also streamlines our regulatory requirements for dual listings. Other initiatives announced by the Equities Market Review Group last year to support the demand and supply of capital include the Equity Market Development Program, which will allocate up to $6.5 billion directly, and also to crowd in private capital to deepen local fund management capabilities and enhance trading liquidity, as well as measures to strengthen equities research coverage. Following the announcement of these measures, the Singapore market has seen some positive momentum. Liquidity and valuations have improved. Trading volumes in the first quarter of 2026 rose 32% from the previous quarter to $126 billion, and the volumes in March were the highest in almost 20 years. The Straits Times Index has risen by over 20% over the past year and over 100% over a 5-year period, which is among the strongest performers in Asia Pacific. Moving forward now with the GLB will help us to capitalize on this momentum to further raise Singapore's standing as a listing venue of choice, where issuers with good potential can access funding to grow into regional and global champions. Mr. Speaker, I will now elaborate on the rationale for the bill before going through its key features. Currently, issuers who wish to concurrently list on SGX and another overseas exchange may face differing requirements across jurisdictions. There's a duplication of effort to meet two sets of requirements, even in a case where the general regulatory principles that underpin the listing process are broadly similar across the jurisdictions. In this context, same but different is not as ideal as exactly same, because the former still increases compliance costs. The proposed legislative framework addresses this concern by harmonizing and streamlining requirements for concurrent dual listings on SGX and an eligible overseas exchange. The approach reduces regulatory compliance costs while upholding high standards. Dual listings can bring benefits for many stakeholders in Singapore's equities market ecosystem. In the case of the GLB, regional issuers will have easier access to complementary sets of investors on both exchanges while benefiting from better brand recognition. Through this, the GLB can attract more diverse issuers to list in Singapore, which will add energy and dynamism to our equities market. This in turn creates opportunities for local service providers, including lawyers, accountants, and other financial intermediaries. Investors will also gain access to a broader range of high-quality investment opportunities. The bill will position Singapore to capture future opportunities where dual listings from other reputable jurisdictions with comparable disclosure requirements and which adhere to international standards can be facilitated. There has been broad industry support for this bill and the GLB. MES has considered the feedback received and taken them on board where appropriate. So I'll now go through the key features of the bill, which proposes two sets of amendments to the Securities and Futures Act. A new section, Part 13A, which sets up a framework to support dual listing arrangements between SGX and an appropriate overseas exchange, such as in the case of the GLB. Other amendments to the SFA, which will support all listings, including listings on the GLB. These amendments are needed to facilitate the harmonization of key aspects of the fundraising and listing process for dual listings, and to reduce the friction and compliance burden faced by issuers while maintaining robust standards. Mr. Speaker, the first set of amendments introduces a new Part 13A to the SFA. This provides a framework to support dual listing arrangements, such as the GLB. Part 13A has two main elements. First, it sets out the key criteria that such partnerships for dual listing arrangements must satisfy. Second, it empowers MAS to set regulations to close differences in the securities laws of Singapore and a foreign jurisdiction to facilitate a dual listing partnership subject to safeguards and maintaining robust regulatory standards. The new Part 13A defines the nature of any dual listing arrangement between Singapore and another jurisdiction that can be supported by new MAS regulations. MAS will exercise the powers under the new Part 13A only if the following considerations are met. First, the dual listing arrangement in consideration enhances issuers' access to a larger pool of liquidity and a broader range of investors. Second, the overseas exchange is from a jurisdiction with securities laws consistent with the International Organization of Securities Commissions, or IOSCO, international standards and principles, particularly regarding enforcement, regulatory cooperation, and disclosure requirements. In the case of the GLB, NASDAQ and the US meet these conditions. NASDAQ is one of the largest stock exchanges globally, providing access to deep pools of capital. The US, like Singapore, adopts IOSCO's international standards and principles for financial markets regulation. These qualifying criteria also apply to future arrangements with compatible jurisdictions. Part 13A empowers MAS to make regulations to vary the application of specific market misconduct and offer related provisions in Part 12 and 13 of the SFA. Part 13A directs that the manner of modification is to align offering and listing related practices between Singapore and another jurisdiction, which, as I had explained earlier, has securities laws that are consistent with international standards. It enables MAS to formulate and make adjustments to regulatory requirements in a timely manner. Based on engagements with market practitioners and prospective issuers, 3 main areas have been identified where modifications will be made to the existing SFA regulatory regime for dual listing arrangements. These areas are intended to facilitate a smooth dual listing process and post-listing operations. First, prospectus disclosures. Currently, issuers seeking concurrent listings must prepare 2 sets of prospectus, 2 sets of disclosure requirements, 1 for each jurisdiction, resulting in additional complexity and costs. The bill addresses this by enabling MAS to set regulations to modify offer-related provisions to facilitate the use of a single set of offer documents. In the case of the GLB, MAS will make regulations under Part 13A to incorporate the applicable US prospectus disclosure requirements. MAS and SGX will review the prospectus and listing application under these aligned requirements. This minimizes friction while preparing the offer documents. Let me say that again, sir. This minimizes friction when preparing the offer documents while maintaining information value for investors, since both the US and Singapore's disclosure requirements are aligned with international standards. Second, the listing timeline. Issuers seeking a concurrent listing may encounter significant friction from different filing requirements and timelines. Under Part 13A, MAS can make regulations to address procedural and timing differences between 2 jurisdictions. In the case of the GLB, MAS will align Singapore's listing timeline with that of the US by varying provisions relating to the prospectus registration process. And third, post-listing activities. Differences in permitted market practices can create friction and uncertainty for dual-listed issuers. For the GLB, there are certain standard US market practices, such as the issuance of forward-looking statements, which are permitted by well-established US safe harbors. The bill would enable MAS to set regulations to adopt safe harbors as defenses to the market misconduct provisions in the SFA. So to be clear, these safe harbors are intended to facilitate genuine post-listing activities. They do not provide a valid defense against criminal liability for fraud or dishonest conduct. MAS and relevant Singapore authorities will retain full discretion to enforce against any misconduct that occurs in Singapore. Our regulatory oversight and enforcement responsibilities remain unchanged. If there is a cross-border misconduct, MAS and the relevant Singapore authorities will work with foreign regulators and law enforcement counterparts to coordinate our investigation and enforcement actions. Singapore investors will also continue to be able to seek recourse for losses arising from such breaches under the investor recourse provisions in the SFA. Mr. Speaker, the changes I've outlined thus far are scoped within Part 13A to apply specifically to dual listing arrangements. This bill also contains other amendments to the SFA which will facilitate the offering process for all listings in Singapore. First, issuers will be allowed to engage retail investors based on preliminary prospectuses rather than only using the final prospectuses. Industry feedback shows that this will be useful to enable a better gauge of market demand and for investors to have more time to familiarize themselves with an IPO. And this change will apply to all IPOs, including those on the GLB. To protect investors, such engagements will be subject to safeguards. For example, no offers can be made on the basis of the prelim prospectus. And the document must also state clearly that its content is subject to further changes. Second, we have received feedback that the regulatory treatment for depository receipt offerings, or what they call DRs, involving new underlying shares require greater clarity. With DRs, companies raise funds by issuing shares that are deposited with a financial institution or depository. The depository issues DRs representing the underlying shares, which are then offered and sold to investors. For avoidance of doubt, the bill clarifies that it should be the company issuing the underlying shares that is the entity required to lodge its prospectus for registration, instead of the financial institution that acts as an intermediary when issuing the DRs. This is to ensure that investors receive information directly from the company whose shares they are investing in. This will facilitate the disclosure of relevant information for all DR offerings on SGX, including those on the GLB. Sir, the amendments in this bill represents a considered approach to enhance the competitiveness of Singapore's equities market by attracting more quality listings while maintaining our commitment to robust regulatory standards. The dual listings framework and the GLB are part of a broader strategic move to reinforce Singapore's position as a leading financial center and a vibrant hub for capital market activities. We are creating new pathways for issuers to access deeper pools of international capital while broadening investors' access to new opportunities. We will lay the groundwork for greater market depth and maturity and open the door for future partnerships and possibilities for SGX, issuers, and investors alike. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Order. We've been in the chamber for about 5 hours, so I propose to take a break now. I suspend the sitting and we'll take the chair at 4:20 p.m. Order, order.
Order.
Resumption of debate on the Securities and Futures Amendment Bill, second reading.
Mr. Saktiandi Supaat.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, first I would like to declare that I'm working in a bank, foreign bank in Singapore. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this bill primarily seeks to introduce the Global Listing Board for new initial public offering IPO candidates and existing NASDAQ-listed issuers to simultaneously list on the Singapore Exchange and NASDAQ Global Select Market, or NASDAQ GSM. It is part of the suite of recommendations by the Equities Market Review Group, chaired by Minister Chee Hong Tat, in its final report issued in November 2025. The recommendations are a timely intervention to revitalize our equities market by capitalizing on our strengths in connectivity and a high starting base of robust regulation. I therefore speak in support of the bill. It has been announced that the dual listing bridge is targeting companies in Asia with market capitalization of $2 billion and above to simultaneously access growth capital and liquidity across the United States and Asia. This can allow us to capture smaller and mid-sized enterprises which are not well served by the US markets alone, as those markets are driven by mega-cap firms. Just as a sample size, may I ask the Minister how many Asian companies had a market capitalization of at least $2 billion in each of the last 10 years? By way of illustration, what are some of the examples of the smaller and mid-sized enterprises that we are looking to attract? May I ask also, have there been engagements with specific companies to come on board the SGX NASDAQ dual listing bridge once it goes live? Being a novel mechanism, attracting notable companies to list as poster child listings could have a significant effect in encouraging issuer and investor interest. If there has not been firm commitments or interest by companies to come on board, what specific publicity avenues are being planned so that we can attract issuers to utilize this new mechanism? Would there be further incentives to stimulate issuer interest? More broadly, beyond the number of listings, how will MAS assess whether dual listings will translate into sustained liquidity and meaningful price discovery in Singapore, rather than trading activity gravitating primarily to the larger overseas market? I hear Minister Chee's opening remarks just now, and he has alluded to the ancillary services benefiting and others, but this is a more specific question in terms of price discovery and sustained liquidity. Next, the new Part 13A has also been drawn up in a non-exhaustive manner, as MAS may prescribe other tie-ups with overseas exchanges as dual listing boards. One essential safeguard is that the overseas exchange must operate in a jurisdiction whose securities laws are consistent with the IOSCO principles. Can the Minister clarify if the SGX NASDAQ tie-up is intended as a pilot exercise, whose outcomes will be assessed before further dual listing arrangements are pursued? Or are we already in advanced discussions with other exchanges to broaden this network? Next question is whether the proposed legislative provisions is sufficiently flexible to facilitate listings across 3 or more exchanges in future. For example, a triple listing involving SGX, NASDAQ, and a European exchange, or would further legislative amendments be required? As we expand such cross-border arrangements, how will MAS guard against regulatory arbitrage, where issuers may structure offerings to benefit from the most lenient aspects of different jurisdictions and ensure that our standards of disclosure, governance, and enforcement are not diluted over time? Mr. Deputy Speaker, while the bill would enable MAS to make regulations to streamline procedures and allow issuers to use the same offer information and timelines to achieve simultaneous listings, the detailed regulations will be pivotal to the success of such arrangements. Is there a timeline by which such regulations will be ready so that the dual listing bridge can be operational? I would commend the explicit power under new section 309G(2) to incorporate foreign securities laws by reference. This reduces administrative burden and allows us to leverage established regulatory frameworks. However, may I clarify whether foreign precedents and case law would guide the interpretation of these provisions locally, or whether Singapore will retain full autonomy in applying these rules within our own legal context? There is also the issue of compatibility with broader legal frameworks. For instance, the US market is supported in part by class action mechanisms that enable investor recourse, which are less developed in Singapore. Will we be reviewing such areas as part of strengthening investor protection in line with the Equities Market Review Group's recommendations? And related to this, in cases involving cross-border misconduct where key management assets or evidence may be located overseas, how will MAS ensure effective enforcement and accountability? The move to allow earlier engagement with investors, including retail investors, is a notable shift too. It broadens access and allows more inclusive participation, which is positive. However, at early stages, information is still evolving, disclosures are not finalized, and retail investors may be more susceptible to sentiment or incomplete narratives. The question I have is, how will MAS ensure that retail investors are not unduly influenced by preliminary or incomplete information? And will there be enhanced investor education or disclosure safeguards to help retail investors better understand the limitations of such early-stage information? Next, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is on sponsored depository receipts, or SDRs. The clarification on sponsored depository receipts is a sensible and important step. By placing responsibility on the issuer of the underlying securities, the bill aligns legal accountability with economic substance and reduces ambiguity of investors. That said, I would like to better understand how MAS intends to operationalize this in practice. How will MAS ensure that the disclosure standards for sponsored depository receipts remain fully aligned with those expected of primary listings so that investors are not exposed to uneven information standards? Further, given the cross-border nature of such instruments, how will MAS ensure effective enforcement and accountability where the underlying issuer is based overseas? Will there be sufficient safeguards to ensure that Singapore investors have clear avenues of recourse in the event of misconduct or disclosure failures? And does MAS see sponsored depository receipts as a transitional pathway towards fuller listings, or as a parallel structure that could grow in significance over time? Mr. Deputy Speaker, ultimately, the Global Listing Board is but one of many recommendations by the Equities Market Review Group. As the review group has recognized, there is no silver bullet. A holistic ecosystem-wide approach is required. The implementation of these recommendations appears to have been phased, with announcements across February, July, and November 2025. Now that the final report has been published, will there be more structured and coordinated roadmap for implementation? Are we seeing measurable outcomes from the earlier initiatives, and what review timelines are in place to refine or recalibrate policies? Finally, as we strengthen our capital markets and attract global listings, how will the government ensure that these reforms translate into tangible opportunities for Singaporean investors and market participants, not just in attracting listings, but in deepening liquidity, research, intermediation, and broader participation? In other words, a bit more other than what Minister Chi has already alluded to earlier in his opening speech. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, notwithstanding the clarification sought, I support the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Lee Hong Chuang.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise to support the Securities and Futures Amendment Bill. In Mandarin, please. 这项法案
This bill may appear to be merely a set of technical amendments to securities laws, but it is in fact responding to a very real problem. Today, when a company decides where to raise capital, it is not simply a question of whether it can list. It's also a question of where the money is, where the investors are, and where the analysts are, where the processes are smooth, and if the rules are clear. Simply put, competition in capital markets is not just about having the right institutions in place. It is about whether the market is large enough, active enough, and accessible enough. If a company feels that listing on another market will give it greater visibility, it will a more active trading and a fairer valuation, it will naturally choose to go there. That is the reality, and we cannot avoid it. I therefore believe that the significance of this bill lies not merely in amending a few laws, but in helping to steer to clear the path and build the bridges for Singapore's capital market so that capital, companies and investors are more willing to come to Singapore. But if these things are not done properly, even the best conditions put in place will attract few takers. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to make a few points. Firstly, this bill aims to create clearer and smoother arrangements for dual listings between the Singapore Exchange and overseas exchanges. The problem many companies face today is not about whether they are willing to comply with the rules, but that they have to deal with the same thing twice or even 3 times. Listing documents have to be prepared in multiple sets. Approval processes have to be done through multiple times. Anyone who runs a business knows that it is rarely one big problem that slows things down. It is the accumulation of many small repetitive ones that make everything feels increasingly burdensome. Over time, companies are not deterred by strictness. They are deterred by repetitiveness and hassle. So if we can reduce this unnecessary duplication and make processes smoother, it would be a very practical help to companies and would attract more of them to list in Singapore. That said, as we simplify processes, we must also preserve Singapore's long-standing strengths: transparency, clarity, and trustworthiness. We cannot just be fast, but also be steady and precise. Secondly, the bill allows companies to begin engaging investors at an early stage of the listing process. This is good for everyone in the long run. The earlier a company helps the market understand what it does, how it makes money, and what its risks are, the easier it is for the investors to make informed judgments, and the more likely it is that pricing will be fair. It is like buying a flat. If the buyer sees the information earlier, they can form a clearer picture. But there are risks here too. If communication happens too early and only the positive aspects are presented, investors may be unduly influenced, and by the time the risks become apparent, it may be too late. The key principle, therefore, is this: earlier engagement is acceptable, but it must not become earlier promotion. Companies cannot lead with only the good news and leave the important risks to be disclosed later. I would therefore suggest that the regulatory authorities, in addition to setting legal minimum standards, but also provide clearer guidance so that companies, intermediaries, and advisors all know what is and what is not permissible. At the same time, in today's environment where social media spreads information very quickly, we must ensure that early investor engagement does not become, let me repeat, we must ensure that earlier investor engagement does not become earlier market sentiment making. Thirdly, this bill also clarifies the legal liability relating to depository receipts. In simple terms, investors sometimes hold not shares directly, but a certificate representing those shares. The bill makes it clear that if there are errors or omissions, the primary liability lies with the underlying company, not with the intermediary that issued the certificate. This is reasonable. The party that best understands the company's businesses and risks is the company itself. It is like sending a parcel. If the contents were mislabeled to begin with, you cannot simply blame the delivery person. The responsibility lies at its source. In practice, however, cross-border structures can be very complex. A company may be incorporated in one country, the intermediary based in another, and the investors located elsewhere still. If something does go wrong, figuring out who investors should approach and how to seek redress may not be straightforward. I would thus suggest that the government clarify the legal liability. It should also strengthen cross-border regulatory cooperation and enhance investor education so that everyone would not only understand what the law says, but also what to do when problems arise.
Beyond market structure and efficiency, this bill is also an opportunity to strengthen Singapore's position in sustainable finance. As more investors globally allocate capital based on environmental, social, and government consideration, our regulatory framework should continue to support high-quality, consistent sustainability. The disclosure. This will not only protect investors from greenwashing, but also give credible companies greater confidence to raise capital here. Another area worth considering is the role of technology and digitalization in capital markets. With increasing use of digital platform, algorithmic trading, and tokenized securities, regulatory clarity must keep pace with innovation. While we support efficiency and accessibility, safeguards must remain robust to manage new forms of risk, including market volatility and cybersecurity threats. We should also take this opportunity to further strengthen retail investor participation in our market. A vibrant capital market is not driven only by institutions, but also by informed individual investors. Continued efforts in financial literacy, transparency of product, and accessibility of information will help build broader and more resilient participation over time. Finally, as competitions among global finance centers intensify, Singapore must continue to differentiate itself not just on efficiency, but on trust and governance. Our reputation has been built over decades, and it remains one of the strongest advantages. Any reform we pursue should reinforce this foundation, ensuring that growth in our capital markets is matched by equally strong standards of accountability and integrity. Mr. Deputy Speaker, conclusion in Mandarin. 因为这项法案抓住了一个很重要的。
Because this bill has identified an important key point. If Singapore is to continue as an international financial center, it cannot rely solely on its past strengths, nor simply on the stability we have always had. Stability is important, but markets would also need some vitality. Openness is important, but responsibilities must be clearly defined. Efficiency is important, but investor trust matters even more. As the ancients saying that water can also allow you to set sail, it can also sink you. So what is critical is that implementation get three things right: reducing unnecessary duplication in processes, improving the efficiency of market communication without compromising fairness and transparency, and as we pursue greater international connectivity, ensuring that responsibilities are clear and investors are protected. If all three are achieved, I believe this bill will have Singapore's capital market take a further step forward and materialize economic growth. I support this bill.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I declare that I work in a global investment firm with publicly listed assets. I rise in support of this bill, and I commend the MAS and MOF for moving this bill with urgency. The Global Listing Board, or GLB, represents Singapore's most ambitious structural intervention in its equity markets in a generation. That ambition is necessary, but ambition alone will not deliver outcomes. It must be matched by execution in the realities of our markets. I note that the regulatory appetite for this move reflects a shift. A decade ago, MAS often maintained a broad skepticism towards SPACs and novel fund structures. Today, it is more prepared to engage with innovation in a calibrated way. That shift, while long overdue, is nevertheless welcome. But this House has a responsibility not only to support ambition, but to test it. I speak today not to oppose the bill, but to provide constructive views so that it delivers genuine market vibrancy rather than the appearance of it. Let me be direct. The fundamentals of our equity market remains fragile. SGX securities daily average value stands at around $2.4 billion or US $1.8 billion. Meanwhile, the Hong Kong Stock Exchange records an average daily turnover of Hong Kong $304 billion, approximately US $39 billion. In terms of cash equity trading, the Hong Kong market is more than 20 times more liquid than our own. This disparity extends to capital raising. In the first quarter of 2026, Singapore's IPOs raised US $967.1 million. In the same period, Hong Kong secondary listings alone raised US $8.5 billion. These are not peripheral comparisons.
They are the baseline realities against which this bill must be measured. I have several clarifications on the bill. First, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I welcome the GLB. The new Part 13A allows MAS to modify and align regulatory requirements with overseas exchanges to support dual listings and streamline offer documentation. This is a meaningful step if Singapore is to compete for international listings. However, several structural concerns raised by market practitioners need to be addressed. First, the Singapore $2 billion market capitalization threshold. I understand its rationale, but in practice, only a small number of Southeast Asian companies will meet this bar. According to market practitioners, about 8 Southeast Asian tech firms will meet the threshold, with another 2 or 3 potentially close achieving that. This is a narrow universe when set against the ambitions of the GLB. The companies large enough to qualify are precisely those that may choose to list directly on NASDAQ without the need for a Singapore leg. I ask whether MAS will consider a tiered threshold or review mechanism as the market matures. Given that Part 13A allows MAS to partner with different overseas exchanges, it will also be helpful to understand which segments of issuers we are prioritizing and how Singapore intends to position itself relative to other listing venues competing for the same pool of companies. Second, liquidity fragmentation. Institutional investors will trade where liquidity is deepest. In a dual listing structure, that is likely to be the primary overseas exchange. If Singapore trading volumes remain thin, issuers will question the purpose of maintaining a listing here. We need clarity on how Singapore intends to support meaningful trading activity on the SGX leg beyond existing measures such as retail allocation. Third, legal exposure. Issuers are concerned about the risk of US class action litigation. This is a material deterrent. Without clarity on how Singapore-based issuers can navigate this risk, we may deter the very firms we seek to attract. This is particularly relevant in a dual listing framework, where issuers are subject to multiple legal regimes. Greater clarity on how these cross-border liabilities are managed will be important for issuer confidence. Fourth, structural dependency. Under the framework, an issuer delisted from the overseas exchange must also be delisted from the dual listing board. This creates a structural dependency on that foreign exchange. I do not question the good faith of any partner exchange, but I ask the Minister what safeguard exists for investors holding shares on SGX if such a partnership is disrupted, and whether extending the framework to other exchanges provide a sufficient hedge. Second, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I welcome the expansion of retail investor access. The amendments to Section 251 allows the issuers to present preliminary offering materials to any person before a prospectus is registered, subject to safeguards. This levels the playing field between retail and institutional investors and gives Singaporeans earlier access to investment opportunities. But let me add a caveat. Earlier access to information is a meaningful change, yet access alone does not guarantee better outcomes. If investors receive a preliminary prospectus without the corresponding ability to evaluate it, they are exposed to increased risk rather than be empowered to act. The safeguards in the bill, including disclaimers and restrictions on application forms, are necessary, but they do not address this underlying gap in financial literacy. So what accompanying measures will be introduced? Will money sense be expanded? Will investor education be strengthened? Will simplified prospectus summaries be made available? A preliminary prospectus in the hands of an unprepared investor is not empowerment, it is liability. Third, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I must be candid about what this bill cannot do. The bill is fundamentally a supply-side measure. It seeks to attract more issuers and introduces mechanisms such as sponsored depository receipts, where the issuer of the underlying securities assumes responsibility for disclosure and liability. That is appropriate. But the chronic weakness of the SGX is a demand-side problem. Our retail investor base is smaller and more conservative. there's a long-standing preference for dividends, bonds, and property over equities. No legislative amendment can manufacture trading appetite. Without sustained participation, liquidity will remain limited. Without liquidity, even strong listings may struggle to gain traction. We need a whole-of-life cycle approach to capital markets, from early-stage funding to public listings, across asset classes including credit, infrastructure, and real estate. MES has begun moving towards this ecosystem model. I urge the Minister to accelerate this effort and to ensure it is implemented in a coordinated way. Fourth, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I offer 3 specific suggestions to strengthen the implementation of this bill. First, settlement and stabilization mechanics for the GLB must be clarified. Current consultation materials do not prescribe how settlement, closing, and price stabilization will operate across NASDAQ and SGX. These are foundational issues. Uncertainty here will deter issuers. Second, the GEMS research grant scheme should be expanded to cover GLB companies from the point of listing. Early research coverage is essential to building investor confidence, especially for companies unfamiliar to Singapore investors. Third, the pipeline below the GLB threshold must be developed more deliberately. The $6.5 billion Equity Market Development Program and the $1 billion Startup SG Equity Top-Up are important initiatives. But a path from a startup to a GLB-eligible company takes years. I ask MAS and Enterprise Singapore to identify the cohort of companies that could realistically reach this stage within 5 to 7 years, and to publish a framework that allows this House to track progress. Tracking progress is important. I assume the Ministry already has a set of internal KPIs for this initiative. If so, I will encourage that these KPIs be made clear, measurable, and where possible, transparent to this House, so that we can assess whether this bill is delivering its intended outcomes over time. Lastly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, timing matters. We are introducing these reforms at a time of global market uncertainty. Geopolitical tensions and terrorist risks are already affecting IPO pipelines. If the GLB is launched into weak market conditions, we risk building a well-designed framework with limited participation. A framework without issuers is not a market. I urge the MAS to consider contingency measures, including bridging capital through platforms such as ADDX and other flexible funding solutions, so that near IPO companies are not lost due to timing. In conclusion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I began by noting that this bill reflects ambition. However, ambition alone will not deliver outcomes unless it is matched by execution in the realities of our market. This debate has made clear what that execution requires. On the GLB, we must ensure that design choices do not constrain the pipeline or weaken Singapore's position in global capital markets. On retail participation, we must ensure that earlier access is matched by investor capability. On market structure, we must address the demand-side constraints that continue to limit liquidity. On implementation, we must resolve operational uncertainties and build a credible pipeline under realistic market conditions. These are not technical issues. They go to the heart of why this bill matters. Singapore's position as a leading financial hub has never been accidental. It has been built through deliberate policy choices, strong institutions, and our ability to connect global capital with regional opportunity. Our financial sector is not peripheral to our economy. It is a core driver of growth, a source of high-value jobs, and a gateway through which international capital flows into Southeast Asia. If we do not continue to strengthen our markets, capital will not stand still. It will move to where liquidity is deeper, where ecosystems are stronger, and where execution is clearer. Ultimately, this is not only about introducing a new framework. It is about whether Singapore remains a place where global capital chooses to come, where regional companies choose to list, and where Singaporeans themselves choose to participate. If we match ambition with execution and follow through with discipline in addressing these gaps, then this bill can do more than improve our market structure. It can reinforce Singapore's role as a trusted financial center, a gateway to Asia, and a platform for long-term growth. But at the end of the day, we should also be clear about how success will be measured in practical terms. How much incremental daily trading volume are we seeking to generate? Because that will be one of the clearest indicators of whether these reforms are making a meaningful difference to market activity. We must ensure that access leads to understanding. We must ensure that participation leads to liquidity, and we must ensure that ambition leads to outcome. And on that basis, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I support the bill.
Dr. Neo Kok Peng.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, thank you. I just declare I'm a technology entrepreneur. I invest and create technology ventures. The GLB and the link up with NASDAQ is really a good move. For technology entrepreneurs, the NASDAQ is like a Mecca, a dreamland where we go and do listings. And if we look at the Magnificent Seven, starting with the A alphabet, which is Google, Amazon, Apple, Tesla, Meta, which is Facebook, they occupy the major part, and NVIDIA, they occupy the major, what I call the capitalization, among the top capitalization of NASDAQ. So tying them, I think, brings our exchanges, our exchange into sort of good situation or environment for a very tech-driven future. Now, as of May, this year, 2026, I just do a sort of a check. There are about more than 40 companies listed in Singapore that are more than 2 billion valuation. Primary in financial services, most of them, quite a bit of them in REITs, and a couple of them in industrial engineering. Now, the market is dominated by players, including the banking services such as DBS Group, Singtel, and then, of course, ST Engineering. And really, the capitalization is about their capitalization of the financial service in our stock exchanges is about 40%. 20% for real estates. IT, 5%. So are we going to maintain that? Or do we want to build ourselves as also the next NASDAQ, where we can actually have more tech and innovation-driven company on our exchanges? And obviously, if we are looking into the future with our RIE investments and all the investment in technology and R&D, I believe that we can actually try to move into that direction. The GLB is a new regulatory framework, and I hope that it enables high-growth companies, especially deep tech, such as biotech, medtech, or innovation-driven tech company to do the listing here. Now, 2 billion is actually quite a tall order, and there are actually a couple of questions that I would like to address. First thing, will the government target certain percentage in terms of quantity and market cap for deep tech companies as part of our new listing companies landscape, such as to build up a hub of technology and innovation? Based on what we have right now, and it is not really big enough for us to have a lot of companies that are unicorns generically grow from Singapore. We might have to attract a lot more from the region, or as far as China, or perhaps US. So what are the strategies what are the competitive advantages and benefits to attract such overseas deep tech companies to list or to join the GLB? Will we be encouraging SPAC or special purpose acquisition company for GLB? So, for example, that in my trade, in the eVTOL or flying car areas, there are two companies. One is Joby Aviation and one is Archer. They are listed in 2021 on either on NYSE or NASDAQ on the SPAC. Before they have a certified product, so it's pre-commercialization. Well, when they're listed, they're about $6 billion. At the hype, at the end of the hype, they're down to $2 billion, probably $3 billion. But now, with the products being on the way of certification, they're probably worth between $12 billion. Do we have policy to stomach that? Losing, but very high valuation because of very high potential and highly scalable. So come to all these highly scalable companies or tech ventures. Would you consider a special pathway for such pre-commercialization deep tech companies, especially in pharma and biotech? And biotech is really one of our key R&D areas in our RIE plan, 2030. One of the things I'm really concerned with is that these $2 billion, how can we help our company, our deep tech ventures here, to slowly move up to that unicorns? And I think that on average, to build a unicorn takes 10 years. So in the near term, would we consider a possible dual listings, maybe not in the $2 billion category, but maybe in either the small cap or slightly higher than micro cap, for them to list here and then transition into NASDAQ? So those are the possible options that we can explore for companies that base here or develop from our RIE 2030. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Associate Professor James Lim.
Sir, I believe that this bill constitutes part of the continued effort by the Monetary Authority to implement measures suggested by the Equities Market Review Group to improve market liquidity in the Singapore Exchange, or SGX. The bill has two main elements: legislative changes to facilitate dual listings and refinements to improve regulatory oversight, especially concerning sponsored depository receipts. I'm sympathetic to the objectives of the bill, and for this reason, I see little justification in not supporting it. But I will offer some serious points of caution and reprise the broad case that my Sengkang colleague Louis Chua and I offered in our joint adjournment motion delivered in this House some 3 months ago on making Singapore equities great again. I will also state at the outset that I am the Chief Economist Emeritus of a wealth management and advisory firm and own a very small number of shares on the SGX. As context, it's perhaps helpful to look at how our local stock market has performed of late. For decades, our local exchange had, in the minds of many observers, underperformed. Listings were woeful, and delistings generally far exceeded new listings. With the main board dominated by financials and real estate, liquidity has been weak, especially compared to other developed markets. This translated into the benchmark STI going sideways for the better part of the past decade. things began to look brighter from the middle of 2024 as rising geopolitical tensions and the shift to a more multipolar world appear to have triggered a structural shift in international financial flows. The STI was reinvigorated and hit new highs and even outperformed global benchmarks like the S&P 500. In this setting, the SGX's value proposition is that it could be a safe harbor for global capital in an otherwise troubled world. Now, the trick, then, is to sustain this momentum with concrete policy actions that truly shore up liquidity and keep it here. The amendments proposed in this bill seek to do so, but I fear that they do not go far enough. Let me start with Clause 8, which sets out rules that make it much easier for issuers to comply with the distinct stipulations of two jurisdictions, the NASDAQ Global Select Market and SGX, while pursuing dual listings on both exchanges. For me, there's little to quibble with in terms of the language in the new Part 13A. Rather, I'll focus on whether the ostensible goal of dual listing to stimulate greater liquidity, especially in our local bourse, may actually be accomplished. The evidence suggests caution in arriving at this conclusion. Research does generally support the notion that cross-listings do improve liquidity while boosting valuations. But, and this is the key but, trading, and hence the associated liquidity boost, tends to concentrate in one dominant exchange, the one with more liquidity to begin with. Between the SGX and NASDAQ, this will invariably be the latter. Our moves to push for dual listing, then, may paradoxically result in our already scarce local liquidity leaking away into foreign shores. Recent events lend further credence to this argument. In September 2025, AvePoint announced a dual listing between NASDAQ and the SGX main board. Keeping in mind that these are still early days, the stock's trading volume on the SGX has been modest at best. While the listing generated substantial interest, the offering was more than 3 times oversubscribed, price discovery remains firmly rooted in the US. An average trading volume as of April this year was just around 83,000 shares. Contrast this to volumes of close to 2 million in its primary US market. Even in cases where the SGX collaborated with smaller exchanges, the experience has been disappointing. Secondary listings since 2010 have all been by way of introduction, with no new share issuance or capital raising. Cross-listings with Hong Kong, the exchange with the largest share of cross-listings on the SGX, have underperformed here, in strict contrast to the Hong Kong exchange's Stock Connect with the Chinese mainland, which raised 78 billion Hong Kong dollars in the first half of 2025 alone. The dual listing of SP AusNet in Singapore and Australia saw limited interest by SGX investors despite solid trading volumes on the ASX, before eventually being delisted in 2018. Moreover, increased trading volumes may be accompanied by higher variability in stock market returns. This means, especially for our already low liquidity market, that we may also be inviting greater volatility due to this arrangement. Taken together, we must surely be careful when we wish for what we wish for when we promote cross-listing, especially with a bigger partner. Indeed, the motivation for cross-listing itself appears rather lukewarm, even in the eyes of the Equity Market Review Group. The final report does highlight the importance of cross-border partnerships, but it makes only 2 explicit references to cross-listings in a 39-page, 15,000-word report. Of these, only 1 speaks to a support measure of 180,000 for cross-listed ETFs in the broader context of the GEM scheme. For me, this does not strike one as a ringing endorsement. The natural question then is how we think this latest foray into cross-listing might be different. What mechanisms are there to this round to ensure that the SGX sustains genuine trading volume rather than being relegated to a secondary venue in all but name? What allows Singapore to become a price-setting market rather than being a pale mirror of the main exchange? As written, the bill grants MES the authority to declare a foreign exchange prescribed as long as its disclosure standards are comparable to IOSCO's 1998 cross-border disclosure standards. This document is nearly 30 years old. And the term comparable is discretionary, since MES's determination faces no defined parliamentary check. We risk anchoring ourselves to standards that may align on paper, but diverge in practice. After all, once a pairing, is declared, regulations can replace, modify, or disapply core liability provisions, including market misconduct in section 197 to 202, and prospectus liability in sections 253 to 54. Parliament is effectively being asked to authorize, in advance and without details, regulatory changes whose content will only be revealed much later. I understand that such discretion may be necessary for operational efficiency. The only investor protection floor, given in Section 9G, Part 7, which preserves liability under any law not modified, replaced, or disapplied, appears somewhat circular. Furthermore, the bill may potentially allow foreign defenses to be imported and used against local investors. Section 309H permits MES to substitute defenses drawn from the foreign jurisdiction's law. A Singaporean retail investor bringing a misrepresentation claim could potentially face a defense rooted in the US SEC rules or those of another foreign regime, which may presently be unavailable under Singaporean law. This effectively leaves us as a standards taker rather than standards setter. Similarly, the regulatory requirements that allow issuers to disseminate preliminary prospectuses directly to retail investors outlined in Clause 3, and which require the issuer to assume responsibility for registering the prospectus in Clause 2, do promote informational exchange. The ostensible goal here is that by increasing accountability and transparency, liquidity will be further deepened, especially among retail investors. While I appreciate the desire to rope in more retail investors, and indeed I had pushed for this in our joint AM by suggesting that CPF's impending lifetime retirement investment scheme consider including the local index as a means of promoting retail ownership, there is nevertheless a risk that preliminary prospectuses made available to less sophisticated retail investors may open the door to aggressive marketing and foster excessive hype. So, what sort of safeguards will the government be implementing to ensure balanced presentation and mandatory risk disclosures for oral and written documents that are yet to be finalized by definition? Is there a place for statutory safeguards, especially plain language risk disclosures, that highlight differences between American and Singaporean domestic market practices? More generally, has MES examined evidence from comparable jurisdictions on the sort of safeguards that have been applied to protect retail participants, if indeed they were to receive preliminary material? Now, as with cross listings, these moves are unobjectionable on their face. But let us recognize them for what they are: facilitative procedural amendments rather than deep-seated structural reforms. If we truly want to improve accountability and transparency, we need to move beyond ensuring the quality. We need to move beyond toward ensuring the quality of post-listing disclosures. My honorable friend Louis Chua had previously outlined how such value-up assessments will look like: mandatory disclosure of returns on equity or invested capital targets, cost of capital, and dividend and stock improvement plans. These remain conspicuously absent thus far in our securities laws. This bill offers an ideal opportunity to redress this on a small scale. For firms seeking a listing on the Global Listing Board, we could mandate such disclosures. After all, these are already large global companies which should well be able to afford the additional costs of such compliance. Doing so will ensure that such large-cap listings actually deliver long-term value to Singaporean shareholders. Sir, I will close by looking to the future. While this bill is focused on cross-listings with the NASDAQ, one is left to wonder if there are yet more exchanges the MES is contemplating extending dual listings to. Will Parliament have any role in scrutinizing the credibility of these other exchanges before they are designated or liability provisions altered? Similarly, how does the government expect the dual listing board framework to cater to potential transfers from either the SGX main board or Catalyst when its 2 billion market cap minimum appears structurally designed for larger listings than realistically possible for local or regional firms? As I mentioned in my adjournment motion speech 2 months back, where the capital raising cycle appears to have fallen short is in building market liquidity for raising funds for mid-cap and growth companies. Despite the bill's merits, Singapore's challenge of growing our domestic market in such companies, for me, remains largely unresolved.
Mr. Sean Low.
Speaker, I support the Securities and Futures Amendment Bill. Before I begin, I declare that I am the Group Managing Director of Commonwealth Capital Group, a Singapore global enterprise operating a conglomerate of businesses. The move to provide for dual listing arrangements and for the Global Listing Board is unobjectionable. First, global firms with an Asian nexus will benefit from the option of getting First, global firms with an Asian nexus will benefit from the option of getting the best of both NASDAQ and SGX liquidity pools. While NASDAQ offers a deep pool of global capital, investors there may not necessarily have the understanding of the Asian growth story. A dual listing on SGX would allow such firms to tap our local liquidity pools, where investors have a better understanding of regional prospects and nuances. Second, a more vibrant ecosystem of listings will benefit the financial services industry and create some good jobs for Singaporeans. In short, the financial services sector will not experience jobless growth. It will also benefit the SGX as one of our local companies. Third, this could be the first of many other dual listing arrangements that Mr. James Lim alluded to, which could make the SGX a regional hub for such listings in the future, and perhaps not just in the technology sector. However, like Mr. Ip Hon Weng, I believe it is equally important to talk about what dual listing arrangements do not provide on their own. This is so that we can manage our expectations and can continue to strive towards additional ways to support our equities ecosystem and the growth of our Singapore businesses. First, the arrangements do not guarantee spillovers beyond the financial services sector. We are unlikely to require overseas firms to have a Singapore presence before listing. This is understandable. We do not want to increase the barriers for quality growth companies to list here. That said, I hope that other government agencies like the EDB can use this new opportunity to create new jobs for Singaporeans by encouraging these firms to move some headquarters functions to Singapore after listing. And for Singaporean firms looking to dual list, I hope that a local listing encourages them to further anchor their headquarters and high value-added functions here in Singapore for the long term. Second, the arrangements do not, in and of themselves, mean that a greater number of Singapore companies will benefit from the equities market. But fundamentally, we must ask ourselves what we want our Singapore Stock Exchange to accomplish for our broader economy and our society, and what it should not accomplish. Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me answer my own question. We want an avenue for quality Singapore companies to raise growth capital by issuing equity. Larger, high-quality Singapore companies that can achieve a NASDAQ listing already do so, and they will continue to do so. They could perhaps be encouraged to dual list in Singapore with the benefit of some additional liquidity from Asian-focused investors. But mid-sized companies with a more local and regional presence are unlikely to benefit from this arrangement, as they would not typically be considered for listing on global exchanges like the NASDAQ. Such companies also need a vibrant Singapore exchange. And so we should also continue to focus on helping ambitious, high-growth, mid-sized companies to raise the capital they need so that we can accelerate their growth and create more good jobs for Singaporeans. That said, we should resist the temptation to lower the quality bar and avoid companies with poor business fundamentals or bad corporate governance to list on the Singapore Exchange. The uncle and auntie in our heartlands should not be seen as the retail investors providing exit liquidity for private capital owners, whether businessmen or fund managers looking to make a quick buck. The foundation of a vibrant stock exchange is built on quality companies that attract more investors because these companies are well-run, well-governed, and growing. We should therefore continually endeavor to raise standards for companies listed on the Singapore Exchange so that investors continue to come to it to invest in high-quality listings. Some may suggest that we do not have enough quality Singapore companies because we do not have a vibrant Singapore Exchange. I beg to differ. It is the other way around. We do not have a vibrant Singapore Exchange because we do not yet have enough quality Singapore companies that meet the standard. So we should focus on further improving corporate governance, disclosures, and minority investor protections. And over time, these efforts will make our Singapore Exchange one that all Singaporeans and Singapore companies can be proud of. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the proposed amendments are a move in the same direction towards this larger vision. I support the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Ng Xuan.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, this bill is part of a larger equities market review, which includes programs like Equity Market Development Program. And I'm heartened to hear Minister Chee's opening speech that trading volume has increased. But it is still worth asking what the impact this bill will bring to our market. And how do we bring more private investors in so activity doesn't just start here, but continues here? The question we are facing is whether companies will actually come and whether real activity will follow. So I will focus on three areas: the positioning of the Global Listing Board, GLB, the development of our financial ecosystem, and whether our market is ready. So first, on the positioning of the GLB. From the consultation, the thresholds for the Global Listing Board are very high at around 2 billion Sing dollar in market capitalization. This is aimed at a narrow group of large, mature, and credible companies. That is understandable given how the board is positioned and the quality we want on SGX. This bill creates a clearer pathway than before, but the question is how many companies who meet these criteria are willing and ready to take it up. The key constraint is whether companies see real value in listing here given the additional requirements. Were pre-IPO firms consulted, or have any expressed concrete interest in listing under this framework? Just as my GPC chairman, Mr. Satyandi, asked, I would also like to check with MAS if they are able to provide an estimated number of companies that are potentially eligible under the GLB framework. The proposed focus on companies with an Asian or regional nexus further narrows the pool. While I understand the intent to anchor relevance to our region, having an Asian nexus is one thing, but having a reason to raise capital in Singapore is another. While the bill could help address the long-standing gap in late-stage capital and exit pathways, it will only work if companies see Singapore as a viable place to raise capital at scale. If many of these companies are already anchored in NASDAQ or other exchanges, are we building liquidity here or just plugging into it? What are the opportunities Singapore can seize as companies, especially those exposed to geopolitical tensions and are looking for diversification or stability, choose where they are listed? Pipeline is likely to be limited in the near term, so we should be clear that this is a targeted niche strategy rather than a broad expansion of our market. This then leads to a broader question about market structure. Today, we have the catalyst, the SGX main board, and now potentially the global listing board. This effectively creates a three-tier system. A strong capital market should not just have multiple boards, but a clear role for each. So where does this leave SGX main board in the overall structure? And is there a meaningful difference between the GLB and the SGX main board? Is the GLB meant to be an aspirational pathway for companies that grow through SGX? Or is it primarily a separate lane to attract already mature issuers from the outside? Because depending on the answer, it will shape how companies view SGX as a place to start and grow. So second, on the development of our financial ecosystem. More activity at the top will naturally create spillover demand for banking, research, asset management, and other services. But based on the bill, much of the immediate work will be in compliance, governance, and advisory functions. If this bill is to make a real difference, we also need to see deeper capabilities develop in research, investing, and capital deployment. It may also be useful to build capabilities here, for example, by allowing more use of forward-looking statements under safe harbor provisions and in how analysts and investors assess businesses that are still loss-making but growing. Otherwise, we may end up servicing these listings, but not really building the depth of understanding needed to value them properly. And importantly, where will these activities and jobs sit? Will they be anchored here in Singapore, or will the core activity still take place elsewhere? I would like to seek clarification on whether MAS has consulted companies on the regulatory landscape improvement and support network that the GLB prospects may have raised prior to this bill. Sir, thought on whether our market is ready. Companies do not just choose markets based on liquidity. They choose where investors understand their business. In markets like the US, investors are more familiar with R&D-heavy companies, deep tech firms, and founder-led businesses with longer growth horizons. That shapes how these companies are valued. So if we want to attract similar companies, it is not just about creating a new board, but whether companies and investors choose to be active here, and whether our own market is ready. Are we building enough investor depth, research coverage, and understanding of these sectors? At the same time, it is noted that MAS will retain much regulatory discretion in the administration of the GLB. While discretion is a normal feature of any listing regime, investors and issuers will need clarity on how that discretion will be exercised in the dual listing context, particularly in relation to disclosure recognition and the circumstances in which SGX RegCo may suspend or delist a company from the GLB. We need to ensure that this flexibility and discretion do not come at the expense of clarity and investor confidence, because Singapore has always competed on clarity, not ambiguity. Otherwise, uncertainty over the applicable compliance framework may affect confidence, liquidity, and valuation. In conclusion, this bill is a necessary step if Singapore is to remain relevant in global capital markets. But success is not how many names we bring onto the board. It is whether we bring real activity here, real trading, real capital, and real investor participation. Because in the end, markets are not defined by structure, but by where activity takes place. With this point, sir, I support the bill.
Ms. Nadia Samdin.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I rise in support of the Securities and Futures Amendment Bill. Historically, exchanges competed as destinations. Companies chose where to list, and in doing so, they chose where value would be created, where liquidity would sit, and where their story would be told. But that world has shifted. Today, broad capital is global, deep liquidity is concentrated, and the companies shaping the future, particularly in technology and innovation, are not bound by geography. They go where capital is deepest, coverage is strongest, and where they are understood. This creates a structural challenge for Singapore, not because we lack strong institutions or capability or credibility, but because the gravitational pull of global capital, particularly for high growth and technology companies, is traditionally not centered here due to investor culture, risks, platform dominance, regulatory infrastructure, talent, among other factors. The Global Listing Board, or GLB, offers a response to this reality. It is not an attempt to outcompete the largest capital markets in the world. It is a recognition that we must evolve our role within them. In a more uncertain and fragmented global environment, it is imperative that Singapore continues to strengthen our position as a trusted and relevant financial hub. Listings typically involve overlapping and sometimes disjointed disclosure standards, liability frameworks, and regulatory timelines. These can add significant coordination, complexity, and cost. So I appreciate the intent of these amendments to better align processes and reduce duplication. These are practical steps that can reduce friction. I would like to focus on 4 areas. First, how we position Singapore, particularly as a bridge for high-growth companies in Asia. Second, how we prepare our companies for the realities of operating within these markets, where expectations, scrutiny, and standards are different. Third, how we ensure that this integration translates into tangible progress, economic value for Singapore through capital participation, ecosystem development. And finally, on ensuring market integrity through seamless mutual enforcement and timely information sharing. First, Singapore as an Asian bridge. As Southeast Asia continues to produce high-growth firms, particularly in tech, many seek listing opportunities in the US. The GLB ensures that even as these companies pursue global capital, they can do so without losing access to regional investors, proximity to core markets, and the strategic appeal that comes from being anchored in both Western and Asian ecosystems. It is also hoped that it will boost SGX's IPO pipeline and competitiveness. The framework requires that companies raise a portion of their capital through Singapore, 75 million or 15% of the global offering, whichever is higher. This ensures that our market is not merely a point of access, but a point of participation, where Singapore has a stake in the growth of these companies. Rather than accessing such opportunities only through foreign markets, our capital can engage through our own infrastructure. By enabling companies to access US capital markets while maintaining a listing presence on Singapore Exchange as well, we position Singapore not as an alternative, but reinforce our role as a gateway economy. We have long positioned ourselves as a hub for flows of capital, talent, and ideas. The GLB extends that logic into capital markets, but we must be clear-eyed about the risks and limitations. Under the current structure, the listing on NASDAQ is an anchor. The listing on SGX is not designed to stand independently. I have 4 questions. If price discovery generally happens in the US due to deeper liquidity, what role can Singapore play beyond access? If trading volumes concentrate in the US, how can we ensure our market also remains active rather than symbolic, given lower trading liquidity? Has the government assessed whether the Singapore institutional and retail investor base can consistently generate sufficient demand for GLB issuers to meet the minimum threshold? Otherwise, the requirement may become a hurdle that limits uptake, and the default may be reallocation. Given the volatility in the world, is the MAS considering other prescribed dual listing arrangements as it stands with other markets that could further open up new sources of capital and cooperation? Second, preparing companies for the realities of the US market. The draft listing rules set out a minimum $2 billion in market capitalization at listing threshold, among other criteria. This means that the pool of companies which qualify for the GLB may not be large. But it goes beyond market capitalization. The question is also whether these companies are ready to go live as a public company in a US-led market environment. That means having the governance, disclosure controls, investor relations capability, financial reporting discipline, to withstand a cadence of scrutiny from sophisticated analysts and investor base, regulators, and the media. Companies must also get used to new success metrics beyond revenue, especially tech firms. If the GLB is to succeed, readiness cannot be treated as a compliance checklist, but instead be complemented with a capability-building agenda. The expectations of US markets may not always be aligned with the realities of companies emerging from Asia, many of which operate in different languages and time zones. While operating in this environment will force companies to demonstrate a different level of robustness that is recognized more globally, whether by investors, partners, or talent, I would like to ask how we are preparing our Singaporean companies for this transition beyond simply exposing them to the opportunity. And is there a supporting role that Singapore can play for ASEAN companies which intend to pursue GLB listing? While the government shouldn't be actively interfering or shaping a company's entry into capital markets, where possible, will we consider partnering with industry to develop structures to bridge capability gaps? This leads to my third point, translating listings into tangible economic value for Singapore. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the success of the GLB should not be measured by the number of quality listings alone. It should be measured by the extent to which those listings translate into tangible economic value for Singapore and Singaporeans. When a company lists, value is created across multiple layers, including capital formation, professional and support services, investor participation, and longer-term ecosystem development. I'm heartened to see that there are mechanisms within the GLB that seek to anchor value locally. For example, as I earlier mentioned, the requirement that companies raise a meaningful portion of their capital through Singapore. This is not trivial. It ensures that Singapore-based investors are not merely trading these securities, but are participating in the formation of capital itself. It creates allocation to local institutions and engagement with regional investor base. The listing activity itself generates ecosystem value, from due diligence to legal structuring, underwriting and advisory, accounting and compliance, research and coverage. These create new professional opportunities, build expertise, and deepen Singapore's capabilities in handling cross-border listings. A listing presence combined with investor engagement can hopefully encourage the development of regional headquarter functions and closer integration with Singapore's financial and business ecosystem. While not guaranteed, these are pathways through which listing activity can translate into longer-term economic contribution. But we must be realistic about the limits. If trading volumes concentrate in the US, then market-making activity, derivatives trading, and a significant portion of financial intermediation will also concentrate there. If analyst coverage, investor engagement, and prospectus requirements are primarily US-led, then much of the influence over valuation and requirements for US capabilities in professional services will sit outside of Singapore. I would like to ask, beyond the initial capital raised, what mechanisms ensure that economic activity continues to accrue to Singapore over the life of these listings? Do we have any plans to deepen local participation both from investors and institutions, attracting capital from other parts of Asia so that Singapore's role can grow? For professional services, given familiarity with US laws and systems would be necessary, how can we support local professionals to secure a share of the work generated? And do we have any plans on an interagency effort that focuses on translating listing presence into broader corporate activity within Singapore? Finally, a brief point on cross-border regulatory enforcement. While the draft bill and rules for regulatory cooperation and timely disclosure across both markets While the draft bill and rules provides for regulatory cooperation and timely disclosure across both markets, there remains practical operational questions of how this will work in moments of stress. How will cross-border investigation and enforcement operate in practice when the same event affects investors in both jurisdictions, depending on whether it is first detected in the US or in Singapore? Will there be any new bodies formed or other laws harmonized to oversee investigations and information transfer, decide on trading halts, as well as coordinate reviews? Does Singapore plan to conduct independent investigations? While the framework recognizes time zone differences by requiring ongoing disclosures made on the SEC EDGAR system by the issuer to be announced via SGXNet at the same time, and other material disclosures made by the issuer will be required to be released in Singapore via SGXNet within one trading day after the date they are filed in the US, timeliness for market-sensitive information is crucial, and I look forward to future operational guidelines on how this will be coordinated and decided. If we are building a bridge between two markets, then market integrity must be able to travel across that bridge in real time that suits both investor bases, not only after the fact. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are not the first market to explore such an approach. Other exchanges have pursued dual listings and cross-market linkages. The experience has been mixed. While these frameworks generally reduce friction and improve access, they have not always translated into influence. Some companies eventually opt out of dual listing as a hedge. But it is timely that we are pursuing the GLB now, while strengthening the vibrancy and depth of our markets. This will further Singapore's place in our currently fractured world as a trusted, stable bridge. If the GLB is to succeed, we must ensure that Singapore remains relevant to the companies that will define the future, that our firms are equipped to compete on a global stage, that investors are educated and equipped to understand the implications of the GLB, and that our economy benefits meaningfully. Notwithstanding my clarifications, I support the bill.
Mr. Victor Lai.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise in support of the Securities and Futures Amendment Bill. In doing so, I declare my interest as the CEO of an investment management company. This bill offers flexibility to calibrate how our Securities and Futures Act applies to dual-listed issuers. But I believe the harder challenge lies beyond the listing stage. Listing is not the same as liquidity. Liquidity determines market relevance. If companies list here, but trading migrates overseas, Singapore captures the ceremony of listing, but not the economics of liquidity. We may gain the headline, but lose the heartbeat. Therefore, success should not be measured only by the number of companies that list here, but whether liquidity, measured by sustainable trading activity, research coverage, investor participation, and price discovery, are deeply anchored, creating jobs in Singapore. To strengthen our capital markets heartbeat, I offer 3 essential considerations. First, adopt a liquidity-focused development framework. Why not require liquidity KPIs such as turnover, bid-ask spreads, and market depth? Ensure viable market maker support mechanisms. And why not monitor closely that Singapore is indeed gaining value-added post-listing activities? Second, sharpen the end investor value proposition. Investors must find it worthwhile, more worthwhile, to trade in Singapore than in the other overseas exchange. We must offer convenience, cost efficiency, time zone relevance, trusted custody, and products that are tailored to the Asian investor. Third, continue calibrating carefully our regulatory stance with close eye on competitiveness. In a competitive global environment, we should continue to adjust our regulatory settings to remain proportionate in response to competing markets. This bill is in the right direction. The opposite direction of purely restricting domestic regulated entities from certain products will lead to regulatory arbitrage, as Singaporeans can already access such restricted products via overseas entities digitally, even if they are unregulated. So to be clear, investor protection cannot mean shielding investors from all risk. It must mean enabling and equipping investors to understand risk. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I add 3 clarifications regarding investor protection and 1 about shareholder rights. When an overseas incorporated company is dual listed on SGX and say on the Nasdaq, Singapore investors may face weaker legal recourse than US investors. US investors can participate in security class actions. Singapore has no comparable collective redress. how will such differential shareholder rights be addressed? Second, currency risk. Dual-listed equities trade typically in different currencies. Will disclosure of currency and settlement risks be mandated at the point of investment? Third, retail versus institutional investor asymmetry. Large institutional players can arbitrage efficiently across different exchanges and time zones. Retail investors cannot. If price discovery migrates overseas, how can we address the situation where Singapore investors end up in a thinner and less efficient market? Sir, the bill is in line with my strategic concept of Singapore as a network economy, positioning Singapore as a trusted node connecting capital flows across regions. That is where our competitive and comparative advantage lies. This bill is oriented towards alignment with NASDAQ. This is understandable given its scale and depth. However, instead of tagging onto other leading bigger markets, can we consider a more innovative tweak to our approach and position Singapore as a key node in the broader capital markets ecosystem? In this regard, I offer two strategic tweaks. First, we should seek similar interoperability arrangements with other financial centers where we can perhaps add relatively more value, such as our friends in New Zealand and other key market exchanges. Second, given the 2 billion minimum market cap threshold, can we identify bottlenecks across the capital chain, from startup funding to growth capital, before reaching public markets? So the Global Listing Board is not just a listing window, but the end to a strong Singapore pipeline of growth companies. Why? As I said at the beginning, listings do not define the market. Liquidity does. Listings do not begin at IPO. They begin with early and growth stage capital. Sir, a bridge is only useful if there are roads leading to it. The public market is not the start of the capital journey. It is a later chapter. While this bill addresses public markets, we must continue strengthening the full capital lifecycle from early stage funding to growth capital before reaching public markets. This bill opens an important door, a willingness for us to adapt. But a door alone does not create a destination. If issuers list here, but trading happens elsewhere, we will have presence without depth, activity without influence, and listings without leadership. If we are merely a Singapore window shadowing another liquid overseas market, we have not succeeded. But if we become an Asian time zone node for global price discovery, anchored by genuine investor protections, supported by self-sustaining liquidity, and part of a broader network connecting capital across regions that can benefit from Singapore as the capital umbrella, then we will have created something of lasting value. With that, sir, I support the bill.
Mr. Edward Chia.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise in support of the bill, which strengthens Singapore's position as a global capital markets hub. The amendments to the Securities and Futures Act, particularly the introduction of the Sponsored Depository Receipt Framework and the Global Listing Board, are forward-looking. They facilitate cross-border listings, expand investors' access, and align our regulatory framework with international practices. Enabling access is an important first step. The real test is whether we can convert that access into liquidity, confidence, and sustained market participation. Allow me to raise 3 areas. First, on future-proofing the framework. Section 239AA provides a clear definition of sponsored depository receipts based on established custodial structures. But capital markets are evolving rapidly. Tokenized securities are emerging, and major market infrastructures such as NASDAQ and DTCC are already developing new settlement architectures. The key question is whether this framework can adapt to structural change. If tokenization reshapes custody, ownership, and settlement, will the SDR framework remain relevant, or will we need to rework it to keep pace with market evolution? Tokenization also presents clear advantages. It can enable faster settlement, reduce intermediation costs, and lower barriers to entry for both issuers and investors. It can support fractional ownership and broaden participation, strengthening liquidity and price discovery. What steps will the MES take to ensure that this framework is forward compatible with tokenized representations of securities, and how will we leverage these developments to strengthen liquidity, reduce transaction costs, and expand investors' access over time? Second, on the strength and structure of supporting ecosystem. The effectiveness of this regime depends on the depth and diversity of intermediaries. There is strong capacity among global and local financial institutions. The next step is to ensure diversity and competition. A broader base of intermediaries will drive better pricing, innovation, and access, core conditions for a well-functioning market. What steps will MES take to expand participation among qualified intermediaries and service providers and ensure the ecosystem supports efficient and competitive market activity over the long run? Third, on dispute resolution and investors' recourse. The Global Listing Board simplifies access by allowing Singapore investors to invest in Singapore-listed instruments under our regulatory framework and legal system. This is a clear improvement over the current model where investors must navigate foreign jurisdictions directly. To realize this benefit fully, investors need clarity on how recourse works in practice, especially where issuers maintain primary listings overseas. What guidance will MES provide to ensure investors have a clear understanding of their rights, governing law, and dispute resolutions pathways? Clarity reduces uncertainty, and in capital markets, uncertainty is often the greater deterrent. Clear frameworks will also strengthen Singapore's position as a leading hub for cross-border dispute resolution, supported by institutions such as Singapore International Commercial Court, SIAC, and SIMC. Legal clarity is not just protection, it is a competitive advantage. Finally, sir, on a broader strategic point, this bill expands access and facilitates listings, but listings alone are insufficient to anchor capital. Trading activity gravitates towards deeper, more liquid markets, even where secondary listings exist. Singapore must build liquidity deliberately. I'd like to ask the Minister what concrete steps MES will take to build liquidity in these instruments, specifically how MES intends to support market making to ensure continuous pricing and tighter spreads, and to facilitate their inclusion in institutional and longer-term capital pools, including through index inclusion and schemes such as the proposed CPF Life Cycle Investment Scheme and the Supplementary Retirement Scheme. There is a need to strengthen regional investor connectivity. Singapore can anchor ASEAN capital markets by attracting large-cap companies with significant regional operations. We must attract both issuers and investors from across Southeast Asia. This will deepen liquidity, improve price discovery, and strengthen market vibrancy. It also reinforces Singapore's role as a wealth management hub, positioning us as a gateway for capital and investment flows across ASEAN. In the long run, liquidity will depend on how effectively we connect regional capital to regional opportunities through Singapore. Investors' familiarity is equally important. SDRs are less intuitive for retail investors. Clear disclosures and investors' education are essential. Liquidity also depends on research coverage, brokers, and market intermediaries. MAS should track success through clear indicators: trading volume, liquidity, investors' participation, and capital raised through Singapore, not just the number of listings. So I'd like to ask the Minister, how will the MAS define success for this framework, and what benchmarks will guide its implementation? Sir, this bill is a strong step forward. Its success will depend on building credible, liquid instruments that are fully integrated into Singapore's capital markets ecosystem. With continued focus on adaptability, ecosystem strength, and investors' clarity, Singapore can realize the full potential of this framework. Thank you, sir.
Minister Chee Hong Tat.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to thank members for their support of the bill and for their clarifications and suggestions. It is good to see the commitment in this House to build a competitive equities market in Singapore and to strengthen our role as a leading financial centre and growth capital hub. Members have raised several important considerations relating to the bill. These can be categorized in three broad themes. First, the broader strategic considerations for the proposed amendments. Second, whether the proposed arrangements would enable the Global Listing Board, or GLB, to succeed. And third, how do we ensure that regulatory standards and investor protection remain robust? First, let me address the questions from Mr. Satyandi Supat, Associate Professor James Lim, and Mr. Sean Low on whether the SGX NASDAQ listing breach could be the first of many similar collaborations. Mr. Edward Chia also suggested that we can strengthen our linkages to ASEAN capital markets to allow large-cap companies to tap into a common pool of capital. Indeed, Singapore has thrived as an economic and financial hub by positioning ourselves at the intersection of global capital flows. Cross-border partnerships were one of the recommendations by the Equities Market Review Group, and the intention is to enable future win-win collaborations beyond the SGX NASDAQ breach. The new Part 13A of the SFA is intended to facilitate future partnerships with other overseas exchanges, which can provide access to deep pools of capital and a broad range of investors, and are governed by securities laws that adhere to international standards. I mentioned these points in my opening speech. Our immediate focus is to facilitate the success of the GLB. With this experience, MAS and SGX can then consider further partnerships in the future. Next, let me explain how the proposed arrangements would enable the GLB to succeed. Mr. Satyandi and Mr. Ip Hong Weng asked what profile of issuers the GLB hopes to attract, and Dr. Neo Kok Peng noted that it could be attractive to deep tech companies. Mr. Ng Si Xuan also asked whether the 2 billion market cap threshold would limit the pool of eligible issuers for GLB. Sir, the GLB welcomes companies from different countries and sectors. There could be keener interests from firms with an Asian nexus and strong growth potential that are seeking access to deep US capital markets while appealing to a complementary investor base in Asia. The choice of the $2 billion threshold reflects what SGX and NASDAQ have access to be the conditions for such a simultaneous listing to succeed, so that GLB issuers have sufficient scale and interest from investors in both the US and Singapore markets. GLB issuers must also meet a minimum fundraising requirement in Singapore, as this will help to anchor a good level of trading liquidity in Singapore. I should add, sir, that the $2 billion applies to the GLB, which is the collaboration that SGX is having with NASDAQ. It is not a general requirement. that will tie our hands for future collaborations with other exchanges. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we believe that with Asia's continued growth, there will be a pool of companies that can meet the requirements and benefit from this arrangement. SGX and NASDAQ will work together to engage these potential issuers and build up a pipeline of quality companies for the GLB. Now, I certainly do not want to count our chickens before they hatch, but let me just put it this way: there has been healthy interest from potential issuers on this GLB collaboration. Ms. Nadia Samdin, Mr. Victor Lai, Associate Professor Lim, Mr. Yip, and Mr. Saktiandi have also asked how trading activity will be sustained in Singapore. Mr. Chia emphasized the importance of building liquidity and deepening investor participation. So we agree with these views, as growing the equities market cannot, as Mr. Saktiandi said, rely only on one silver bullet. It requires a suite of measures that can help to build up the ecosystem steadily and sustainably. To address the point that Associate Professor Lim mentioned about post-listing disclosures, SGX recently put out a consultation paper to propose mandating certain disclosures for main board companies. This is the approach building the ecosystem that the Equities Market Review Group took. We recommended a comprehensive set of measures aimed at strengthening the demand from investors and also the supply of new listings. And to support investment and trading activity in Singapore listings, we are also implementing several measures. They go beyond what is covered in this bill, but these are things which MAS, SGX, and other players in the industry are working on. So first, we are improving price discovery through better information and coverage. MAS's Grant for Equity Market Singapore, or GEMS scheme, was enhanced last year to develop the research coverage and pool of analysts in Singapore. We agree that this is important. Second, specific investment funds in Singapore, such as the $6.5 billion Equity Market Development Program and the $3 billion Anchor Fund, are growing the pool of institutional investors in Singapore who can potentially act as cornerstone investors for Singapore IPOs, including those on the GLB. Third, MAS and SGX will be putting in place targeted measures to improve our market-making ecosystem, which will facilitate tighter trading spreads and better trading liquidity. And these measures will apply to GLB and SGX's other boards. In addition, value unlock initiatives seek to strengthen investor confidence by helping listed companies to better formulate and communicate their strategic plans to shareholders. MAS and SGX have formed an Equity Market Implementation Committee to oversee the execution of these measures, because we know policy must be matched by good implementation. We will track the progress and continue to take feedback from industry stakeholders, as the process of improving our competitiveness is an ongoing marathon. We are not, definitely not saying that whatever we have recommended, including what is presented in this bill, will be the final set of measures that will be required. It is an ongoing, never-ending marathon, because whatever we do, we must expect our competitors to also up their game. And so we have to continuously invest in building stronger capabilities and to up our competitiveness. And that is what we will do, together with the industry. So since this is the year of the horse, if I may just use some horse-related Chinese phrases to describe our approach. 快马加鞭，马不停蹄，才能一马当先，马到功成。
We have to put in more effort and go faster, so then only we can achieve success.
Our public markets by forming the Growth Capital Work Group in February this year to identify strategies to support the provision of financing solutions to companies across the various growth stages before they are ready to access the public equities market. I think a few members spoke about this. We shouldn't just look at the public equities market alone. It is part of the larger ecosystem. Our aim is to support entrepreneurship and develop Singapore as a growth capital hub for both local and foreign companies to use Singapore as a launchpad to grow their business. Mr. Ip asked about the operational aspects of the GLB, such as settlement procedures across both exchanges. SGX and NASDAQ have been working out the detailed operational arrangements for smooth trading and settlement. They are working closely with industry participants and building on their experiences with existing dual listings to ensure that investors will be able to trade with confidence. Mr. Ng asked how the GLB will sit alongside the SGX main board. Ms. Nadia, Mr. Satyandi, and Mr. Loh asked whether the GLB will translate into opportunities for the rest of the Singapore financial ecosystem. The GLB expands the range of fundraising options that Singapore can offer to both domestic and international companies. By attracting a diverse range of issuers to list in Singapore, the GLB increases the opportunities and dynamism in our equities market and provides more options for Singapore investors. A successful GLB will bring more investor interest and liquidity into the Singapore market and help increase the pipeline of listings on SGX. This in turn creates business opportunities for local service providers, including lawyers, accountants, and other financial intermediaries. Of course, sir, I acknowledge the point that a few members have made, that we can't be certain whether a move like this will succeed. I think no one can give that kind of guarantee. But it is back to something that we discussed before in this House. Are we prepared to take calculated risks, identify what are the possible opportunities, and trying, even though we know it may not be a guaranteed success? Because if you don't try, the probability of success is zero. If you try, it's not 100%, but at least we have a shot at it. So that is the attitude that we're taking. Now, of course, we will do our very best to work together with industry partners to increase the chances of success. So Mr. Ng asked if MES had consulted on the regulatory landscape for the GLB. MES and SGX have been engaging closely with the industry throughout the development of the GLB framework. From January to February 2026, we conducted a public consultation on the proposed regulatory amendments to facilitate dual listing arrangements that will include the GLB. Respondents and market participants strongly supported the proposed framework and provided useful feedback to improve harmonization of the regulatory requirements. The regulations that the MES will be issuing around the middle of this year will focus on the rules that apply to the GLB. And as I mentioned, if there are potential collaborations with other exchanges in the future, MES will similarly do a public consultation to get views from our stakeholders before we firm up the arrangements. So let me now turn to questions pertaining to the regulatory framework. Members emphasize the need to preserve our standards of disclosure, governance, and enforcement. We fully agree. We will only permit dual listing arrangements with exchanges that operate in an overseas jurisdiction whose securities laws are consistent with IOSCO's international standards and principles. MES will study each new jurisdiction and their relevant laws carefully before any new arrangement is launched. MES will also provide for necessary safeguards and ensure that regulatory standards are maintained. We reserve the right to reassess the arrangement should a partner jurisdiction change its rules significantly, and where necessary, adjust our regulations to maintain a high level of corporate governance and disclosures for investor protection. So we are not without agency. We will do what we need to do as the regulator in Singapore to uphold high standards, both corporate governance and disclosure standards, and to provide adequate protection for investors. The core responsibilities of GLB issuers and the professionals that support them remain the same as with all other listings. They must ensure that disclosures satisfy the applicable standards and support informed decision-making by investors at the initial public offering and on an ongoing basis. Apart from the specific modifications to align regulatory requirements to facilitate the GLB operations, all other protective and investor recourse provisions in the SFA, including those relating to market misconduct, continuous disclosure, and investor compensation, will continue to apply. MAS and the relevant authorities in Singapore will retain full discretion to investigate and, where appropriate, to take enforcement action against any breaches of disclosure obligations or market misconduct that arise in Singapore. I mentioned this in my opening speech too. SGX RegCo, as frontline regulator, will conduct real-time surveillance and take the necessary actions against issues of serious trading irregularities, market manipulation, or disclosure breaches, and where necessary, refer cases to MAS and the other relevant authorities for enforcement action. Specific to the GLB, SGX RegCo will work closely with NASDAQ on regulatory measures. MAS also has in place long-standing information sharing and enforcement cooperation arrangements with the relevant US authorities. Turning to investor protection, Mr. Chia and Mr. Lai asked about investor recourse options against a GLB issuer. An investor who invests in capital market products listed on a GLB can utilize the existing investor recourse options that are provided under the SFA to seek compensation for losses arising from breaches of disclosure requirements and market misconduct in the Singapore courts. The procedure to be followed in Singapore remains unchanged. MAS has separately consulted on enhancements to investor recourse avenues for investors under Singapore law. This is not part of this bill, it's something that we're doing separately, and this was a recommendation from the Equities Market Review Group. The enhanced investor recourse will apply to investors on the GLB and SGX's other boards. MAS has consulted on proposals that would expand investors' ability to obtain civil compensation for losses arising from market misconduct. These include facilitating self-organizing of investors looking to take civil action, providing access to funding, and reducing legal barriers to action. These avenues will be balanced with appropriate safeguards to prevent vexatious litigation. Mr. Yip asked about the safeguards for investors should an issuer delist from NASDAQ and consequently the GLB. As SGX's GLB listing framework has been developed with reference to the NASDAQ listing rules, delisting would follow established NASDAQ processes, which include advance notice to the market and, where applicable, prescribed cure or compliance periods that allow companies to remediate any issues and continue to be listed. The same delisting procedures apply whether the investors invest in the dual-listed stocks on GLB or directly through NASDAQ. Mr. Satyandi and Mr. Chia asked how disputes arising from dual listing boards may be resolved, including how securities law of a foreign jurisdiction which is incorporated by reference will be interpreted. So any disputes relating to regulations issued under the new Part 13A will still be determined by the Singapore courts. These regulations include those which incorporate foreign securities law by reference. Handling such disputes is something that our courts are familiar with, based on established legal principles relating to the interpretation of foreign law, with reference to foreign legislation and the accompanying case law. Mr. Lee Hong Chuang, Mr. Satyandi, and Mr. Ip asked about the safeguards around permitting issuers to engage retail investors at an earlier stage with their prelim prospectus. And Mr. Lai asked if MAS will strengthen investor education efforts. So MAS will require issuers to clearly state in their prelim prospectus that it is subject to further amendments and completion, and investment decisions can only be made based on the final prospectus. Investment decisions can only be made based on the final prospectus. When the final prospectus is registered, investors must be alerted and informed on how to access the most up-to-date information before they make their investment decisions. The prospectus must disclose all material information and risks to allow investors to make informed decisions. MAS and Money Sense will continue to work with key stakeholders such as SGX and SIAS, SIAS, on investor education to equip investors with the knowledge and skills to evaluate investment opportunities. This is an ongoing work, and I see a lot of potential for us to continue this partnership. So let me also address Mr. Chia, Mr. Lee, and Mr. Satyandi's questions on the sponsored depository receipts. DRs have been traded in Singapore and in other markets for some time, and the industry has developed to facilitate the smooth and safe issuance and trading of these instruments. In terms of regulation, where DRs have been used to accord similar rights and interests to DR holders as shares do for shareholders, the same principles that protect the rights and interests of shareholders have been extended to DR holders. The amendments in this bill clarify one aspect of this, which is that the issuer of securities that are represented by the DRs will be responsible for compliance with disclosure standards. Clarity on the responsibilities of parties involved in DR issuance is important, as DRs are commonly used for dual listings from the US. On a related note, Mr. Chia and Mr. Lee made a point that our regulatory framework should be forward-looking and provide the necessary safeguards for the emergence of tokenized representation of securities. Indeed, our regulatory framework is designed to be technology neutral, and it is able to accommodate both tokenized and non-tokenized securities. The regulatory requirements are premised on the principle of same activity, same risk, same regulatory outcome. To further support responsible innovation in Singapore's digital asset ecosystem, MAS has recently issued the Guide on Tokenization of Capital Markets Products to provide clarity for the issuance and offerings of tokenized capital markets products. We'll continue to explore further efforts to support tokenization and other forms of innovation in Singapore's capital markets. Sir, please allow me to conclude by thanking honourable members once again for their support of the bill. The questions raised by members reflect a shared desire to ensure that Singapore's equities market is not only well-regulated and robust, but also dynamic and growing. The amendments in this bill are to support a bold and innovative step forward to facilitate dual listings and serve the fundraising needs of entrepreneurs and companies, both local and from around the world. The proposed framework we have put in place, anchored on strong international standards and with appropriate safeguards in place, is a timely move to enable Singapore to seize new opportunities while ensuring sufficient protection for investors. The positive momentum we are seeing in our equities market since the Equities Market Review Group submitted our recommendations last November is encouraging. But as I mentioned earlier, never stopping here. This is an ongoing marathon. We will keep going. Because we know the competition is intense, and we must keep moving forward to stay ahead, and in some areas that we are still lagging behind, to improve and to catch up with our competitors. We are quite clear-eyed about this. There are some areas for improvement, and we will work on these areas to continue to do better. This bill will build on our solid foundation and further raise Singapore's standing as a listing venue of choice and provide a vital bridge with regional and global capital markets. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg to move.
Associate Professor J. Muslim, you have a clarification. Please proceed.
Thank you, sir. Just a quick clarification on my part, which concerns the 2 billion threshold. Minister Chi explained that this was arrived after joint negotiations between NASDAQ and the SGX. And given their relative sizes, my assumption is that these are more aligned with NASDAQ's expectations of market cap rather than our own. I'm therefore left with my original concern that we might potentially shut off a pathway for SGX main board firms to step up to the GLB. Minister Chi did confirm that this threshold does not bind us from future cooperations with other exchanges. I'm gratified to hear that. I'm just wondering, would that mean that there will be new parallel GLBs for future arrangements or agreements of this form?
Minister Chee Hong Tat, would you like to respond to that clarification?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Associate Professor Lim, I think, had a two-part question. So the first part is whether the 2 billion would be too high a threshold, including for some of the companies that are currently on our main board and who are looking to list but may not meet this threshold. I accept that the threshold means that not all companies can qualify to come on the GLB. But when we discuss this with NASDAQ, I think one of the key considerations is that we do want the company, once they are listed on the GLB through this simultaneous listing arrangement, to also be able to do well, not just in NASDAQ, but also here in Singapore. And to do that, I think we need to bear in mind that while 2 billion may look like a big number in Singapore, actually in NASDAQ, 2 billion is not that big. You will end up becoming a small fish in a very big pond for NASDAQ. And that's why I think there's a certain balance to be struck. Now, if you lower the threshold too much and you have, sure, you may have more companies, but the post-listing, which I think many members have spoken about as well, it's not just the listing, but post-listing. Some of these companies may have more difficulties subsequently. If your threshold is too high, say you set it at 10 billion, 20 billion, let's say, then there will be too few companies. So this is really a judgment call, where to strike this balance. And after some discussions, we felt that, as I explained in my response speech, 2 billion would be about the right level. And I am not at liberty to share more because of commercial sensitivity, but as I mentioned earlier, we do have healthy interests from a good pipeline of potential issuers. So I don't think this is something which is too far off from what the market has judged to be an appropriate threshold. Associate Professor Lim's second question is for future such similar arrangements. Have we looked at it? I did explain this earlier in my response speech. For now, I think we'll focus on getting the GLB up. It's quite a big task for SGX and the team to work on this together with NASDAQ to make sure that we get it up, get it running, achieve some positive momentum. Certainly, we are open to discussing with other exchanges, like-minded partners who want to do this together with us. We're very open because Singapore's value proposition, part of it, lies in our ability to serve as a hub and to be able to connect different markets. So certainly, if there are other exchanges that would like to work with SGX, we will be very happy to explore these opportunities and to discuss with them, but provided they meet those two important safeguards that I outlined in my speech. High standards, they are able to benefit from adequate coverage, and we will then discuss with the overseas exchange on some of the details, which may not end up with a 2 billion threshold because it depends on the size of the other exchange. For NASDAQ, 2 billion was the threshold that we agreed on, but if this is another exchange, the threshold may not be 2 billion, it may be something else. We will have to judge case by case. Yeah, but certainly, I think this is something that we look forward to more of such collaborations, because that will help to boost our overall standing as a financial center. Thank you, sir.
Any further clarifications? None? Then I'll propose the question to the House. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Securities and Futures Amendment Bill.
Committee stage what day?
Now, sir, on behalf of the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, I move that Parliament will immediately resolve itself into a committee on the bill.
The question is that Parliament will immediately resolve itself into a committee on the bill. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that clauses 1 to 9 stand part of the bill. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Bill to be reported. Minister Chee Hong Tat.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, I report that the bill has been considered in committee and agreed to without amendment.
Third reading, what day?
Now, sir, I move that the bill be now read a third time.
The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Securities and Futures Amendment Bill. Item 4, Central Provident Fund Amendment Bill, second reading.
Prior to that, Leader of the House.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move that the proceedings on the business set down on the order paper for today be exempted at this day's sitting from the provisions of Standing Order Number 2.
The question is the motion moved by the Leader of the House. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister for Manpower.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, on behalf of the Minister for Manpower, I now beg to move that the bill be read a second time. MOM has assessed that there's no conflict of interest for members holding Singtel shares to participate in this debate and to vote on the bill. And in the interest of transparency, I declare that I am a holder of Singtel special discounted shares as a CPF member. The CPF is a key pillar of Singapore's social security system and has been updated over the years to meet our members' changing needs and ensure its continued effectiveness. This bill is one such effort. It updates a legacy arrangement by enabling the transfer of Singtel Special Discounted Shares, or Singtel SDS, from the CPF board to the Central Depository, or CDP, accounts of SDS holders. This will benefit SDS holders by enabling them to manage their shares directly. The SDS scheme was introduced in 1993 to give Singaporeans a stake in Singapore's economic success through share ownership. During Singtel's IPO that year, where 11% of its total shares were traded for the first time, CPF members were offered the opportunity to buy Singtel shares at a discounted price using their CPF savings. First in 1993 and again in 1996. This was an option given to CPF members, and though it was not compulsory, many chose to take this up. At that time, many CPF members were unfamiliar with share ownership. Hence, to support them, the CPF board was appointed as the trustee to facilitate these purchases. Since then, these Singtel SDS have been held in CDP accounts under CPF board's trusteeship. The landscape has since evolved. Today, Singaporeans are more financially savvy and familiar with share ownership. Many have their own CDP accounts and are experienced in trading shares. Over the years, the SDS scheme had benefited many CPF members, the youngest of whom are now above 50 years old. In 1993 and 1996, SDS holders were able to buy their Singtel SDS with an upfront discount. Those who held on to their shares also received loyalty shares equal to 40% of their initial holdings, along with regular dividends. Prior to the start of this exercise in April, there were around 615,000 SDS holders whose SDS holdings collectively represented less than 5% of Singtel's total shareholdings. The median SDS holder had around 1,360 shares that was worth about $6,800 in equity value. In other words, every $100 invested back then would have accumulated about $600 in dividends and equity value to date. And this does not include the interest earned on those dividends. In fact, their total dividends received alone would have exceeded both the CPF savings used to purchase the Singtel SDS and the interest they would have otherwise received in the CPF ordinary account. Following Singtel Group's proposal to transfer the Singtel SDS from the CPF board to SDS holders, MOM and the CPF board consulted relevant agencies to assess the proposal's impact on SDS holders and whether this would be beneficial to CPF members. The SDS scheme has already achieved its intent of building up assets of CPF members. The legacy arrangement, where CPF board is the trustee for members' SDS, is no longer necessary, given that Singaporeans are more financially savvy and familiar with share ownership. Amongst the current Singtel SDS holders, close to 3 in 5 now have their own individual CDP accounts. With the transfer, SDS holders can hold and manage their shares directly. They will also benefit indirectly, as the Singtel Group will have greater flexibility to carry out corporate actions in a timely manner for them. We have worked with and will continue working with the relevant parties, including MAS and SGX, to ensure a smooth transfer. This includes availing options to SDS holders to ensure that their interests are protected and allowing them the flexibility to decide how they would want to manage their Singtel SDS moving forward. Let me outline the options available to SDS holders. For those who prefer to keep their SDS Singtel shares, no action is required. The bill amends the CPF Act to effect the automatic transfer of the shares to CDP accounts under the respective SDS holders' names, thereby ensuring that the process is seamless for SDS holders. The transfer is planned for in November 2026. For the 3 in 5 who have their own individual CDP accounts, also known as direct accounts in the bill, we will automatically transfer their Singtel SDS to their individual CDP accounts. This consolidates all Singtel shares of an SDS holder into one account, making it easier for the holders to monitor and manage the shares. For the remaining 2 in 5 who do not have CDP accounts, we will automatically transfer their Singtel SDS to designated CDP accounts under their respective names, also known as designated shares account in the bill. This account will be created specifically to only hold Singtel SDS and its related entitlements. Singtel SDS is designated CDP accounts will remain under the CDS scheme, which means that these CDS holders will largely continue to receive similar treatment and support as they do today. They will continue to receive future dividends in their CPF ordinary accounts. If they sell their Singtel SDS at any point of time in the future, they can opt to receive the sales proceeds either in their CPF ordinary accounts or in cash. For SDS holders who prefer not to retain their Singtel SDS, they may choose to sell and receive their sales proceeds either in their CPF ordinary account or in cash. Given that the SDS scheme has achieved its objective of allowing SDS holders to benefit and share in Singapore's development, CPF Board has reviewed its rules and decided to allow those who sell their SDS to withdraw their proceeds in cash if they wish to do so without having met CPF withdrawal conditions. We have effected this from 8th April 2026 through subsidiary legislation amendments. Those who wish to keep their proceeds in their CPF ordinary accounts to earn higher interest may continue to do so. SDS holders will have ample time of around 7 months to decide if they want to sell their shares before the planned transfer in November. Those who do not wish to make a decision now will still have the option to sell at any one point in time in the future, including after the transfer exercise. We have worked with the CPF board and the Singtel Group to reach out to all SDS holders regarding the proposed transfer. All SDS holders would have received a hard copy notification letter in April 2026, issued jointly by the CPF board and the Singtel Group. It informs them of their Singtel SDS holdings, the options available to them, and where they can seek clarifications and assistance. Dedicated touchpoints have been set up to assist SDS holders on enquiries and sales. These span multiple channels, including a dedicated hotline, website, SingPost branches, and CPF service centers across Singapore. SDS holders who wish to sell can do so either online, in person at SingPost branches, or through selected SGX brokers. In addition, we have identified over 20,000 SDS holders who may require greater assistance. We will conduct targeted outreach to help them understand their options. We have also put in place safeguards to help protect all SDS holders from potential scams. Through these efforts, SDS holders will be able to make an informed decision as to which option best meets their needs, while ensuring that whichever option they choose, either to sell or to keep their shares, the process is kept simple and safe. Allow me to conclude. The objective of the SDS scheme has already been achieved. CPF members had purchased the discounted Singtel SDS, have made significant gains over the years. This bill updates a legacy arrangement by transferring Singtel SDS from the CPF board to individual CDP accounts or designated CDP accounts of SDS holders, thus allowing those who prefer to keep their Singtel SDS to hold and manage their shares directly. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I beg to move.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Mr. Patrick Tay.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to support the bill. The transfer of Singtel's special discounted shares, SDS for short, from CPF board to SDS holders, Central Depository, CDP for short, closes a chapter of a scheme that helped ordinary working Singaporeans build up assets, not just get by. I declare my interest as an SDS holder. I welcome the move to waive CPF withdrawal conditions for sale proceeds, so SDS holders, especially those who may need the money for daily needs or healthcare, have more flexibility. About 615,000 SDS holders will be affected by this transfer. The median SDS holder paid about $2,000 for the shares. They are worth about $6,800 as at April and have received about $5,000 in cumulative dividends. These are not abstract numbers. This is real money that can help a worker's family and make retirement a bit more secure. That is why we must make this transition safe, simple, and supportive. SDS was a simple but powerful idea. Give Singaporeans a stake in our economy through share ownership. In other words, it helped workers turn wages into wealth step by step over time. In the 1990s, Singapore was in a period of rapid growth and optimism. Today, the pressures are different. Job insecurity, higher costs, and longer retirements. For many workers, the worry is straightforward. Can I still make ends meet today and have enough for tomorrow? As SDS comes to an end, we should renew a worker-first promise. Growth must translate into security, and no Singaporeans should be left behind simply because they are less financially confident. SDS worked because CPF Board served as a trustee, putting guardrails in place for first-generation retail investors, many of whom were workers with little experience in the markets. Today, more Singaporeans invest. But a worker-first approach means we must still ask, who may be left behind, especially the older workers and those with lower financial literacy? We cannot build a me-first economy where only the savvy benefit. Looking ahead, are there plans to refresh broad-based ownership models like SDS so that as Singapore invests heavily in AI and new technologies, workers can benefit, not just through wages, but also by sharing in the upside? I welcome the earlier budget announcement on enabling long-term investment and potentially stronger returns for CPF members. On the transfer exercise, I have 3 practical points to raise. First, on selling. After the shares are moved into CDP accounts, some holders may end up with odd lots. Will this make it harder for them to sell without topping up? What guidance will CPF Board provide to help SDS holders transact smoothly and avoid unnecessary costs? I believe there will be sales charges if they want to sell their shares now or in the future when it is ported over to the CDP account. Will these sale charges be higher than what they enjoy today when held by CPF Board? Second, on safeguards. Scams will follow wherever money is involved. Many SDS holders are older. Indeed, the youngest are in their 50s, and about half are 65 and above. A worker-first approach must also be a senior-safe approach. What measures are in place to protect them from scammers who may exploit this entire transfer exercise? Does CPF Board expect an uptick in related scams, and how will it preempt them? Third, on communications. I note CPF Board has sent notification letters, set up a dedicated hotline, and conducted door-to-door visits for vulnerable SDS holders. Will CPF Board also notify SDS holders with clear anti-scam advisories, whether via SMS or any other means, especially if emerging modus operandi by scammers? This is so that the message reaches them promptly and reduces confusion. Mr. Speaker, sir, with these questions, I support the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Fadli Fauzi.
Mr. Speaker, at the outset, let me state that the objective of this bill, which seeks to provide Singaporeans with greater flexibility and ownership over their Singtel shares that they hold in their CPF accounts, is a good one. The Singtel Discounted Shares, or SDS scheme, is a legacy scheme introduced in 1993, and many Singaporeans who bought shares under the scheme would be seniors now. The proposed transfer would enable SDS holders who hold shares in their individual CDP accounts to consolidate all their holdings and make it easier for them to track and trade these shares. This is a positive move. However, there are several aspects of the implementation that warrants closer scrutiny. First, more than 2 in 5 SDS holders do not have individual accounts. I would like to ask why the government has chosen to create designated CDP accounts for the sole purpose of holding as Singtel SDS for these SDS holders, instead of simply seeking the consent of SDS holders to create standard individual CDP accounts and transfer the SDS into these accounts for them. A designated account appears to be a workaround rather than a fully empowering solution. If the policy intent is to give shareholders true ownership and control, then enabling them to hold these shares in regular individual CDP accounts would seem more consistent with the goal. Second, I note that only a select list of brokers has been authorized to facilitate the sale of these shares. What is the rationale behind limiting participation to this group? In today's market, there is a wide range of brokerage platforms offering competitive commission rates lower than the commission rates currently cited for selling Singtel SDS. Currently, the commission rates are 0.24% if the shares are sold through Philips Securities, or a flat fee of $17.95 if sold through SingPost. Meanwhile, low-cost brokers in the market offer rates as low as 0.03%, or even flat fees of around $1 to $2. Why were these lower-cost options not included in the list of approved brokers? By allowing SDS shareholders to sell their shares only from a short list of brokers, competition may be reduced. This may in turn disadvantage shareholders, especially those who are already unfamiliar accessing financial services. Additionally, senior SDS holders with mobility issues or limited digital savviness are only able to authorize a third party to sell the Singtel SDS on their behalf at SingPost branches. The flat fee of $70.95 charged for this transaction may represent a large proportion of sale proceeds for SDS holders who hold small quantities of shares. Half of the SDS holders own less than 1,360 shares, or a shareholding of less than approximately $6,000. For those small holdings, these fees will materially erode the value realized. Will the government consider waiving the fees for the very elderly SDS holders that are selling only small amounts of shares through SingPost, so that they can unlock their holdings for use during their golden years at no cost? Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding my clarifications, I support the bill.
Ms. Haslina Abdul Halim. Mr. Louis Chua.
Mr. Speaker, the Central Provident Fund, or CPF Amendment Bill introduced today marks the closure of an important chapter in the history of Singapore's social security system. Specifically, it facilitates the transfer of Singtel Special Discounted Shares, or SDS, from the CPF board to the Central Depository, or CDP, accounts of over 615,000 Singaporeans. The Workers' Party supports this bill. Even as Singtel may stand to benefit from the scheme through an easing of its administrative requirements and the ease of undertaking future corporate actions to enhance its own shareholder value, ultimately Singaporeans will benefit from such an exercise. However, the closure of the Singtel SDS scheme also presents a timely opportunity to reflect on its successes, its inconsistencies, and the broader question of how we truly enable Singaporeans to have a tangible stake in our nation's wealth. Now, before I proceed, I wish to declare that I'm not old enough to obviously have SDS shares, but I do have regular Singtel shares. To understand the unique and what appears to be a one-off Singtel SDS scheme, we must look back at what then Prime Minister Goh Chok Tong stated as the goal of his government's goal to make Singapore a share-owning society. A statement by Singtel on its website explains it best, that the SDS scheme is a legacy scheme introduced in 1993 as part of the government's efforts to give Singaporeans a stake in Singapore's economic success through share ownership. On this note, the 1993 and 1996 SDS exercises were arguably ahead of its time in inclusive wealth creation. By offering shares at a massive discount, as low as $190 for the STA shares in 1993 and $250 for the ST2 shares in 1996, the government ensured that even the smallest retail investor was in the money from day one. This was by design, and then PM Goh Chok Tong stated the 45% generous discount was to encourage long-term share ownership. The illustration as shared by the CPF board and Singtel is clear. For the median SDS holder with approximately 1,360 Singtel SDS shares, a $2,000 investment in Singtel SDS has grown into nearly $12,000 in total value today, comprising $5,000 in cumulative dividends and $6,800 worth of shares as at 1st April 2026. In contrast, had that same $2,000 remained in the CPF ordinary account, earning a base interest of 2.5%, it will be worth only approximately $4,500 today, a mere 38% of the value of the SDS shares, or in other words, the SDS has outperformed the CPF OA by a factor of 2.6 times. For many Singaporeans, especially those approaching retirement, this kicker is a vital addition to their retirement adequacy. Mr. Speaker, I have several broad clarifications on this bill. First, I note that under Section 26E(2) of the bill, while shares remain in the designated shares account, dividends and sale proceeds must be returned to the CPF board. However, once the shares are transferred to a direct CDP account and sold, the funds do not need to be returned to the CPF. This is a departure from the standard CPF investment scheme, where sale proceeds must typically be returned to the CPF account. While I'm supportive of this arrangement, what is the government's rationale for why the SDS proceeds are treated differently? Furthermore, the amount withdrawn for SDS does not require the payment of accrued interest upon sale. This highlights a glaring inconsistency in our system. Why is it that when a Singaporean uses his or her CPF savings for a home, which the government has called an appreciating asset and a store of value, they must pay back the principal plus accrued interest, yet for CPF-IS investments, no such requirement exists? The government's long-standing justification is that this safeguards retirement adequacy. To quote from the FAQ section on the CPF board's website, refunding both the principal amount and accrued interest ensures your retirement savings are fully restored to what they would have been if they had remained in your CPF account. Without this refund, your retirement funds would be permanently reduced. Yet for a financial investment under the CPF-IS, which is arguably more volatile and which the government has itself noted in the past, underperforms the 2.5% OA rate for many CPF members, no such accrued interest is clawed back. Is the government suggesting that housing is a value-destructive asset that will ultimately permanently reduce the value of one's retirement savings due to its leasehold nature, while financial investments are value-appreciating and bear less risk of endangering our retirement funds? I hope the Minister can clarify the policy logic behind the distinction. Returning to former PM Goh Chok Tong's National Day rally speech in 1992, I note that in addition to Singtel, a company was to be set up to run the electricity and gas departments of the Public Utilities Board, which I believe is now corporatized as the SP Group and remains wholly owned by Temasek Holdings today. ESM Go went on further to say that the Mass Rapid Transit and Port of Singapore Authority will be corporatized and publicly listed. These are well-run, profitable enterprises. Their shares will appreciate as long as Singapore continues to be stable and prosperous and good management is in charge of the companies. Fast forward to today, SMRT was listed and then privatized by Temasek Holdings subsequently, but there was no SDS. PSA was never listed, and its real estate arm Mapletree Investments continued to be private as well. In 1994, after the listing of Singtel, former President Mr. Ong Teng Cheong even shared in his President's address, and I quote, "The Singapore Telecom flotation was a resounding success. 1.4 million citizens bought Group A shares. Significantly, people are holding on to them as long-term investments instead of selling them immediately for quick profit. Other major privatizations will follow Singapore Telecom. The next likely one will be the PUB electricity and gas departments in 2 to 3 years' time. The government will use these privatizations to enhance the assets of Singaporeans." The automatic creation of CDP accounts under Section 26C is a commendable administrative move and could serve as a blueprint for future government-led asset transfers. However, I'm concerned that the closure of the SDS scheme signals an end to the share-owning society vision. As an MP who was only in primary school back then, will the Minister enlighten me on what happened to all these bold and attractive plans to enhance the assets of Singaporeans? Why was it that there was only one SDS scheme? Does the Minister and the government not see the value and enhancement to Singaporeans' retirement savings with the SDS scheme? As I've shared in my past speeches, we can give this current generation of Singaporeans a stake in the country via a meaningful IPO of the next wave of various private companies held by Temasek and encourage them to list on the Singapore Stock Exchange to fulfill the promises set more than 30 years ago. The government will also be leading by example as part of its suite of measures under the recently introduced Equities Market Development Programme. More importantly, the point here is not just about a one-off distribution of shares at a discount to Singaporeans whenever a company goes for an IPO. The Workers' Party has advocated in our manifesto for enabling Singaporeans to co-invest their CPF savings with GIC. This is not about one-off handouts, it's about giving citizens a stake in the long-term strategic growth of our sovereign wealth. The middle 20% of households have the majority of their household wealth in property equity, followed by 33% in net CPF balances and only 14% in other financial equity. If we want to generate real net worth for Singaporeans and provide a legacy for their children, we must move beyond being property asset rich but cash poor. I suggest the government consider a Temasek or GIC for every Singaporean model. Imagine if every newborn was given a small share in a diversified portfolio held until retirement. Similar to what my honourable friend, Mr. Andre Low, shared in this year's US debates, he proposed that Singapore study the introduction of a baby bond, a universal state-endowed account opened automatically at birth, invested in a diversified low-cost portfolio over 18 years. This will not only provide a financial safety net, but also foster a generation of financially literate citizens who understand the value of a long-term strategic investment and who have an interest and a stake in national policy. Allow me to conclude in Mandarin, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy Speaker, in 1993, when Singtel became listed, the government launched the SDS discounted shares so that all Singaporeans have the chance to own a share of the Singapore economic success. I was just 6 years old, and it's been 30 over years since, and until now, I totally understand now the significance and the importance of the plan then. At that time, with $2,000 of a CPF investment, it has now grown to $12,000. And that includes 5,000 accumulated dividends to many Singaporeans in terms of their retirement savings. That is a huge amount. More importantly, this amount of funds is going to remain in the CPF OA account, versus that it would have been just earned a 2.5% interest rate. And at that time, the government promised that the PUB, the Singapore SMRT, and the related companies like the PSA will also have similar programs so that Singaporeans benefit. Will our retirement safety net, will it be even more more abundant? And I would like to emphasize that we will not just stay at this stage. And the Workers' Party manifesto has said that we want to let the Singaporeans use their CPF savings to invest in GIC. This is not asking for the government to provide grants or dividends or rate packets, but to let every Singaporean have a role to participate in the Singapore's sovereign wealth from a long-term perspective so that we can benefit from the strategic growth. I hope that this bill doesn't mean that this citizenry kind of ownership will not just end here, of shares will not just end here, but we will seriously consider and explore how to let Singaporeans and the government work together to invest in tandem. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, the PAP government has consistently shared the fruits of our nation's success with our own people. The SDS scheme, which we are wrapping up today, is one such example. There are others over the years in different forms, such as the new Singapore shares, the progress package, and growth dividends. These are not simple handouts. They are expressions of a social compact. More than a social distribution, they represent the sharing of the nation's success with our citizens, reminders that we all have a stake in the Singapore story. But our fiscal landscape is changing. We face structural shifts in our society that are both inevitable and expensive: an aging population, rising healthcare and social spending, massive investment required for climate resilience. These increasing structural pressures mean we cannot rely on budget surpluses to fund this kind of generous redistribution we saw in the previous years. Yet, we must recognize this. Each generation, having contributed to this nation in turn, also deserves to partake in the fruits of their labor. I was actually asked this question: what are the Singtel SDS shares of our generation? I leave this as a philosophical question for the House to ponder. Sir, I am convinced that the CPF board is well prepared for this transfer exercise. On the operational aspects, I believe we are in good hands. Instead of the how, I would like to focus on the why. The amendment before us facilitates the transfer of Singapore Special Discounted Shares, or SDS, from the CPFB to the CDP. There are no issues here. But crucially for this transfer exercise, CPF withdrawal conditions will be waived, and shareholders have the option of withdrawing proceeds in cash. This is a significant departure from how we have always approached the CPF, a system built on tight discipline to ensure long-term requirement adequacy. For years, the fundamental covenant of CPF has been clear. Funds utilized from CPF must be returned to CPF. By allowing a direct cash out today, we are departing from this long-standing principle. We have upheld CPF principles for decades, for good reasons. Are there sufficient reasons to depart from them now? The reason given that the scheme has met its original intent does not fully answer the question. We must remember, these Singtel shares are originally purchased using CPF monies. The default expectation has always been clear. Proceeds would be returned to CPF accounts upon sale. That was the understanding from the outset. Nor can we rely on the reasoning of simplifying direct ownership under CPD, because even under the transfer plan, especially designated CDP accounts will be created for those who do not already have one. These accounts are under the shareholder's name but restricted in function to only handle transactions and profits from SDS shares, and proceeds from those special CDP accounts are automatically challenged back to CPF by default. So clearly, a pathway to return funds from CDP to the CPF directly already exists. Sir, I must make clear here, this is not about trying to meddle in what people do with their own money. It's about protecting the rules of the system that has served us well. By opening this door, will there be further calls for waivers and exceptions under other circumstances for cash outs? This is also about protecting our most financially vulnerable senior citizens. I understand that SDS shareholders are now in their 50s and above. They are already eligible to withdraw a portion of CPF savings at 55. For those who have met their retirement funds, these proceeds are merely an additional bonus. Even if this bonus ends up back into their CPF, they would still have been able to take this additional sum in cash anyway. I understand all this, but I have reservations for shareholders who have not even met their basic retirement fund. This is really about them. The media reported about 20,000 members with low CPF balances and no CDP accounts. For them, these shares are not simply a bonus. They may form an important part of their retirement adequacy. But allowing this cash out waiver, we must ask ourselves, are we unintentionally encouraging those who can least afford it to draw down on retirement savings too early? Especially as the basic retirement fund rises to $110,200 this year, would it not be safer for sale proceeds to return to CPF by default, as has always been the practice? This would continue protecting retirement adequacy while members who have already met their retirement needs could still choose to withdraw their monies in cash. Sir, at the same time, I fully appreciate that for some seniors, these proceeds may help with immediate daily expenses and household needs. Different households will have different realities and priorities. I also appreciate that some members may prefer to retain flexibility through their ordinary account, particularly for housing, healthcare, education, or other long-term financial needs. These are entirely understandable consideration. But I strongly encourage those members who have not yet met their basic retirement fund, if their circumstances allow, to consider transferring part or all of their proceeds back into their CPF. I would also like to offer a tip for those who decide to do so. For those who have not met the basic retirement sum, please check your eligibility for the matched retirement savings scheme. That is the MRSS. Under MRSS, every dollar voluntarily topped up to $2,000 a year will be matched dollar for dollar by the government. So, for shareholders who do not urgently need to utilize all the proceeds immediately, this scheme can significantly stretch the long-term value of the SDS proceeds. With an average shareholding of about $6,800, eligible seniors who make gradual MRSS tops up over several years could potentially see these savings effectively doubled through government matching. This could translate to close to $13,600 in retirement savings over time. Now that I've highlighted this possible option, this tip, I would encourage the CPF board to also help communicate this clearly to eligible members so that they can make informed decisions based on their own financial circumstances and priorities. Actually, we can go one step further. Can the government consider automatic MRSS matching for eligible shareholders who voluntarily choose to sweep part of their proceeds into their CPF retirement savings? This would reduce administrative hassle and help strengthen retirement adequacy for lower balanced members. Let us do better for our most vulnerable seniors. Sir, I have recorded my suggestions and reservations, but notwithstanding, I support the bill. Thank you.
Associate Professor James Lim.
Mr. Speaker, I'll begin with a disclaimer. I'm the Chief Economist Emeritus of a wealth management and advisory firm. However, unlike the MOS, I do not, unfortunately, hold any shares in Singtel, SDS, or otherwise, although I regret that does not necessarily make me all that much younger than him. Unlike the declarations of all the other members in this House, they have gleefully declared that they are too young to receive SDS. Now, the CPF Amendment Bill is, in many ways, a procedural bill aimed at facilitating the transfer of designated shares, notably the Singtel SDS, first to Central Depository or CDP accounts in individual investors' names. This would then allow such shareholders the option of either choosing to receive proceeds from their sale in cash or to direct them back to CPF ordinary accounts. By removing the CPF board as a trustee, the bill affords individuals greater flexibility in how they sell their shares and what they do with their earnings. Returning agency to Singaporeans is always welcome, and even just on this basis alone, the bill will have my support. Still, I have 3 points that I wish to make, which relate to the treatment of stocks for deceased shareholders, whether the bill may inadvertently open up less sophisticated Singaporeans to scam risk, and most generally, why the government appears to have retreated on schemes that can expand share ownership of state-linked firms. First, I believe that many of us have, in our Meet the People sessions, encountered cases where the relative of the deceased resident has sought to sell their loved one's Singtel's special discounted shares. Doing so required a special appeal to a CPF and an extended and involved process just to recover what was often a relatively small amount of money. Will the process be even more inaccessible now after the transfer to individual CDP accounts? My understanding is that the CDP account of a deceased person may be accessed by a legally appointed personal representative of the estate, such as the executor of the will or the administrator in the event that there is no will. But obtaining grants of probate or letters of administration are typically costly matters, especially for estates valued at more than $50,000. Even for smaller estates, the public trustee can assist with administration, but there are nevertheless costs involved. This cost could easily outweigh the value of the residual Singtel SDS. Now, after the passage of the bill, will the government have a low-cost mechanism to accommodate such eventualities, other than relying on the public trustee for smaller estates? Otherwise, we may be left with a situation where Singtel shares are held in CDP accounts in the deceased name with no effective means of transfer. Alternatively, we may wish for CPF to remain a trustee in such special circumstances and perform the share disposal at the market price before transferring proceeds to the deceased consolidated CPF balances. Relatedly, is there a possibility that thousands of these CPF accounts might become zombie accounts should related family members be unaware that their departed relatives actually hold such shares? Will the CPF nomination originally made by members continue to apply after the shares are transferred to CDP? If not, what mechanism is there to ensure that the Public Trustee's Office can identify and contact potential beneficiaries? Separate from deceased account holders, I should also point out that the complexity of the transfer mechanism sketched out in the new sections 26C and D may impose a non-trivial ongoing administrative burden. I appreciate that this complexity may be necessary to preserve the veracity of shareholders. Still, perhaps the Minister could share with us an estimate of how many such account transfers would need to be effected in future, and if the civil service has already transmitted a set of standardized operating procedures to security firms to guide them on practical implementation. Now on to less morbid points. My second point relates to the interaction of Clause 12 of the bill, which establishes CDP accounts for the estimated 40% of shareholders who have never otherwise actively traded equities, with Clause 6, which allows a direct cash payout of sales proceeds. Taken together, there is now a clear route to encash these discounted stocks. Alas, the increased flexibility of allowing the withdrawal of equity sales proceeds, while well-meaning, also means that there could be a double-edged sword, with unscrupulous fraudsters and scammers potentially already licking their teeth at the prospect of accessing this pool of previously locked-up funds. This is exacerbated by how most of the original discounted shareholders are now seniors, who may be unsophisticated in the operation of stock trading accounts. I'm unable to conjure up all the possible scenarios for such nefarious actions, but it behooves me to ask how the government will pursue its duty of care to ensure that this unlocking of wealth does not go awry, owing to financial illiteracy. What measures will CPF and Singtel take to educate their shareholders on the possible risks of scams during this transition period? And will there be a dedicated hotline or other channels of assistance that can help this group navigate the CDP system safely? At the very least, we should ensure that basic safeguards align with the ones we already have in place for scams, such as cooling off periods, are adapted to this channel. Third, in the debate surrounding the Telecommunications Authority of Singapore Bill, which formalized the privatization of Singtel and allocated discounted shares to CPF shareholders, the government of the time declared that its intention for offering such discounted shares was to, and I quote, give an opportunity to share in the success of a national asset, promote long-term widespread share ownership, and give Singaporeans a direct stake in the country's success. End quote. These are laudable goals, and one that even today, many of us can get behind. But since that first step, there have been no further efforts to offer discounted shares to the public. This is despite how several government-linked corporations, or GLCs, have been listed since. ST Engineering in 1997, Singpost and SMRT in 2000, and Sembcorp in 2002, among others. Despite these further opportunities for more stock ownership by ordinary Singaporeans, the government had demurred. If anything, it appears to have gone in the other direction, favoring either privatization under the rubric of Temasek or choosing property trusts as a listing platform. Now, the reason cannot simply be because we have already accomplished the goal of making Singapore a shareholding society. After all, this was arguably already achieved back in 1993, when 1.45 million Singaporeans, or about 86% of those eligible, accepted the discounted A-share offer. In one fell swoop then, the government had raised the share ownership rate from less than 9% to more than half, which is similar to the rate today. Yet, the government went ahead with a second discounted tranche of Singtel in 1996, where 1.53 million citizens happily took up the secondary offering. So, if the goal was to raise the prevalence of share ownership among Singaporeans, this was already achieved in 1993. The decision to further issue discounted Singtel shares must surely then have been motivated by other goals listed by then Finance Minister Richard Hu, to give Singaporeans an opportunity to share in the upside of the country's success and to imbue in them a stronger stake in the country. If so, then the absence of more discounted share offerings tied to the listings of other GLCs since strike me as missed opportunities. One could alternatively argue that Singaporeans all enjoy indirect exposure to stocks via our sovereign wealth funds, GIC and Temasek. This may be so, but given how these funds operate with little or no direct input from the average Singaporean, it is difficult to see how this very indirect ownership via these funds fosters a sense that they have any direct stake in the country's success. So I will close with some thoughts on the proposed amendments to Section 77, which enables the introduction of CPF investment schemes, or CPFIS. CPFISs, that's a mouthful, are not novel, but at the top of mind for most policy observers must be the impending Lifetime Retirement Investment Scheme, or LRIS, scheduled for 2028. I believe that more legislation specific to the LRIS is to follow, and there's a fair degree of excitement over how a more explicit involvement of CPF account holders in the local stock market might further revive the SGX's fortunes. I trust that the amendments here, which appear to set the stage for proceeds and benefits that may accrue to any such LRIS to be credited back to the member's account, does not preclude a more consequential debate on the details of this scheme within this House when the time comes.
Mr. Melvin Yong.
Mr. Speaker, before I proceed, I declare my interest as President of the Consumers Association of Singapore. Sir, the Singtel Special Discounted Share Scheme has served Singapore well. It was a bold initiative introduced in 1993 that enabled ordinary Singaporeans to participate in nation building and share in the growth of Singapore's flagship telecommunications provider. Back in 1993, the scheme was conceptualized with the CPF board appointed as the trustee to facilitate Singaporeans' share purchases, as many then were unfamiliar with owning shares. Today, more than 30 years on, the context has changed significantly. Singaporeans are more financially literate, markets are more accessible, and the administrative structures that once make sense may no longer be necessary. In that regard, transferring ownership of these shares from the CPF board to individual holders and integrating them into the central depository system is a logical and forward-looking step. However, from a consumer protection standpoint, this bill is not just a technical amendment. It is a significant shift in responsibility from the system to the individual. Previously, these shares were held within a CPF-linked framework. There were built-in safeguards, including restrictions on withdrawal, and a trustee structure that provided a degree of discipline. With this bill, these safeguards are effectively removed. Singaporeans will now have full control over these assets, including the ability to liquidate them and withdraw cash freely, rather than retaining their sales proceeds in the CPF ordinary account. This creates exposure to new risks, which we must mitigate. Allow me to highlight 3 key concerns from the perspective of consumers. First, the risk of premature liquidation. Many SDS holders are not active investors. Some may have held these shares passively for decades. For them, this change may be perceived simply as an opportunity to unlock cash. Second, the issue of financial literacy and decision-making. Owning shares directly in the market requires a certain level of understanding of price volatility, timing, and transaction processes and costs. Not all consumers have this knowledge. In our experience at the Consumers Association of Singapore, when consumers are placed in unfamiliar financial situations, they can be vulnerable and may inadvertently make suboptimal decisions. Third, and of particular concern, is the heightened risk of scams and mis-selling. Once these shares are directly owned and easily tradable, they become a potential target. Many in this House would be familiar with salespersons who approach Singaporeans unsolicited, asking consumers to purchase a course or a product using the latest government grants. What is there to stop bad actors who seek to persuade or pressure individuals to tap on the SDS transfers to convince these shareholders to sell their shares and channel the proceeds into unsuitable or even fraudulent investments? Bad actors can also convince unsuspecting consumers in downloading a fake trading application and scam victims. This is not a theoretical concern. We have seen similar patterns whenever consumers gain access to newly liquid assets. Mr. Speaker, these risks do not detract from the merits of the bill, but they do call for a stronger consumer protection framework to accompany its implementation. Allow me to suggest several practical measures. First, more targeted and effective consumer education. Communications should be clear, simple, and tailored to different groups, especially our seniors. Consumers must understand that once they sell these shares, the proceeds are no longer protected within CPF, and decisions taken are not easily reversed. Second, the introduction of light touch safeguards at the point of sale. For example, when a consumer attempts to sell their shares for the first time, there could be a clear prompt or a short cooling off period. This is not about restricting choice, but about encouraging informed decision-making. Third, enhance vigilance against scams and mis-selling. We urge the relevant agencies to closely monitor the situation during the transition period. There should be also strong and visible public messaging to warn consumers against unsolicited advice or high-pressure sales tactics. In addition, financial advisors should be required to exercise heightened care when recommending the liquidation of these shares, particularly for vulnerable clients. Fourth, support for consumers who may need assistance. Not all Singaporeans are comfortable navigating CDP accounts or trading platforms. Accessible help channels, including hotlines and physical touchpoints, will be important to ensure that no one is left behind. Finally, I would recommend a post-implementation review. This should examine outcomes such as how many consumers liquidate their shares, whether there are concerning patterns among vulnerable groups, and whether complaints relating to scams or mis-selling increase in tandem. Such a review would allow us to respond quickly and timely if unintended consequences arise. Mr. Speaker, this bill reflects a broader evolution of our system, one that places greater trust in individuals to make their own financial decisions. This is a positive development, but with greater autonomy must come stronger support and safeguards, especially for those who may be less equipped to navigate these decisions. At CASE, we strongly believe that consumer empowerment must go hand in hand with consumer protection. If we get this balance right, we can ensure that this transition will benefit all Singaporeans and not just the financially savvy, but also the more vulnerable among us. Sir, with that, I support the bill.
Mr. Saktiandi Supa.
Mr. Speaker, sir, this bill has a relatively narrow purpose to transfer Singtel special discounted shares from the CPF board to the direct ownership of individual Singaporean holders. I support the bill, but I have a few clarifications and suggestions. First, giving Singaporeans a stake in growth. Sir, the SDS scheme has been an extraordinary success story. It gave more than 600,000, in fact about 615,000 Singaporeans today a direct equity stake in our nation's economic growth. For many, the value of these shares has increased several-fold over time, even before accounting for dividends and loyalty shares. This was not just a financial scheme, it reflected a broader principle that Singaporeans should have a stake in Singapore's success. And that principle remains relevant today. So I would like to ask first, why have we not seen much more initiatives since then? And as we invest in new growth areas such as AI, digital infrastructure and emerging sectors, will there be opportunities for Singaporeans to participate in these national growth engines? Second, rationale for the current change. So I welcome the move to transfer these shares to individual ownership. It simplifies the structure and gives members direct control over their assets. However, I would like to seek clarification. First, what triggered the need for this transfer at this point in time? Were there specific limitations or inefficiencies in the previous trustee arrangement? And for those without CDP accounts, how many SDS holders fall into this group? And what will be the practical experience for them under the designated accounts? Third, waiver of withdrawal conditions. Sir, I also note that withdrawal conditions have been waived, allowing proceeds to be taken out in cash. As the SDS were issued back in 1993 and 1996, SDS holders may be younger than age 55. What is the reason for not applying the general rule that assets in the CPF system can only be withdrawn after the member has set aside the full retirement sum at age 55? Following the outbreak of the conflict in the Middle East, the increase in prices and in overall uncertainty exacerbating my concern over the retirement adequacy of Singaporeans. What is the policy rationale for this, especially for members below age 55? In today's uncertain global environment, this could have implications for retirement adequacy, which remains an important concern. More importantly, does this risk sending an unintended signal for holders to sell rather than hold? Since the first reading of this bill, the news headlines have been dominated by articles analyzing whether individual SDS holders should sell or keep whole of their shares. Should we be concerned with the market signals that are being sent out by this present bill? What discussions has the government held with Singtel in that regard? Fourth, ensuring no one is left behind. Sir, beyond policy design, execution will be critical, especially since many SDS holders are older. Allow me to speak briefly in Malay.
Mr. Speaker, a large proportion of SDS shareholders are seniors. For them, these changes may be hard to understand. We must ensure that no one is left behind. Information must be clear, easy to understand, and delivered through appropriate channels, including face-to-face outreach. What matters most is that every citizen is able to make a confident and informed decision.
Fifth, sir, practical implementation points. Sir, if I may, I would like to highlight three practical implementation areas, together with one point on timelines. First, on those who may be unaware, there may be individuals who do not respond to letters or may not even realize they still hold these shares. Could the Minister share how many SDS holders have not engaged with outreach efforts so far, and what additional measures are being taken to reach those who may be unaware of their holdings? Additional touch points such as SingPass notifications or CPF statements may help ensure no one is left behind. Second, on ensuring real understanding. These are not simple concepts. Could the Minister elaborate on how the government is ensuring that key concepts are truly understood beyond translation into different languages? Understanding is not just about language. It is about making the unfamiliar familiar. Third, on behavioral inertia, the default option is to do nothing. Has the government assessed whether this leads to optimal outcomes or whether some form of guidance or simple decision frameworks could help members make some informed choices? Six, Mr. Speaker, timeline and flexibility. Finally, sir, on timing. How long do SDS holders have to decide whether to sell or keep their shares? If they choose not to act now, can they still do so next year or later without losing flexibility? And after the transfer, Will they continue to have full flexibility to hold or sell their shares at any time? Clarity on this will be important, as many members may prefer to take time before making a decision. 7, sir, safeguards and scams. Many members have shared this. I'll just keep it short. So with greater flexibility also comes greater risks. What safeguards are in place to protect, in particular, seniors from scams or financial exploitation during this transition? Even broad contours would help provide reassurance. 8, market behavior and outcomes. So I would like also to understand how members are responding. Could the Minister share how many SDS holders have sold their shares since the announcement, and how many have withdrawn proceeds in cash versus retaining them within CPF? This will help us better assess behavioral outcomes. So lastly, ensuring policies benefit the many. So this bill also raises a broader principle, and I think this is the most important point to me in my speech. When designing policies, we must ensure that they do not result in windfall gains for a narrow group, while the majority do not benefit. Singapore's approach has been use market mechanisms for efficiency while ensuring broad-based participation and inclusion. This balance is critical, not just for economic outcomes, but for maintaining trust and fairness in our system. So this bill is a sensible and timely amendment. It modernizes a legacy scheme and gives members greater control over their assets, but this success will depend on, first, clear communication, strong safeguards, and ensuring that all Singaporeans, especially those less familiar with such matters, are able to benefit. More importantly, it prompts us to think about how future policies can continue to enable Singaporeans to share meaningfully in our nation's growth. With these considerations, I support the bill.
Mr. Sean Low.
Mr. Speaker, I am mindful that I'm the last speaker on the last bill on the last day of what has been a very long parliamentary sitting. It is also the birthday of one of my daughters, so I am doubly incentivized to make this a short speech. I support the Central Provident Fund Amendment Bill. There is no longer a need for the CPF board to serve as a trustee for Singaporeans' special discounted shares. The government's approach to sunset this program is fair and it is prudent. It should also save the CPF board some resources. I hope that the ministry can share an evaluation of the program, both where it went well and areas for improvement. For example, did the scheme achieve its original objectives? Have we become more of a nation of investors? And has financial and investment literacy improved? In addition, can the ministry share the overall administrative costs associated with the scheme, and therefore the resource savings once the scheme is closed? In terms of the implementation approach, I support the government's effort to reach out to legacy shareholders, many of whom are seniors, who are not financially savvy, and who are more vulnerable to scams. For such seniors, trusted physical touchpoints that provide financial advice are crucial. Can the government clarify how long any physical touchpoints will be operating for? I suggest that the CPF board can provide resources to some of our community centres to set up physical touchpoints, especially those in neighbourhoods with a lot of seniors, such as those in Jalan Besar GRC. And can the government confirm that Silver Generation ambassadors will also be empowered to direct our seniors to channels to receive appropriate financial advice? I believe there is definitely demand for such advice. Even I myself have been approached many times by my residents on what to do with their shares. And when they ask me, I will reply, I'm only a grassroots advisor, not your financial advisor. Mr. Speaker, taking a leaf from the experience of the Special Discounted Shares program, I would like to make a few larger points. First, the spread of policy reviews on the CPF system this year reflects good policy housekeeping. It is a bit like taking care of a 70-year-old tree, since the CPF board just celebrated 70 years last year. We need to keep pruning our policies, remove the unnecessary ones, so that new ones with green shoots will flourish and provide more shade for all in retirement. One such policy with green shoots is the CPF Lifetime Retirement Investment Scheme. The scheme will empower Singaporeans to take a larger role in investing for their own retirement. With the upcoming LRIS, other schemes which have outlived their purpose should be sunsetted, like the Singtel SDS. In my view, it is time to consider closing the CPF investment scheme for the special account, where 3 out of 4 who invested through the scheme have been worse off compared to leaving their savings in the special account. In fact, taking it a step further, the special account itself should just be called the retirement account from day one, instead of a current system where the special account is closed and the retirement account is created at age 55. To the CPF member, there is no functional or financial difference between the two. Hence, doing so could simplify the CPF system significantly. Second, we should continue the spirit of the Special Discounted Shares Program. The spirit of providing ordinary Singaporeans access to the returns from otherwise privileged financial instruments. The spirit of sharing economic success directly with our citizens, who form the backbone and lifeblood of that very economic success. We have done this in a few ways. Singapore has historically not shied from innovative policies that marry economic objectives with our social compact. HDB flats are a great example. Mr. Louis Chua actually mentioned this just now. Singapore's land increases in value when our economy grows. And because Singapore is a nation of property owners, many Singaporeans benefit from this land appreciation through owning HDB flats. Another way is through surplus sharing programs, such as the growth dividends of 2006 and 2008. But these surplus sharing programs have been ad hoc for now. Perhaps we can think of a longer-term program to allow Singaporeans to have a stake in the economic upside of Singapore, even if they are no longer in the workforce and are not business owners. Third, we should emulate the attitude of the government in the 1990s. That was a government that was not afraid of taking some policy risk. Today, the SDS program is seen positively because Singtel has done well, or at least Singtel shares have done well. But this was not a foregone conclusion when the scheme started. The company could have done poorly, or the business environment could have been worse, and shareholders would not be in the money. It is not that hard to imagine. Yet the decision makers of that day decided that it was worth the policy risk. They took a bet, Singaporeans with their eyes wide open took a bet with them, and the bet paid off. I hope this will continue in our government schemes today. Minister Chee Hong Tat mentioned this in the previous debate for the previous bill, to be able to take some policy risk. The LRIS, for example, is also not without policy risk, and I'm glad that we are taking this bet together again. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I acknowledge the SDS's positive outcomes for the CPF members who benefited. It was a good chapter in our nation-building story with a happy ending. I support the closing of this chapter and look forward to CPF Board writing similar chapters in the future. And may they all have happy endings too. Thank you.
MOS Dinesh Vasudesh.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank the members for their support for the bill, and I'd also like to thank the members for affirming the benefits that the SDS scheme had brought to the CPF members and the move to give shareholders greater control and management of their shares, given that the scheme has met its intent. I also note that 2 members, particularly my friends from the opposition, had highlighted my relatively young age in a tongue-in-cheek manner, or rather my experience, as I'd like to see it as, and I'll assure you that I'll not use your lack of experience nor youth against you. Mr. Saktiandi Supat, Ms. Goh Zi Ki, Mr. Patrick Tay, and Mr. Sean Low asked whether there would be similar opportunities for younger cohorts. Mr. Low asked whether the SDS scheme had achieved its original objectives. Also, in response to Mr. Louis Chua's comments, the SDS scheme is a legacy scheme rooted in a very specific context of its time, and there are no plans to extend this scheme as of now. In the 1990s, we took the decision to privatize the telecommunications portion of the Telecommunications Authority of Singapore into what is today called Singtel. Singtel's subsequent IPO in 1993 allowed the government to offer Singaporeans an entry point into share ownership and to give them a stake in the nation's growth. Over the two tranches in 1993 and 1996, over 1 million members chose to participate in this voluntary SDS scheme. SDS holders have also benefited from the returns of up to 6 times, not inclusive of interest earned on dividends. By these measures, the scheme had achieved its intended objectives. Since then, Singaporeans have become a lot more familiar with shareholding. Today, 3 in 5 SDS holders have CDP accounts. There is therefore less need for a scheme similar to the SDS to serve as an entry point to share ownership. Even as companies, I want to just highlight that beyond Singtel, there are other companies such as ST Engineering and SingPost that were also eventually listed on SGX and were subsequently owned by many Singaporeans among us. The government has continued to use a range of measures to allow Singaporeans to share the benefits of our progress, such as the SG bonus cash payout in 2018 and the SG 60 vouchers last year. Our CPF and housing policies have also enabled Singaporeans to build assets over time. Mr. Saptiandi asked about the rationale for the transfer of the shares from from the Singtel SDS to CDP. And the CPF board always operates with the members' best interest at heart and a strong duty of care. It is having assessed that it would benefit SDS holders that the government decide to embark on this exercise. The upcoming transfer will benefit SDS holders by giving them the flexibility to consolidate their shareholdings in their CDP accounts. They also have the option to sell and encash their SDS holdings anytime if they wish. The transfer will also give the Singtel Group the flexibility to carry out corporate actions in a timely fashion. Under the trustee arrangement currently, communication for Singtel's corporate actions to SDS holders are made through the CPF board. For example, during the scrip dividend exercise in 2020, notification letters to SDS holders were sent to CPF board, and time was required for the CPF board system to be changed in order to allow for the scrip crediting to take place. After the transfer, Singtel will be able to communicate with shareholders directly and execute corporate actions such as scrip dividends in a more timely and cost-efficient manner. SDS holders will also stand to benefit as they will be able to manage their shares seamlessly. So indeed, as Mr. Saktiandi and Mr. Loh had mentioned, this bill reflects good policy housekeeping by modernizing a legacy arrangement. As demonstrated by this exercise, CPF board regularly reviews and finds ways to update and streamline existing schemes and processes. Mr. Saptiandi, Ms. Goh, and Mr. Melvin Yong also asked about the reason for allowing the SDS proceeds to be withdrawn in cash without having to meet the CPF withdrawal rules, and if this sends out a signal to sell rather than to hold Singtel SDS. Mr. Yong also spoke about the need for sufficient financial literacy. When the scheme was inaugurated, CPF members had a choice to be part of the Singtel SDS. Similarly, whether SDS holders should sell or keep their Singtel SDS shares is a private decision that members must take, just as they did when they came on board the scheme in 1993 and 1996. If they prefer liquidity, they can choose to sell. If they prefer to stay invested and to reap future gains, they can do so. We decided that the SDS sales proceeds would not be subject to the CPF withdrawal rules, given that the SDS scheme has met its intent of enhancing the assets of CPF members. This arrangement also gives SDS holders options and ensures that those who do not have individual CDP accounts are not disadvantaged. In fact, they can receive their sales proceeds in cash without needing to even open one. As mentioned, those who prefer to keep their sale proceeds in their CPF ordinary accounts to earn higher interest can still continue to do so. We also welcome Ms. Goh's tip to encourage eligible SDS holders to top up their CPF retirement account under the Match Retirement Savings Scheme to receive a dollar-for-dollar matching grants from the government. It is a safe and legal hack, and I would encourage you to let your residents know about it too. As of end of April, around 83,000 SDS holders, or 13%, have sold their shares. Around 9 in 10 chose to receive their proceeds in cash. SDS holders have the flexibility to decide when they would like to sell, as mentioned in my earlier speech, even after the transfer. As to those who sell their SDS held in designated CDP accounts will still be able to withdraw proceeds in cash without being subject to CPF withdrawal rules. We agree with the spirit of the members' comments that there are needs to be safeguarded as we ensure and as we update this legacy arrangement so as not to disadvantage those who may be less financially savvy. Now, with this transfer, we have sought to ensure that every SDS holder has access to resources that support them in making informed decisions about how best to manage their Singtel SDS. For investors who already have individual CDP accounts, they will be able to consolidate shareholdings and manage them within the CDP framework that they are already very familiar with. For SDS holders who do not have individual CDP accounts and who may be less familiar with investing, their shares will be transferred to designated CDP accounts. This means that these SDS holders will largely continue to receive similar treatment and support as they do today, even after their Singtel SDS is transferred to their designated CDP accounts. Specifically on the sale process post-transfer, it will largely remain the same as today. Singtel SDS, including odd lots, can be sold through channels such as Philips Securities at the same rates as of today. On Mr. Fadli Fauzi's question about charges, the sales process and charges during the period are the same as what they were prior to the exercise. SDS holders are not limited to selling via SingPost or Philips Security, as it's up to the SGX brokers whether or not they wish to facilitate the sale of Singtel SDS, which also includes cost. I wanted to also add at this point that for members, particularly the seniors who go to the SingPost outlets, about 95% of sales transactions are actually done online by them, and therefore circumventing the need to even pay the $17 that was raised by Mr. Fauzi. To Mr. Fadli's point on why we chose to create designated CDP accounts, this is in recognition that not everyone needs an individual CDP account, especially some of the SDS holders who do not intend to trade or hold other shares. The government also cannot open individual CDP accounts on SDS holders' behalf. Doing so requires the members to complete comprehensive compliance screenings, including tax residency declarations and risk appetite assessments to ensure adherence to regulatory requirements and international tax obligations are fulfilled. SDS holders without an individual CDP account can apply to open one if they wish to trade actively or transact in other products. Mr. Saktiandi, Mr. Loh, and Mr. Fauzi, and Mr. Yong raised important questions about the special outreach efforts undertaken to ensure that SDS holders who require greater assistance are not neglected. This is also an issue that's close to my heart. To support the different segments of SDS holders, we have a range of measures in place. I thank the members for their suggestions, which will further strengthen our outreach over the coming months. For SDS holders who are less comfortable with digital platforms, there are accessible physical touchpoints. SDS holders may go to more than 30 SingPost branches for assistance and with their sales of their shares, or any of the 5 CPF service centers for general assistance. Staffing at these centers have been beefed up in anticipation of the higher load from walk-in queries. I would like to assure Mr. Loh that the CPF service centers will continue to assist any SDS holders even after the transfer. A dedicated hotline, 1713, has been set up for those who prefer to seek help over the phone. Information about the exercise is also available in print and via the broadcast media, ensuring that it reaches those who may not have easy digital access. Key publicity collaterals and notification letters to SDS holders have been translated into vernacular languages, ensuring that those who are comfortable in their mother tongue can access important information clearly and easily. Some SDS holders may face physical accessibility challenges. CPF Board and Singtel are partnering the Agency for Integrated Care, or AIC, to conduct door-to-door outreach and visit nursing homes and care facilities. This ensures that even those who are homebound or residing in institutional care settings are personally reached and are made aware of their options and channels for assistance. Caregivers and family members assisting SDS holders are also welcome to engage any of the several touchpoints on their behalf. I would like to take the opportunity to thank AIC, their staff, their volunteers, for their invaluable support in this very important initiative. On Professor James Chua's question, on Professor James Lim's question, forgive me for that, might be the relative age coming in now, I suppose. Following the transfer for SDS holders who have designated CDP accounts upon their passing, their Singtel SDS will be handled in accordance with CPF nomination rules. This is no different from today. For those who have individual CDP accounts, their Singtel SDS will be treated as any other CDP shares and will form part of their estate. I would also like to highlight on Professor James Lim's point on administrative complexity. I want to just highlight that this is really a one-off exercise, and the number of SDS to be transferred will be dependent on how many SDS holders who have decided to sell prior to the cutoff point that we have in November. And hence, the complexity is something that we have to balance and ensure that we are reasonable and prudent and to accept some degree of administrative complexity in the short run at least. We would like to emphasize that no action is required for those who wish to retain their SDS Singtel shares. SDS holders who are uncertain or need assistance can approach the readily available service touchpoints that I've mentioned earlier. Mr. Saktiandi, Mr. Yong, Associate Professor James Lim, and Mr. Tay have also raised concerns about the risk of scams during this exercise period. This is a legitimate and important concern today. We have built in multiple layers of safeguards into this exercise to protect SDS holders from potential scams. Let me elaborate. First, personalized notification letters containing each SDS holder's specific details will be sent only to their verified address on record. This ensures that individualized information is directed solely to the intended recipient. Second, sales proceeds will be credited only to SDS holders' bank account registered with the CPF board or via their PayNow NRIC registered bank account. This ensures that sales proceeds can only flow to a pre-verified account and cannot be redirected to an unknown or unverified third-party account. We have also reiterated in our collaterals that CPF board and Singtel will never ask or never request bank account details or any payment from SDS holders in connection with this exercise. Finally, on scam awareness, the CPF board and Singtel have incorporated clear scam advisories across all communications to SDS holders. SDS holders are reminded to remain vigilant and refer only to official communications and touchpoints. When unsure, SDS holders can always call the SDS hotline, 1713, or the 24-hour Scam Shield anti-scam helpline for verification. We are closely monitoring the post-implementation situation and will respond quickly if any situation arises. I wanted to just add that the implementation thus far has been smooth. The dedicated hotline and physical service touchpoints have been operating well, with queries being resolved promptly and efficiently. Perhaps due to the safeguards against scams, we have thankfully not received any complaints about residents being scammed thus far, but we will continue to watch this. Mr. Loh also raised some other questions and suggestions about the CPF system. We note and thank him for his suggestions. Some members have also called for more broad-based investment opportunities for CPF members to participate in. In fact, both Mr. Loh and Mr. Teh had mentioned the upcoming new investment scheme, which would also give Singaporeans another opportunity to benefit from investment schemes more broadly in a structured manner. We are developing the schemes further and will share details and updates in due course. There were several references to the discussion and policy thinking back in the day when this particular scheme was raised, and I thought I should just flag up some of the comments that was highlighted by the then Prime Minister, Mr. Goh Chok Tong, on the 9th of March, 1993. And I quote, "The government's primary duty is to build the right conditions for Singaporeans to create wealth for themselves. These conditions include security, law and order, political stability, social discipline, a level playing field, the free market meritocracy, and rewards in accordance with persons' abilities, both performance and contribution." Successive PAP governments have done so. The Singtel SDS exercise is but one example. We have since moved into other programs as well. There was a comment also made about whether, was it because of the comments that were made in 1993 that we had a jump in terms of our shareholding culture in Singapore. It was precisely that. And I think Singaporeans had responded positively to Mr. Goh's clarion call back then. And I'm also happy to state that as far as the Singtel SDS is concerned, that almost 70% of people who had the SDS Singtel accounts were from HDB background and dwelling, including myself, and 30% belonged to the private sector. As such, the Singtel SDS had been a success, and successive PAP governments have built on this success to where we are today. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the SDS holders have benefited from the SDS scheme since inception, and this bill recognizes that it is timely to update this legacy arrangement by enabling the transfer of SDS Singtel shares from the CPF board to their CDP accounts. This move also reflects how far we have come since the scheme's inception. With the transfer, SDS holders will benefit from greater control, and those who do not wish to participate in the transfer can also choose to realize the capital gains that they have made over the decades. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move.
Are there any clarifications for MOS Dinesh? Looks like there's none. MOS Dinesh, unlike you and the rest of those who spoke, I'm happy to say that I'm old enough to have received the Singtel shares. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. Think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Central Provident Fund Amendment Bill.
Committee stage what day?
Now, sir, on behalf of the Minister, I move that Parliament will immediately resolve itself into a committee on the bill.
Question is that Parliament will immediately resolve itself into a committee on the bill. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. Think the ayes have it. The ayes. The question is that clauses 1 to 14 stand part of the bill. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Bill to be reported. Minister for Manpower.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister, I report that the bill has been considered in committee and agreed to without amendment.
Third reading what day?
Now, sir, on behalf of the Minister, I move that the bill be now read a third time.
The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Central Provident Fund Amendment Bill.
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that at its rising today, Parliament do stand adjourned to a date to be fixed.
The question is that at its rising today, Parliament do stand adjourned to a date to be fixed. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Parliament do adjourn to a date to be fixed.
The question is that Parliament do now adjourn. I'm very happy now to invite Mr. David Ho. He has been waiting to file this adjournment motion, I believe, for 9 times. So this goes to show that persistence does pay. Mr. David Ho.
Mr. Speaker, after many rounds of balloting, I'm grateful for this opportunity to be able to share about this particular topic. Now, but before I start, I would like to put on record my appreciation to the participants of Curiosity Credits Dialogue organized by Southwest Young PAP, at the same time, my Clementi residents during my Clementi community run, and also my MPS volunteers. They have helped to refine this idea that I'm about to share today. You see, in my maiden speech, I shared with this House about the idea of curiosity credits. It's a mean-tested way for children to draw upon so that they can discover their interests beyond academic pursuit, things like songwriting, sports, robotics, and the list goes on. This is important because if we want to have our own definition of success, the first step is really a function of knowing our interests and what our strengths are like. Since then, I've moved this idea beyond a slogan. I thought parliamentary question asking whether our child development account can be expanded to support enrichment and exposure beyond preschool settings. However, the response I've gotten is it is not advisable to open up our CDA funds for enrichment programs that are outside of preschool. Well, I also then asked MOE whether could we have an age-appropriate skills future-like scheme for students from lower-income households to access subsidized out-of-school opportunities with proper guardrails. The response have been useful. They made it clear that we already have many schemes supporting children and students from disadvantaged backgrounds. So here's my challenge. I then kind of figured out that curiosity credit, because it cuts through many different life stages, preschool, primary school, secondary school, and beyond, I must admit it was not too obvious where does this nicely sit under. Is it under MSF? Is it under PMO? Is it under MOE? Or is it a combination of agencies? Well, at the same time, I'm also happy to report that since my maiden speech, I've seen ground-up pilots suggest that this idea has promise. One of this example is through a support of a donor funded through Ray of Hope and carried out by Empowering Family Initiatives for children from lower income families, where they are able to purchase opportunities to try out programs that they otherwise would not have access. With your permission, Mr. Speaker, may I ask the clerk to distribute the accompanying slides through the MP and SG Power app.
Yeah, please proceed.
One participant expressed interest in art. Within a few months, that spark fanned into flame, and she produced a drawing reflected in Figure 1 to express thanks to the donor. Others have tried a course and decided not to continue. That too, it's useful, because discovery is not just about finding what one likes, it is also about finding what is not a good fit. So to me, Curiosity Credit 1.0 is still about a simple principle: give children the opportunities to discover and ignite a spark. But today, I want to build on this idea and focus on Curiosity Credits 2.0, helping secondary school students to make more informed post-secondary school choices. Mr. Speaker, we make many decisions every single day. Some are small, some are routine, but some decisions shape the directions of our lives. For many of our young Singaporeans, one of these decisions comes very early. That is at the age of 16. After they are done with N-levels, O-levels, our youths then have to decide, do I then go to poly, do I go to ITE, or do I go to JC, or a specialized institution? Then what course should I then take? If they choose a pathway that is poor fit, the consequences can be serious. Let me explain, and I've seen this countless number of times. A student enrolls into an engineering course without realizing how much mathematics or technical thinking it requires. The student doesn't lack the ability, but he simply have chosen a pathway that doesn't match his strength, interest, or learning style. What then happens is this: he enrolls into the course, he struggles, he loses motivation, his grades suffer. Perhaps he can still graduate from ITE or Polytechnic with mediocratic results, about 2 or 2.5 of GPA out of 4. At this point, he wants to switch to another course, or progress to the next level. But with a GPA of 2 or 2.5, he may find that his options are narrowed. A higher NITEC student wants to move to Polytechnic, but his grades might not qualify because his GPA is not strong enough. Even if his GPA was decent, he's not able to switch course that easily because of the earlier course that he has chosen. Likewise, a Polytechnic student who entered engineering but later discovered that he wants to do another field and may find that his grades and course background do not support the switch. By then, it feels too late. Over time, this then contributes to underemployment or a mismatch between what he or she studies and what he or she eventually do at work. At the core, the real issue is really about whether the student has never had enough exposure to choose well in the first place. Now, follow me. Let's take a step back. How does a 16-year-old decide? In my interaction with youth, I've asked them, and they say, some tell me, I chose this because my friend chose this. I chose this course because my grades could qualify for this. I chose this because I was told that this was a safe course. And a recent conversation reflects this harsh reality. I spoke to someone who is the CEO of a private equity and venture capital investment firm. He shared with me how his 16-year-old nephew this year made his Polytechnic course selection. You see, his nephew was good at principle of accounts, so therefore at 15 years old, very loving uncle decided to help him to find an internship in an accountancy firm. Now, he then realized that the nephew realized that he really doesn't enjoy the nature of accounting, even though he does well in principle of accounts, and he decided that accountancy wasn't something he wanted to pursue. Now, so when the uncle asked him this year, nephew, what do you then decide? Nephew replied, I chose maritime business. Uncle was perturbed. It's like, why? And the nephew said, oh, because my good friend chose maritime business, and so I'm going there. His uncle later then realized that his good friend's family business was in the maritime sector, so that choice made sense for his friend. But it didn't necessarily make sense for his nephew. This example shows two things. Some of our young people have networks that can create opportunities for them to gain better clarity. Second, not every 16-year-old would have this uncle, mentor, or family contact who can help them to think through such choices. At the heart of this motion, it is a simple point. We can do better to help our youth to make better decisions through better exposure. Mr. Speaker, I want to make it clear that MOE is not starting from zero. In fact, Singapore has built a fairly extensive ecosystem that helps students to think about their future. You see, students today have access to My Skills Future portal, Course Finder, to explore education and career pathways. We have ECG curriculum in school. Students can consult their teachers and ECG counselors. There are open houses by our polytechnics and ITE. And our schools offer CCAs, learning for life experiences, and in some cases, internship, externship, job shadowing for some of our integrated program schools. However, all these are important points. However, still from a student's perspective, the exposure journey may still be uneven. You see, some of this support I mentioned earlier, they are information rich, but lack hands-on. What do I mean? They can read about causes, but it's different from being able to try it. Some guidance is personalized, but not experiential, because our ECG counselor can guide the students through, but it will be even better if they can reflect on something that's more concrete in their experience. Some students may get internship or job shadowing or informal exposure before making such choices. And these opportunities, they're more personalized, more hands-on. However, it is not equally available to all students. So in simple terms, students can benefit from personalized information, guidance, and hands-on exposure. Today, we have all three pieces. But what I'm asking is, can we connect them more deliberately so that every student, especially those that come from less resource family, has a fair chance to taste, try, before making a major post-secondary school decision? Now you may ask me, David, does it really matter? It does, if we fundamentally believe that every child learns differently. And if we believe that some children learn better with hands-on experience, then it matters, because this hands-on experience are not a nice to have. It helps them to make sense of their options. So, Mr. Speaker, I therefore would like to ask whether MOE can study and pilot a more structured way to help students to learn best through experience. For now, let me call this Curiosity Credits 2.0. Now, the idea is simple. From secondary 1 onward, students would have this thing what I call a Curiosity Credit wallet. With this particular wallet, they can purchase curated taster sessions to have a flavor of what this course is like. These taster sessions are designed by ITE, Poly's, university, or specialized institution, and schools can bring these tasters into the classroom, into the schools and into the classroom in selected weeks, and also allow students to attend them in these institutions during protected exposure periods. You see, the aim here is not to create an open-ended voucher scheme. The aim is to provide structured exposure. This is why, in Figure 2, Curiosity Credits is not just a passive wallet, it is a school-guided cycle. First, students receive the annual Curiosity Credits. Then, they enroll into one of these courses with guidance from their ECG counselors or teachers. Now, they experience a short and age-appropriate module. After that, they reflect on what they have learned, and then use that, record it down, decide on what the post-secondary school choices will look like. Follow me to Figure 3, because Figure 3 will show you what it does look like across the secondary school years. The target is modest but meaningful, not to expose every student to every possible course, but if by secondary 4, they can have about 6 to 8 structured taster experience in different clusters, this might help them to make a better decision. You see, if we do this right, we can help students to enroll into course with a clearer fit alignment and reduce the risk of course mismatch and disengagement and later pathway regret. More importantly, is to reduce the possibility of underemployment. Now that you understand the broad strokes, let me bring you through the details of how this works. What I'm proposing with this taster lesson, it should be age appropriate. It should be designed for secondary school students so that they can understand. One practical model is to expose them by broad cluster rather than an overwhelming list of courses. So for example, this cluster could be health and care, engineering and built environment, digital and cyber security, hospitality and tourism, and the list goes on. So how does a taster look like? Well, a taster for engineering could show students not just the final exciting end product, but to show them the kind of mathematics, system thinking, and problem solving required. What does a taster in nursing look like? It could help them to understand the basics of patient care, empathy, clinical discipline, and the realities of healthcare work. What does a taster in cybersecurity look like? It could involve simple hands-on challenge to show them what the field actually demands. So exposure helps students to make more informed decisions. Course design aside, now let's move on to the mechanism. The mechanism, how it drives this exposure, should be simple. First, as mentioned, each student will receive a certain number of credits to be able to purchase approved taster modules. The taster module could be offered during maybe last week of school term or during protected exposure periods. Now, by going for the taster lessons, it gives our teachers and our ECG counselors something richer to discuss with the students. This can be linked to our ECG lesson because before the student go for a taster lesson, the teacher can ask, what course do you think you want to do? Now, after they have attended, instead of asking, what did you do? The question becomes, what do you hope to do? It becomes, what have you tried? What do you enjoy? What do you struggle with? What surprised you? What made you want to learn more? This, in my view, is a better ECG classroom conversation. Sir, this pilot must be designed with safeguards. Let me explain. First, it should not be designed, it should not be cash. It should be credits and entitlement used for approved programs. Second, it should be curated, not an open marketplace. The first set of providers could be from our ITE, polys, university, or even specialized institutions. Over time, vetted partners can be considered. Now, third, it should not be used for tuition, exam preparation, or academic drilling. The purpose is exposure, not competition. Fourth, it should be easy for schools to administer. The ministry can build upon the existing applied learning modules infrastructure. Fifth, it must be evaluated properly. The question is not whether every taster leads to a course application. Rather, the question should be, through every taster, does the student become clearer, more confident, and more informed about their choices? With mechanism done, allow me to also say this. MOE has already had something close to this. From my research, it's what we call applied learning modules. I see this as a strength to build upon, not as a reason to stop. What I have proposed and what I'm proposing, 4 differences. First, at student level, every child will have a visible curiosity credit wallet from Sec 1, not Sec 2. Why is a personalized wallet important? Because a personalized wallet signals ownership. It tells the student, you have the permission to explore and you have the choices to make. Second, at the choice level, the taster should cover a broad spectrum of cluster, like I mentioned earlier, health and care, engineering and built environment, and the list goes on. Third, at the cost level, the tasters can be shorter and lower barriers, perhaps 3 to 4 hours for each. Because the current one today is a multi-day module, while they have value, but shorter taster will allow students to have sample of more fields before narrowing down a choice. The goal is exposure and is to spark. Fourth, at a system level, such exposure should build into protected curriculum time. Because if curiosity matters, we must create space for it. At the core, if we agree that every child learns differently, then the broad spectrum of intervention must be able to reflect that. At the heart of it, it is just like Curiosity Credit 1.0. This is fundamentally about helping each child to discover his or her interests. Oftentimes, our ability to discover our interests depends on our access to opportunities. As we progress as a country, opportunities inequality exists, but we should acknowledge this gap and ensure that our system and structure seeks to reduce it. So on this note, I also want to make a related appeal. We should be careful when advising 16 years old who are uncertain about post-secondary school pathway. Sometimes, well-meaning adults will tell students who do not know what to study, and the easy advice is, just go to JC first. For some of these students, this might work if they are academically strong, or they prefer a more academically curriculum, or want more time before specializing. I think JC could be a good option. But this is not good advice for everyone. Even if a student qualifies to enroll into JC, but a student is not suited for that learning style, pushing him or her to JC may simply put him at the very wrong end of the very competitive environment. The student may struggle or will struggle to obtain the grades needed for university and may emerge out with fewer options than expected. This same applies to all pathways. The issue is not whether JC, Poly, or IT is better. The issue is fit. This is why exposure matters before choice is made. We often tell our youths that you must be able to define success for yourself. But in order to be able to define success for ourselves, we must first have some self-level of awareness. They must know what excites them, what challenges them, what kind of things they are willing to work hard for, what kind of environments will help them to grow. You see, self-awareness doesn't magically happen at the age of 16. It has to be built through exposure, reflection, and experience. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, we certainly cannot determine every outcome of young Singaporean, but I believe we can do more to ensure that every Singaporean, young Singaporean, has relevant information, meaningful exposure, and a fair chance to make better decisions. I want to build a Singapore where our youth are able to articulate their aspirations not because someone told them what to choose, but because they have discovered something about themselves in their own journey. If we truly believe in many different definitions of success, then we must allow our students to have a chance to see enough pathways, enough possibilities, and choose the next step with confidence. Thank you.
SPS Dr. Said Harun.
Mr. Speaker, I thank Mr. David Ho for his suggestions on the use of Curiosity Credits 2.0 to empower our students to make informed choices about their education and their future. Experience is indeed a great teacher, and we are open to ideas like Mr. Ho's that can bolster our existing range of programs to guide our students in their educational journey. But I would also like to gently offer a different perspective on one aspect of Mr. Ho's motion, that is, not having the perfect fit at 16 means it could be too late. Certainly, not everyone must have everything figured out in secondary school to succeed in life. In fact, what might look like a suitable pathway at 16 may look very different just several years later. We must instead ready our students with resilience and adaptability towards change through developing their 21st century competencies. And with this goal in mind, MOE has a three-pronged approach in supporting students to discover their interests and strengths, develop their potential, and choose their post-secondary pathways wisely. And you will already see some parallels with Mr. Ho's proposal. First, MOE offers exposure opportunities for our students at key junctures in their educational journey to understand how their choices today may shape their options tomorrow. Within the school curriculum, MOE supports students in making informed education and career choices and prepares them for lifelong learning. In secondary school, students explore the diverse pathways available to them through education and career guidance programs, or ECG. This exploration allows them to develop a deeper understanding of their sense of purpose, their interests, and their strengths. Through education and career fairs and learning journeys, students are better equipped to make key decisions on subject combinations and post-secondary education pathways. Institutes of Higher Learning, or IHLs, offer flexible pathways to give students time and space to explore their interests and strengths. Our polytechnics offer the Polytechnic Foundation Program and Common Entry Program, allowing students to choose a broad cluster, such as the sciences, without deciding on a specific diploma program when they enter Polytechnic. With the opportunity to be exposed to different areas and skill sets in their cluster for up to a year, students can make informed decisions about their specializations, allaying to some extent Mr. Ho's concern about the risk of course mismatch and its implications. Beyond the curriculum, MOE provides students with opportunities to get a taste of the next stage of their schooling or working life. As Mr. David Ho has pointed out, a hands-on approach will help students define success for themselves and explore areas that they may wish to grow into and aspire towards. Our ECG counselors and career coaches stay current with emerging trends through professional development and networking sessions to better provide our students with the personalized information and guidance to navigate the opportunities available for them. To support students' transition from secondary school, polytechnics and ITE offer 3-day applied learning modules, or APLMs, as highlighted by Mr. Ho earlier, providing students with authentic and immersive hands-on learning experiences that help them to discover their interests and their strengths and make informed education and career choices. Spanning 6 broad clusters: business, engineering, information technology, hospitality and tourism, mathematics and science, media and design. Each APLM module exposes students to at least one related IHL course and industry. In addition, polytechnics and ITE also conduct school visits and open houses, providing exposure to course offerings and an authentic taste of student life and an authentic taste of what student life could be like in these institutions. Second, MOE works with a network of community and industry partners to offer a wide range of authentic real-world experiences in higher education and industry. Our Partnerships Engagement Office actively reaches out to schools and industry organizations to identify and support partnerships that enrich learning for our students. Our partners serve as mentors and role models, offering advice and internship opportunities that indeed expose students to diverse pathways. The Applied Learning Program, or ALP, connects classroom learning to real-world applications, providing opportunities for students to appreciate the relevance and value of their learning beyond the classroom. Partnerships with community and industry partners help students explore and develop their strengths and interests further in areas such as business and entrepreneurship, engineering and robotics, and journalism and broadcasting. For example, Pierce Secondary School has a partnership with Thales Singapore focused on exposing students to engineering and technology careers. This year, students will experience an assembly career talk, visits, and a work shadowing program. This partnership supports students in fostering interest in STEM fields through authentic industry learning experiences to help make sense of their options, as mentioned by Mr. David Ho. Secondary schools also organize learning journeys to organizations and dialogues with community and industry partners. MOE welcomes more school-to-industry partnerships to open up more opportunities for our students in our schools. In our polytechnics and ITE too, there are various efforts to help students transition from school to work with the support of industry and community mentors. One example is the collaboration between Mentoring SG as well as the Polytechnics and ITE, under which mentors work with Polytechnic and ITE students to guide them on their longer-term career and life goals. Daryl Tho, a culinary student at Temasek Polytechnic and a young aspiring chef, went through Mentoring SG's program last year. His mentor, Irene Hammonds, a private dining host and creative entrepreneur, provided practical guidance on improving his culinary skills and coached him in goal setting. These helped him gain confidence and clarity on his goals that now drive his culinary aspirations. Third, MOE dedicates additional resources to support and empower students from disadvantaged backgrounds in their exploration of options and opportunities. Since 2019, MOE has provided more resourcing for schools with more students from disadvantaged backgrounds. MOE's Opportunity Fund also provides financial support to enable such students to access development opportunities. These include schools' wide range of co-curricular activities, as well as talent and enrichment programs. Students can use the Opportunity Funds for overseas trips, enrichment programs like leadership camps and creative arts workshops, and personal learning devices. Through MOE's Pathfinder Plus program, secondary 3 and 4 students from disadvantaged backgrounds attend workshops that MOE curates according to the students' strengths. These workshops are complemented with job tasters or learning journeys to organizations across various industries. Schools also work with other government agencies and community partners like self-help groups, social service officers, SSOs, and family service centers, FSCs, to engage such students to develop their aspirations and broaden their perspectives. Under MSF's Comlink Plus program, dedicated SSO family coaches and FSC caseworkers work with lower-income families with children below 21 to support the child's education while helping the family address broader challenges that may affect their progress towards their long-term goals. Let me come back to something I said earlier, that finding the right post-secondary path does not have to happen all at once or perfectly on the first try. Many of us know from our own lives that the journey of learning and discovery rarely unfolds in a straight line. There are moments of clarity, but also moments of doubt, of redirection, and most importantly, of growth. I'd like to close by recounting the story of Tan Hock Yang, a student who recently graduated earlier this week from Republic Polytechnic. Hock Yang initially wanted to follow in his brother's footsteps into aerospace engineering, but soon realized it was not his cup of tea while pursuing a diploma in that field. After national service, he reflected on his interests and took up a diploma in supply chain management at RP. For his final year project, Hock Yang worked with his team to develop a solution to optimize air freight container space utilization, a persistent challenge in logistics. He was awarded the LF Logistics Scholarship in 2024 and the prestigious Lee Foundation Scholarship in 2025. Moving forward, Hock Yang now plans to pursue a degree in infrastructure and project management at NUS, a far cry from his initial interest in aerospace engineering. Hock Young's story is just one of many. Some might not take the most direct route to a work-ready qualification, or may return as adult learners to upgrade to a diploma or degree at a later stage in life. This is why we have worked hard to ensure that our education system remains responsive and walks alongside our students at all life stages as their interests deepen and aspirations evolve. This can only be done with the support of family, community, and industry partners. Let us continue to work together to support our children's curiosity and aspirations and help them fulfill their potential regardless of family background or starting point in life, for every child learns differently. Thank you.
The question is that Parliament do now adjourn. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order, order.